Telethere, the application of grammatology to television in the context of schooling. Teletherapeutic, of or relating to teletherapy. Teletherapies, plural of teletherapy. Teletherapists, one who carries out teletherapy. Teletherapists, plural of teletherapists. Teletherapy, a non-scientific or pseudoscientific form of alleged medical therapy involving telepathy, also archaically called the absent treatment. Telethermograph, a record of fluctuations of temperature made automatically at a distant station. Telethermographe, relating to a telethermograph or to telethermography. Telethermographs, plural of telethermograph. Telethermometer, an apparatus for determining the temperature of a distant point by a thermoelectric circuit or otherwise. Telethermometers, plural of telethermometer. Telethermometre, relating to telethermometry. Telethermometry, measurement with a telethermometer. Telethermoscope, a device used for measuring and recording the temperature of distant objects. Telethermoscopes, plural of telethermoscope. Telethon, a televised fundraising event encouraging viewers to make donations via telephone. Telethonin, a protein that regulates sarcomere assembly in muscles. Telethons, plural of telethon. Teletimer, an electronic device equipped with sensors that accurately measures the finish times in a horse race. Teletimers, plural of teletimer. Teletourism, tourism stimulated by the promotion of a destination on television. Teletraffic, telecommunications traffic. Teletraining, training by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teletranscription, the process of making a telerecording, kinescopy. Teletranscriptions, plural of teletranscription. Teletransmission, the transmission of data over a telecommunication system or network. Teletransmissions, plural of teletransmission. Teletransmit, to transmit data over a telecommunication system or network. Teletransmits, third person singular simple present indicative of teletransmit. Teletransmitted, simple past and past participle of teletransmit. Teletransmitter, a device that carries out teletransmission. Teletransmitters, plural of teletransmitter. Teletransmitting, present participle and gerund of teletransmit. Teletransport, synonym of teletransportation. Teletransportation, alternative form of teleportation. Teletransported, simple past and past participle of teletransport. Teletransporter, a teleportation device. Teletransporters, plural of teletransporter. Teletransporting, present participle and gerund of teletransport. Teletransports, third person singular simple present indicative of teletransport. Teletriage, remote triage. Telethel, a trial conducted over the internet for someone who has violated the hacker ethos. Telethels, plural of teletuel. Teletrophone, an early telephone-like device invented by Antonio Meucci. Teletrophones, plural of teletrophone. Teletsunami, a tsunami that travels more than 1,000 kilometers from its origin before reaching land. Teletsunamis, plural of teletsunami. Teletubbian, in the manner of the Teletubbies, the fictional tubby creatures featured in the BBC television series Teletubbies, childish or immature. Teletoys, plural of Teletubby. Teletubby. Any of the 4 color-coded tubby human-like characters in the BBC children's television series Teletubbies. Teletube. Synonym of television tube. Teletubes, plural of teletube. Teletutor. One who tutors by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teletutorial. An educational presentation by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teletutorials, plural of teletutorial. Teletutoring, tutoring by means of telecommunication or computer networks. Teletutors, plural of teletutor. Teletype, the telegrams produced by this device. Teletyped, simple past and past participle of teletype. Teletyper, synonym of teletypist, teletype operator. Teletypers, plural of teletyper. Teletypes, plural of teletype. Teletypesetter, a kind of teleprinter with typesetting features such as text justification and font selection. Teletypesetters, plural of teletypesetter. Teletypesetting, the use of a teletypesetter. Teletypewriter, synonym of teletype telegraph that automatically prints transmitted messages in letters rather than Morse code or other symbols. Teletypewriters, plural of teletypewriter. Teletypewriting, the use of a teletypewriter. Teletypewritten, printed by a teletypewriter. Teletype, of or relating to a teletype. Teletyping, present participle and gerund of teletype. Teletypist, a teletype operator. Teletypists, plural of teletypists. Teleultrasound, the use of telecommunication technologies to transmit the results of an ultrasound scan. Tela, a member of a Turkic indigenous people of Siberia living in Kemerovo Oblast, Russia. Teleutosauri, plural of Teleutosaurus. Teleutospore, the fixed cell resting spore of the rusts order Puccineales. Teleutospores, plural of teleutospore. Teleutosporic, relating to teleutospores. Teleutostatic, having a fixed accent on the ending. Teluts, plural of telat. Televangelical, relating to televangelism. Televangelism. Evangelism using telecommunications, especially radio and television. Televangelist, a religious minister, often a Christian priest or minister, who devotes a large portion of his or her ministry to television broadcasts to a regular viewing audience. Televangelistic, of or pertaining to televangelism. Televangelists, plural of televangelists. Televangelize, to spread the message about a particular branch of Christianity over a television broadcast, to work as a televangelist. Televangelize, simple past and past participle of televangelize. Televangelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of televangelize. Televangelizing, present participle and gerund of televangelize. Televersities, plural of televersity. Televersy, a university offering distance learning by means of telecommunication networks. Televident, a person who is obsessed with watching television. Televidus, plural of televidia. Teleview, to watch on television. Televiewed, simple past and past participle of teleview. Televiewer, a person who watches television. Televiewers, plural of televiewer. Televiewing, present participle and gerund of teleview. Televiewings, plural of televiewing. Televiews, third person singular simple present indicative of teleview. Televillage, a communal site containing telecottages where teleworkers can work. Televillages, plural of televillage. Televirtual, relating to televirtuality. Televirtuality, shared virtual reality by remote participants over a telecommunication link. Televisability, the quality of being televisable. Televisable, that can be televised. Suitable for television. Televise, to broadcast or be broadcast by television. Televise, simple past and past participle of televise. Televisor, alternative form of televisor. Televisors, plural of televisor. Televises, third person singular simple present indicative of televise. Televisibility, visibility at a distance by means of television or similar networks. Televising, present participle and gerund of televise. Television, an electronic communication medium that allows the transmission of real-time visual images and often sound. Television black, the darkest black typically achievable by a television camera. Television channel, a specific radio frequency or band of frequencies used for transmitting television. Television channels, plural of television channel. Television match official, a referee who uses video recordings to assist in deciding if points have been scored. Television match officials, plural of television match official. Television network, a grouping of television channels generated at television stations, broadcast over a unified terrestrial or satellite system from which a subscriber may choose various packages to accept and purchase. Television networks, plural of television network. Television personalities, plural of television personality. Television personality, a person who is known to the public primarily through their appearances on television shows. Television program, the content of an individual television broadcast. Television program, alternative spelling of television program. Television programs, plural of television program. Television programs, plural of television program. Television receive only, a system for receiving television broadcasts from satellites, subsequently largely replaced by direct broadcast satellite. Television series, a television program which consists of several episodes that are broadcast at regular intervals. Television set, a television, an electronic device that receives television signals and displays the resulting images on a screen. Television sets, plural of television set. Television show, a live or recorded broadcast or program or series of broadcasts or programs meant to be viewed on television. Television shows, plural of television show. Television star, a leading actor in a television series, especially one perceived as a celebrity. Television stars, plural of television star. Television station, a studio or building from where a television channel is broadcast. Television stations, plural of television station. Television stone, the mineral ulexite whose unusual fibrous structure allows it to transmit light by internal reflection. Television studies, an academic discipline that deals with various theoretical, historical, and critical approaches to television. Television tube, a cathode ray tube used for television. Television tubes, plural of television tube. Television white, the brightest white typically achievable by a television camera. Televisional, relating to television. Televisionally, in terms of or by means of television. Televisionaries, plural of televisionary. Televisionary, an enthusiast for advanced television technology. Televisioned, simple past and past participle of television. Televisionese, the jargon associated with the television industry. Televisioning, present participle and gerund of television. Televisionish, of, relating to, or characteristic of television or a television show. Televisionless, lacking a television or television technology in general. Televisionlessness, the state of living without a television. Television-like, resembling or characteristic of television. Televisions, plural of television. Televisit, a visit typically to or by a doctor by means of video technology. Televisits, plural of televisit. Televisor, a television set. Televisors, plural of televisor. Televisual, or relating to television. Televisualization, alternative spelling of televisualization. Televisualities, plural of televisuality. Televisuality, the quality of being televisual. Televisualization, translation into a televisual format, televising. Televisualize, to make televisual, to adapt to the norms of television. Televisualize, simple past and past participle of televisualize. Televisualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of televisualize. Televisualizing, present participle and gerund of televisualize. Televisually, in a televisual way, of or by means of television. Televise, non-standard spelling of televise. Televise, simple past and past participle of televise, misspelling of televised. Televises, third person singular simple present indicative of televise, misspelling of televises. Televising, present participle and gerund of televise, misspelling of televising. Televote, a vote operated by means of televoting. Televoted, simple past and past participle of televote. Televoter, one who participates in televoting. Televoters, plural of televoter. Televotes, plural of televote. Televoting, a process that allows viewers to participate in a telecast through phone calls or SMS to choose between candidates or performers to qualify or be eliminated. Televox, an early machine capable of taking action based on audio signals received by telephone and transmitting a response by the same means. Televoxes, plural of televox. Telework, to telecommute. Teleworkability. The condition of being teleworkable. Teleworkable. That may be worked remotely by teleworking. Teleworked. Simple past and past participle of telework. Teleworker. One who teleworks. Teleworkers. Plural of teleworker. Teleworking. Present participle and gerund of telework. Teleworks. Third person singular simple present indicative of telework. Teleworkshop. A workshop held via telecommunications technology between remote participants. Teleworkshops. Plural of teleworkshop. Telerider. A teletograph. Teleriders. Plural of telerider. Telewriting. The process of writing teleplays. Teloski. A surname. Telex. Alternative letter case form of telex in its various senses. Telex. Simple past and past participle of telex. Telexes. Plural of telex. Telexe. Present participle and gerund of telex. Telextender. An optical amplifier used especially in amateur astronomy to magnify an image. Telextenders. Plural of telextender. Telezoom. A zoom lens that adjusts through telephoto lengths. Telezooms. Plural of telezoom. Telfair. A surname. Telfair County. One of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat. McRae-Helena. Telferic acid. A form of linoleic acid isolated from telfaria oil. Telfairs. Plural of telfair. Telfane. A surname from Armenian. Telfaeans. Plural of telfain. Telver. A surname from Old French. Telferage. Alternative form of telferage. Telferages. Plural of telferage. Telvers. Plural of telfer. Telfian. A surname from Armenian. Telfians. Plural of telfian. Telver. A characteristical surname. Telford and Wrecking. A unitary authority and borough of Shropshire, England, formed in 1974 as the Wrekin district and renamed in 1998. Telfordization. The process of Telfordizing. Telfordize. To furnish a road with a Telford pavement. Telfordize. Simple past and past participle of telfordize. Telfordizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of telfordize. Telfordizing. Present participle and gerund of telfordize. Telfords. Plural of telford. Telfort. A surname. Telforts. Plural of telfort. Telharmonic. Of or relating to the telharmonic. Telharmonium. An early electric musical instrument for producing music at a distant point or points by means of alternating current. An operator plays a keyboard and the music is reproduced remotely by a receiving instrument resembling a telephone, but not held to the ear. Telharmoniums. Plural of telharmonium. Telharmony. Music played and transmitted by telharmonium. Telera. A Mayday ethnic male given name. Telwe. Plural of telium. Telel. Of or relating to telia. Tele. tending or directed towards a goal or specific end. Telically, in a telic manner. Telicities, plural of telicity. Telicity, the property of a verb or verb phrase that presents an action or event as being complete in some sense. Teliferous, having nematocysts or stinging cells. Telemono, a mouse monoclonal antibody which is an immunosuppressive drug. Telenavir, a protease inhibitor. Telet, initialism of telemetry intelligence. Teleacrysale, alternative form of teleacrysales. Teleacrysalids, plural of teleacrysalid. Telemorph, misspelling of telomorph. Teleaspore, a teleutaspore. Teleaspores, plural of teleaspore. Telespoi, relating to a teleaspore. Telish, punish an innocent person for the sake of deterrence, subject a person to telishment. Telish, simple past and past participle of telish. Teleas, third person singular simple present indicative of telish. Telishing, present participle and gerund of telish. Telishment, the act or institution of punishing the innocent for the sake of providing deterrence. Telishments, plural of telishment. Telesadius humabetitin, a monoclonal antibody for non-small cell lung cancer. Telifirmycin, the first catalyte antibiotic to enter clinical use, a semisynthetic erythromycin derivative used to treat mild to moderate respiratory infections. Teoitinve, a village and commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Heolau, a sorus in the form of a pustule in the tissue of plants infected with the fungus rus. Pelps, a surname from Hungarian. A surname. Tell a story, to communicate a story in some way. Tell against, to function as a liability for someone, to put it into a condition of disadvantage. Tell all, to reveal everything, particularly information that is normally withheld. Tell apart, to perceive things as different or to perceive their difference itself. To differentiate, distinguish, discriminate. Tell city, a city in Toy Township, the county seat of Perry County, India, United States. Tel El Amarna, mountain site of the ancient city of Akhenaten in Egypt, built by Akhenaten in honor of the Egyptian deity Aten. Tel El Mukayyar, the modern name of the city of in Iraq. Tell fortunes, to tell someone's destiny or future, usually by magic. Tell it like it is, to speak frankly, to convey all and only the truth of a situation. Tell it to Sweeney, I do not believe what you said. Tell it to the hand, synonym of talk to the hand. Tell it to the judge, I do not believe what you said. Tell it to the Marines, I do not believe what you said. Tell its own story, alternative form of tell its own tale. Tell its own tale, to speak for itself, to require no explanation. Tell Jadid, a village in Beri Sharki, Salamia district, Hama Governorate, Syria. Tell me about it. Used to express agreement and sympathy with the previous speaker's statement. Tell me another one. Synonym of pull the other one. Tell me something I don't know. Said in response to someone who is stating something obvious. Tell noses. Synonym of count noses, to count people one at a time, to determine the number of supporters of a particular politician or issue. Tello, to inform someone about something. Tell off, to rebuke, to reprimand, or to admonish, often in a harsh, angry, direct way. Tell on, to inform on, to rat out, to tell a person in authority that someone else has done something wrong. Tell someone where to get off, to dismiss someone with harsh words. Tell someone where to shove it, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See tell someone where shove it. Tell stories, plural of tell story. Tell story, a report read out by an announcer without additional audio or video footage. Tell tale, alternative spelling of telltale. Tell tales, to lie, to be making false claims. Tell tales out of school, to reveal confidential or sensitive information. To gossip. Tell the difference, to differentiate similar things. Tell the time, alternative form of tell time. Tell the truth, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See tell, truth. Tell the truth and shame the devil. To tell the truth for the sake of being honest and upright, even though doing so may not be to one's personal advantage. Tell time, to measure time, to determine the current time. Tell us another. I do not believe you, you are joking. Tell us another one. I do not believe you, you are joking. Tell volumes. Synonym of speak volumes. Tell you the truth. Used to positively assert the frank honesty of an associated statement of set of statements, equivalent to you tell the truth. Tell you what. Introduces a compromise or arrangement where the interlocutor has some benefit or advantage. Tell a story. Resembling or characteristic of the act or practice of telling a story. Tell all. A publication, usually a book or magazine article, which tells all, revealing everything, particularly what is normally withheld. Tell-alls, plural of tell-all. Telltale, alternative spelling of telltale. Telltale compass, alternative spelling of telltale compass. Telltale compasses, plural of telltale compass. Telltale tit, alternative form of telltale tit. Telltale tits, plural of telltale tit. Telltales, plural of telltale. Tell-troth, alternative spelling of tell-truth. Tell-troths, plural of tell-troth. Tell-truth, an honest and truthful person. Tell-truths, plural of tell-truth. Tell-worthy, worthy to be told. Tella, a female given name. Tellability, the quality or degree of being tellable. Tellable, that may be told. Tellado, a surname from Galician. Tellados, plural of tellado. Hellane, hydrogen telluride, H2T. Tellanes, plural of tellane. Tellurium, alternative form of tellurian. A community in Lesotho. Thou, simple past and past participle of tell. Telly, one who is told something. Telles, plural of telly. Talon, archaic spelling of telon. Telene, misspelling of telenid. Telenol, any compound of general formula RTH, the tellurium analogues of alcohols. Telens, plural of telen. Teller, a surname. Teller County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Cripple Creek. Helway. A surname. Helwayas. Plural of Teluya. Hellolas. Without a bank clerk. Hellers. A surname. Helwayas. Plural of Teluya. Hellolas. Without a bank clerk. Tellers. Plural of teller. Tellership. The office or employment of a teller. Tellerships. Plural of tellership. Tellus. Second person singular simple present indicative of tell. Tella. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell. Tellus. A surname. Tellus. Plural of telles. Telacheri. Former name of Thalassery part of Kerala, India. Helwe. A surname. Helliers. Plural of Tellier. Helles. Plural of Tell. Telemagrandin. An elagitin formed from 1,2,3,4,6 beta-galloyl-glucose found in Geum japonicum and Syzygium aromaticum clove with antiherpesvirus properties. Tella. A marine bivalve mollusk of the genus Tellina that burrows in the sand from where it siphons detritus. Tella. Pronunciation spelling of telling. Tellination. Any marine mollusk of the suborder Tellinaceae, more commonly referred to as the superfamily Tellinoidea. Tellinations. Plural of tellination. Telling. Present participle and gerund of tell. Telling against. Present participle and gerund of tell against. Telling all. Present participle and gerund of tell all. Telling apart. Present participle and gerund of tell apart. Telling bone. The telephone. Telling bones. Plural of telling bone. Telling fortunes. Present participle and gerund of tell fortunes. Telling it like it is. Present participle and gerund of tell it like it is. Telling it to the hand. Present participle of tell it to the hand. Telling its own tail. Present participle and gerund of tell its own tail. Telling noses. Present participle and gerund of tell noses. Telling of. Present participle and gerund of tell of. Telling off. Present participle and gerund of tell off. Telling on. Present participle and gerund of tell on. Telling someone where to shove it. Present participle and gerund of tell someone where to shove it. Telling tales. Present participle and gerund of tell tales. Telling tales out of school. Present participle and gerund of tell tales out of school. Telling the truth. Present participle and gerund of tell the truth. Telling off. An instance of telling someone off, a reprimand or scolding. Telling offs. Plural of telling off. Tellentur. A reprimand, reproach, or lecture. Telling me. In a telling manner. Tellingness. The quality of being telling. Tellings. Plural of telling. Tellings off. Plural of telling off. Tellings off. Plural of telling off. Tellentin. A surname from? Tellid. Any bivalve mollusk of the family Tellinidae. Tellinids. Plural of tellinid. Tellins. Plural of tellin. Tellisford. A village and civil parish in Mandip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8055. Tella. A surname. Teloptai. Misspelling of teloptai. Telos. Plural of tello. Thelf. plural of tell. Tells against. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell against. Tells all. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell all. Tells apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell apart. Tells fortunes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell fortunes. Tells it like it is. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell it like it is. Tells it to the hand. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell it to the hand. Tells its own tale. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell its own tale. Tells noses. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell noses. Tell of. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell of. Tell off. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell off. Tells on. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell on. Tells someone where to shove it. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell someone where to shove it. Tells tales. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell tales. Tells tales out of school. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell tales out of school. Tells the truth. Third person singular simple present indicative of tell the truth. Telltale. One who divulges private information with intent to hurt others. Telltale compass. A compass installed in the cabin so that the captain or other officer may check the course of a ship without going to the deck, often upturned and suspended from the ceiling. Telltale compasses. Plural of telltale compass. Telltale tit. A telltale, one who tattles. Telltale tits. Plural of telltale tit. Telltales. Plural of telltale. Teller. Tellurium. Telluril. Of or pertaining to the earth. Tellurane. Hydrogen telluride H2T. Telluranes. Plural of tellurane. Tellurantimony. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral silver white mineral containing antimony and tellurium. Tellurate. Any oxyanion of tellurium, any salt of telluric acid. Tellurates. Plural of tellurate. Telluration. Containing tellurate anions. Telluren. An allotrope of tellurium having a structure similar to that of graphene. Tellurate. Telluri. Telluridae. Combined or impregnated with tellurium. Tellurates. Plural of tellurate. Telluridae. Alternative form of telluridae. Telluridae. Hydrogen. Hydrogen telluride. Telohydric. Relating to telohydric acid. Telohydric acid. Hydrogen telluride in solution. Telluri. Alternative form of tellur. Tellurian. An inhabitant of the earth. Tellurians. Plural of tellurian. Telluric. Pertaining to the earth, earthly. Telluric acid. The hydrated form of tellurium oxide, H6TO6, with some use as a reagent. Telluric current. An extremely low-frequency electrical current that occurs naturally over large underground areas at or near the surface of the earth. Telluric currents. Plural of telluric current. Telluric iron. A rare iron-nickel alloy found in a few spots on Earth. Telluric planet. Synonym of terrestrial planet. Telluric planets. plural of telluric planet. Tellurics, plural of telluric. Telluri, a town, the county seat of San Miguel County, Colorado, United States. Tellurides, plural of telluri. Telluriferous, containing or producing tellurium. Tellurian, an instrument used to show how the rotation of the Earth on its axis and its orbit around the Sun cause day and night and the seasons. Tellurians, plural of tellurian. Tellurius, obsolete form of tellurus. Tellurize, alternative spelling of tellurize. Tellurize, simple past and past participle of tellurize. Tellurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tellurize. Tellurizing, present participle and gerund of tellurize. Tellurism, a hypothetical form of animal magnetism ascribed to the agency of a telluric spirit or influence. Tellurist, a proponent of the theory of tellurism. Tellurists, plural of tellurists. Tellurite, a yellowish mineral tellurium dioxide TO. Tellurites, plural of tellurite. Tellurition, containing tellurate anions. Tellurium, the chemical element with atomic number 52. Symbol, T, a rare, brittle, mildly toxic, silver white metalloid. Tellurium bromide, an inorganic bromide compound of tellurium with the chemical formula T2Br. Tellurium dioxide, an oxide compound of tellurium with the chemical formula TO2. Tellurium nitrate, a nitrate compound of tellurium with the chemical formula TNO. Tellurium tetrachloride, a volatile inorganic chloride ionic compound of tellurium with the chemical formula TCl4. Tellurium 128, the isotope of tellurium-2T. It decays into xenon 128 with a half-life of about 2.2 times 10^2 years. Tellurium 130, the isotope of tellurium-3T. It decays into xenon 130 with a half-life of about 8 times 10^2 years. Telluriums, plural of tellurium. Tellurization, the process of tellurizing. Tellurize, to impregnate with or to subject to the action of tellurium. Tellurize, simple past and past participle of tellurize. Tellurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tellurize. Tellurizing, present participle and gerund of tellurize. Tellurabismuthite, a soft, dull gray mineral form of bismuth telluride. Tellurabismuthites, plural of tellurabismuthite. Tellurocracies, plural of tellurocracy. Tellurocracy, dominance or supremacy due to military or commercial power on land. Tellurohexacornite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal bronze mineral containing bismuth, nickel, sulfur, and tellurium. Tellurolite, any derivative of a tellanol in which a metal atom replaces the hydrogen attached to tellurium. RTH equals RT-M+. Tellurolites, plural of tellurolite. Telluromthalate, alternative spelling of telluromtalate. Telluromthalates, plural of telluromtalate. Telluromthalate, any metallate containing tellurium as ligand. Telluromthalates, plural of telluromtalate. Tellurometer, a surveying instrument that uses radar to measure distances. Tellurimeters. Plural of tellurimeter. Tellurone. Any compound of general formula R2T equals O, the tellurium analog of a sulfone. Tellurones. Plural of tellurone. Telluromskite. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral steel gray mineral containing bismuth, lead, selenium, sulfur, and tellurium. Telluronium. The univalent H3T plus cation, derived from telling. Telluroniums. Plural of telluronium. Telluropolitanite. A monoclinic prismatic silver white mineral containing palladium and tellurium. Tellurophene. The tellurium analog of furan. Tellurophenes. Plural of tellurophene. Telluroprotein. Any typically semisynthetic protein that contains tellurium in place of one or more sulfur atoms. Telluroproteins. Plural of telluroprotein. Telluropirin. A saturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms, 1 tellurium atom, and 2 double bonds. Telluropirins. Plural of telluropirin. Telluropyrillium. An aromatic heterocyclic cation that has 5 carbon atoms, a tellurium atom, and 3 delocalized double bonds. Tellurous. Containing tellurium in a higher valency than in telluric compounds. Tellus. The goddess of the earth in Roman mythology. Tele. Television. Teletennis. The game of pawn or any TV game closely based on it. Teles. Plural of tele. Teletubby. Misspelling of Teletubby. Telmathurinid. Any fish in the family Telmathurinidae. Telmathurinids. Plural of telmathurinid. Telmatic. Relating to stagnant water, typically a marsh, swamp, fen, or bog, fresh water. Telmatological. Relating to telmatology. Telmatologist. An expert in telmatology, someone with knowledge of marshes or swamps. Telmatologists. Plural of telmatologists. Telmatology. The study of marshes or swamps. Telmastine. A mucolytic drug. Telmisartan. An angiotensin Roman II receptor antagonist used in the management of hypertension. Telmophage. Any telmophagous organism. Telmophages. Plural of telmophage. Telmophagic. Alternative form of telmophagus. Telmophagus. Feeding from a pool of blood caused by tissue laceration. Telma. Alternative form of Dilmon. Telnet. A network protocol that enables one computer to communicate with another via a local area network or the internet. Telnetable. Accessible over the internet using Telnet. Telnative. Simple past and past participle of telmet. Telneting. Present participle and gerund of telmet. Tellets. Third person singular simple present indicative of telmet. Telnetable. Alternative spelling of telnetable. Telnete. Simple past and past participle of telmet. Telneting. Present participle and gerund of telmet. Teldiatka. A white undershirt with horizontal stripes, sometimes sleeveless, worn as part of a Russian military uniform. Teldiakas. Plural of telniashka. Teldiaki. Plural of telniashka. Tila. And teleblasts. Annelids, etc. A large cell at the growing end of many embryos that produces many smaller cells. Teleblastic. Relating to the teleblast. Teleblast. plural of teleblast. Telecentric, of a chromosome having the centromere at one end. Telecentrics, plural of telecentric. Telecentromeric, having a terminal centromere. Telecentrosome, a telomeric centrosome. Telecentrosomes, plural of telocentrosome. Telecinebufagin, a particular bufagin isolated from bufo-rubicins. Telecole, a cavity in the telencephalon of an embryo. Telecoles, plural of telecol. Telecollagen, a form of collagen that terminates in a telepeptide. Teleconch, misspelling of teleconch. Telegradic, pertaining to a governing set of rules or goals. Telecyte, a form of interstitial stem cell. Telecytes, plural of telecyte. Telodendrimer, a dendrimer that has branches at one end. Telodendrimers, plural of telodendrimer. Telodendrion, the terminal branching of an axon, a telodendron. Telodendrions, plural of telodendrion. Telodendron, alternative form of telodendrion. Telodendrons, plural of telodendron. Teledynamic, relating to a system for transmitting power by means of swiftly moving ropes or cables driving grouped pulleys of large diameter. Telegonid, any mayfly of the family Telegonididae. Telogen, an active chain transfer agent used in the telomerization process. Telogen effluvium, a form of rapid hair loss, causing hair to fall out, caused by the rapid onset of the telogen phase of follicle growth. Telogenesis, the process of erosion and oxidation that occurs when sedimentary rocks undergo uplift. Telogenetic, related to or arising during telogenesis, the process of erosion and oxidation that occurs when sedimentary rocks are subject to uplift. Telogenic, of, pertaining to, or arising during the telogen, the resting phase of the hair growth cycle. Telogenically, in a telogenic manner. Telogenous, synonym of telogenic. Telogens, plural of telogen. Telogonic, referring to nematodes in which new germ cells originate only at the distal end of the gonad. Teli, plural of telos. Teloc blanga, a subzone of Bukit Merah in the south of Singapore. Telecin, an abundant protein found in smooth muscle, identical to the C-terminus of myosin light chain kinase. Telekinetic, that migrates toward the telomere of a chromosome. Telochens, plural of telechin. Telocythal, having the yolk at one end. Telomapping, the measurement of telomere length in individual cells. Telome, a terminal branch of a stem thought to have evolved into the leaf, according to one theory of plant morphology. Telomere, an extremely small polymer one whose degree of polymerization is between 2 and 5. Telomerase, an enzyme in eukaryotic cells that adds a specific sequence of DNA to the telomeres of chromosomes after they divide, gives the chromosome stability over time. Telomerases, plural of telomerase. Telomer, either of the sequences of DNA at each end of a eukaryotic chromosome. Telomers, plural of telomere. Telomeric, of or pertaining to a telomere. Telomerically, with regard to or by means of telomeres. Telomerization, Alternative form of telomerization. Telomerizations, plural of telomerization. Telomerize, reacted with telomerase. Telomerization, any reaction that increases the length of a telomere oligomer stepwise. Telomerizations, plural of telomerization. Telomerize, to cause or to undergo telomerization. Telomerize, simple past and past participle of telomerize. Telomerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of telomerize. Telomerizing, present participle and gerund of telomerize. Telomopathies, plural of telomeropathy. Telomeropathy, any disease associated with shortened telomeres. Telomeres, plural of telomere. Telomes, plural of telome. Telomstatin, a macrocycle that inhibits telomerase. Telome, of or relating to a telome. Telomorph, misspelling of telomorph. Telomen, any single-celled eukaryote of the order Telomida or the phylum Telonemia. Telemids, plural of telomen. Telonism, synonym of telonym. Telonisms, plural of telonism. Telonym, a term formed from the terminal letter or letters of several words. Telonyms, plural of telonym. Telugu, archaic form of Telugu. Telugus, plural of Telugu. Telep, abbreviation of television opaque projector. Telep, alternative spelling of tele. Telopti, an amino acid sequence, normally at one or more ends, that have a function in building or conforming a protein and are proteolytically removed at maturity. Teloptides, plural of telopti. Teloptidal, relating to a teloptide. Telophase, the final stage of mitosis or meiosis during which the daughter chromosomes move towards opposite ends of the nuclear spindle. Telophases, plural of telophase. Telophasic, relating to telophase. Telopode, the long, thin extension of a telecyte. Telepodes, plural of telepode. Telepodite, synonym of basipodite. Telepodites, plural of telepodite. Teleps, plural of telep. Dalopsis, clairvoyance. Telos, the aim, purpose, or end goal. Telesgestation, synonym of telesgestaceous. Telesgestaceous, of or relating to the telesgestaceae. Telesgestin, synonym of phallocinol. Teloses, plural of telos. Telesmosai, a particular steroid glycoside. Telosome, a nuclear telorecap complex that is formed by the association of telomeric proteins. Telosomes, plural of telosome. Telosomic, having one segment of a chromosome missing. Telosomics, the study of telosomes. Telestegostum, the posteriormost section of the stegostomy. Telestegostomal, relating to telestegostomes. Teletactic, relating to teletaxis. Teletarsus, the distal of the two main tarsomers of the tarsus of some arthropods. Teletaxis, plural of teletaxis. Teletaxis, movement movement of an organism either toward or away from a stimulus. Teletropathy, a form of unconscious telepathy where messages are received from some incarnate being rather than a spirit of the deceased. Teletrimatis, of or relating to the teletremata. Teletrisomic, having an extra chromosome segment. Telestroke, a posterior tuft of cilia in a trochophil lever. Teletrocho, having both a peroral and a posterior band of cilia applied to the labiae of certain annelids. Teletrochus, teletrocho. Teletrochs, plural of teletroch. Teletrophic, that's a news vision at the end of an OEL. Teletrope, misspelling of teletrophic. A surname from French. Telats, plural of telat. Teletype, synonym of teletype, a telegraph that automatically prints transmitted messages in letters rather than Morse code or other symbols, the telegrams produced by this device. Teletypes, plural of teletype. Telexantrone, an antipyrazole antibiotic. Dolpak, a leather cap covered with sheepskin, part of the traditional clothing of the Turkmens. Dolpex, plural of tolpek. However, an electrocron cable car used for transportation along overhead wires. Tofur line, an electrically powered track and cable designed for conveying freight-filled vehicles. Tofur lines, plural of Tofur line. Tofur road, synonym of Tofur line. Tofur roads, plural of Tofur road. Tofurage, an automated transportation system powered by electricity, especially a cable car used to transport minerals or other goods. Tofurages, plural of tofurage. Tofur, simple past and past participle of tofur. Tofere, of or relating to a tofur. Tofuring, present participle and gerund of tofur. Tofurma, a man who operates a tofur. Tofurma, plural of tofurman. Tofurs, plural of tofur. Tofurway, the system of wires along which a tofur travels. Tofurways, plural of tofurway. Tolpach Alley, a school for the children of Aztec commoners. Tolpach Alleys, plural of Tolpachcali. Tolpachgalton, plural of Tolpachcali. Tolpachcali, alternative spelling of Tolpachgali. Tolpachallies, plural of Tolpachgali. Thus, plural of Tal. Telscombe, a small village and civil parish with a town council in Lewes District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Raf TQ 4003. Teltow, the capital city of Teltow, Lithuania. Talcid, any member of family Telcidae of crustaceans. Telcids, plural of telcid. Telson, the part of an arthropod or crustacean posterior to the last segment, often resembling an armored tail or tip of the tail. Telsonic, relating to the telson. Telsons, plural of telson. Telsontail, synonym of percheron. Telstar, a telecommunications satellite. That, simple past and past participle of tel. Telodipine, a calcium channel blocker. Teludu, archaic form of telugu. Teludus, Plural of Telugu. Telugu, a Dravidian language of India. Teluguland, the homeland of the Telugu people in the modern states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, India. Telugas, plural of Telugu. Telekansan, former name of Telekantan, Malaysia. Telekantan, a town in Hilir Perak district, Perak, Malaysia. Telvisapra, a town in Trentino Alto Adige, Italy. Television, abbreviation of television. Telekin, a subdivision of the Silurian period. Helen, a type of Celtic harp. Talons, plural of talon. Teleuchenkoite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, beryllium, cesium, fluorine, oxygen, potassium, rubidium, silicon, sodium, and zinc. Telesthesia, obsolete typography of telesthesia. Initialism of transmission electron microscope. Alternative form of tem. Alternative form of tema. Temacha, a Persian farcical play. Temachas, plural of temacha. Temafloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic drug. Tamagami, a lake in Canada. Tamagamite, an orthorhombic gray mineral containing mercury, palladium, and tellurium. Damar, a tree, Shorea siamensis. Damaki, a type of sushi in the form of a cone. Themax, plural of tamak. Tamalakatl, a gladiatorial platform believed to have been used by Mesoamerican civilizations, consisting of a large stone disc with a handle in the center where a prisoner was tied for combat. Temalakatls, plural of Temalakatl. Temanai, an archaic word for a Yemenite Jew in the book of Job 2:11 from the Jewish Bible. Temeri, a type of Japanese woven ball. Temerotine, a particular arytenoid. Temizbam, a compound trademark restoral of the benzodiazepine class used as a tranquilizer and short-acting hypnotic. Temizbams, plural of temazbam. Tembai, to guess the answer to a multiple-choice question. Tembel hat, a kind of loose hat with a floppy brim, an Israeli national symbol. Tembel hats, plural of Tembel hat. Tembo, a coconut dessert pudding from Puerto Rico. Temblor, an earthquake. Temblors, plural of temblor. Temblors, plural of temblor. Tembatrione, a pesticide 2,2-chloro-4-methyl-3,2,2-trifluorothoxymethylbenzoyl cyclohexane 1,3-dione. Tebu, alternative form of Thembu. Tembus, plural of Tembu. Till, a river which rises in Powys, Wales, before entering England, flowing through Shropshire, Herefordshire, for a short distance, and Worcestershire, and joining the River Severn south of Worcester. Temecula, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Temifos, an organophosphate larvicide used especially to treat water infested with disease-carrying fleas. O-tetramethyl O-sulfenylbus 1,4-phenylene diphosphorate. Temellastine, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Pamela, a census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Teming, plural of Teminos. Temenggung, a high-ranking official in Malay states, typically in charge of the police or armed forces. Temenggongs, plural of Temenggung. Temamoy, plural of Teminos. Teminos, ground under, surrounding and adjacent to a temple, a sacred enclosure or precinct. Temefos, alternative form of Temifos. Temerarious, characterized by temerity, recklessly daring or bold. Temerariously, in a temerarious manner, boldly. Temerariousness, the quality of being temerarious. Temerary, rash, reckless. Temeration, temerity. Temerities, plural of temerity. Temeritas, having temerity, displaying disdain or contempt for danger. Temerity, reckless boldness, foolish bravery. Temerous, obsolete form of temerarious. Temerously, recklessly. Teos, plural of team. Temescal, a sweat lodge or temescal. Temescal Valley, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Temescals, plural of temescal. Tada, a kind of jumper or coat worn by the Inuit. Teviax, plural of temiak. Telir, an Aslian language belonging to the wider Austroasiatic family spoken by the Temire people. Temirs, plural of Temire. Temir Kamas, a type of Jew's harp of Central Asian origin. Temir Kamuses, plural of Temir Kamas. Témiscamingue, a regional county municipality of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Quebec, Canada. Témiscamingue, alternative form of Timiskaming. Témiscamingue Shores, a city in Témiscamingue District, Northeast Ontario, Canada, created in 2004. Tempe, a surname from Yiddish. Temkins, plural of Temkin. A surname. Teller, a surname. Pet, plural of Tem. Temink, a surname from Dutch. Temminck's cat, synonym of Asiatic golden cat. Temminck's cats, plural of Temminck's cat. Temminck's stend, a type of sandpiper Calidris temminckii. Temminck's stents, plural of Temminck's stent. Temminck's tragopan, a species of pheasant Tragopan temminckii. Temminck's tragopans, plural of Temminck's tragopan. Temoku, alternative spelling of Tenmoku. Temokus, plural of Temoku. Temi, a member of an ethnic group of Sierra Leone. Temiz, plural of Temi. Temnosphallid, any turbellarian flatworm of the order Temnosphallida. Temnosphalids, plural of Temnosphallid. Temnodontosaurid, any ichthyosaur in the family Temnodontosauridae. Temnodontosaurids, plural of Temnodontosaurid. Temnospondyle, any of many extinct primitive amphibians labyrinthodonts of the order Temnospondyli from the Carboniferous, Permian, and Triassic periods. Temnospondylus, of or relating to the temnospondyls. Temispondylus, plural of temispondyle. Temacabral, azeanidator. Temacabrilate, azeanidator. Temacillin, a particular carboxypenicillin. Temogram, an image produced by thromboelastometry. Temograms, plural of temogram. Temaporphin, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Temorid, any copepod in the family Temoridae. Temorids, plural of temorid. Tematu, name of various place names in the Pacific. Temozolomide, misspelling of temozolomide. Temozolomide, a particular drug used to treat brain tumors. The flipping of temperature. Temp agencies, plural of temp agency. Temp agency, a recruiting firm that acts as an intermediary between a candidate seeking employment and a company seeking short-term employees. Temp play, flipping of temperature play. The abbreviation of temporary. Temvim, a temporary ban on a user. The is city in Maricopa County, Arizona, United States. Tempian, of or pertaining to the Vale of Tem. Tempians, plural of Tempian. Thout, simple past and past participle of Tem. Temba, an Indonesian food made from partially cooked soybeans fermented by a fungus either Rhizopus oligosporus or Rhizopus oryzae. Tempes, plural of Tempe. Tempelhof, a neighborhood in Tempelhof-Schöneberg borough, Berlin, Brandenburg, Germany. Tempelhof-Schöneberg, a borough in Berlin, Germany, which includes the named places which were previously separate boroughs. Taver, a general tendency or orientation towards a certain type of mood, a volatile state, a habitual way of thinking, behaving, or reacting. Temper foam. Memory foam. Temper of the times, synonym of zeitgeist. Temper screw, a screw link to which is attached the rope of a rope drilling apparatus for feeding and slightly turning the drilling jar at each stroke. Temper screws, plural of temper screw. Temper tantra, plural of temper tantrum. Temper tantrum, any fit of bad temper, especially kicking, screaming, or deliberately holding the breath. Temper tantrums, plural of temper tantrum. Temper, used to tell someone to control their bad temper. Temper, obsolete form of tempered. Temper tantrumy, having or tending to have a temper tantrum. Tempera, a paint in which the pigments are suspended in a water-soluble emulsion, such as of egg yolk or gelatine, which hardens and becomes insoluble on exposure to air. Tempera grassa, a variety of tempera painting technique in which oil is added to the egg yolk pigment mixture. Temperability, the ability to be tempered. Temperable, capable of being tempered. Temperament, a person's usual manner of thinking, behaving, or reacting. Temperamental, of, related to, or caused by temperament. Temperamentalities, plural of temperamentality. Temperamentality, the state or condition of being temperamental. Temperamentally, in a temperamental manner. Temperamented, having the specified kind of temperament. Temperaments, plural of temperament. Temperance, a female given name from English. Temperance movement, a social movement which campaigned against the consumption of alcohol and which spread to many countries in its heyday in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Temperance movements, plural of temperance movement. Temperances, plural of temperance. Temperance, archaic form of temperance. Temperate, temperate, moderate. Temperance, plural of temperate. Temperers, plural of tempera. Temperat, obsolete spelling of temperate. Temperate, proceeding from temperance. Temperate rainforests, a rainforest in a temperate climate. Temperate rainforests, plural of temperate rainforest. Temperate zone, either of the parts of the Earth's surface between the tropics and the polar regions. One such zone in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere. Temperate zones, plural of temperate zone. Temperated, simple past and past participle of temperate. Temperately, in a thoughtfully measured or regulated manner, eschewing extremes. Temperateness, the characteristic of being temperate. Temperates, the region of the Earth characterized by temperate climate, spanning between the tropics and the polar regions. Temperating, present participle and gerund of temperate. Temperative, having the power to temper something. Temperatural, of or relating to temperature. Temperature, a measure of cold or heat, often measurable with a thermometer. Temperature coefficient, a coefficient which relates the change of the magnitude of a physical property to a unit change in temperature. Temperature coefficients, plural of temperature coefficient. Temperature gun, a handheld non-contact thermometer shaped roughly like a handgun. Temperature guns, plural of temperature gun. Temperature inversion, an atmospheric condition in which a cooler layer of air lies below a warmer layer of air that functions as a ceiling for the cooler layer, interfering with normal atmospheric circulation and trapping pollutants. Temperature inversions, plural of temperature inversion. Temperature play, any sexual activity involving stimulation using objects or substances with very high or very low temperatures. Temperature humidity index, a measure of the reaction of the human body to a combination of heat and humidity. Temperature humidity indices, plural of temperature humidity index. Temperatureless, without temperature. Temperaturelessness, absence of temperature. Temperatures, plural of temperature. Temperature-wise, in regards to temperature. Temperance, obsolete form of temperance. Temperances, plural of temperance. Temper, moderated or balanced by other considerations. Temperately, in a tempered manner. Temperedness, the state, quality, or condition of being tempered. Temperer, a person who tempers in any meaning. Temperers, plural of temperer. Temperists, second person singular simple present indicative of temper. Tempera, third person singular simple present indicative of temper. Tempering, present participle and gerund of temper. Temperings, plural of tempering. Temperish, peevish, cross. Temperless, untempered. Temporally, a surname. Temperament, Misconstruction of temperament. Temperamental. Misconstruction of temperamental. Temperaments. Plural of temperament. Temperomonic. Misspelling of temporomonic. Temporomandibular. Misspelling of temporomandibular. Temporospatial. Misspelling of temporospatial. Tempers. Plural of temper. Tempersome. Characterized or marked by a temper, bad-tempered, temperamental, head-headed, moody. Temperature. Misspelling of temperature. Tempus. Plural of tem. Tempest. A surname transferred from the nickname. Tempest in a tea kettle. Alternative form of tempest in a teapot. Tempest in a teacup. Alternative form of tempest in a teapot. Tempest in a teapot. A major fuss over a trivial matter. Tempest tossed. Battered by a storm or storms. Tempest toss. Archaic spelling of tempest tossed. Tempesta. A surname. Tempestarii. Plural of Tempestarius. Tempestarius. A medieval magician. Thought to have power over storms. Tempestas. Plural of tempesta. Tempested. Simple past and past participle of tempests. Tempestful. Having tempests. Tempesting. Present participle and gerund of tempest. Tempesti. A sedimentary material that is the result of a severe storm. Tempestites. Plural of tempestite. Tempestive. Seasonable, timely. Tempestively. In a tempestive manner, timely. Tempestivities. Plural of tempestivity. Tempestivity. Timeliness. Tempestless. Free from tempests, without tempests. Tempestological. Relating to tempestology. Tempestology. The study of cyclones, hurricanes, and similar extreme events. Tempestus. Obsolete form of tempestuous. Tempests. Plural of tempests. Tempests in tea kettles. Plural of tempest in a tea kettle. Tempests in teacups. Plural of tempest in a teacup. Tempests in teapots. Plural of tempest in a teapot. Tempestuate. To stir up, to make tempestuous. Tempestuated. Simple past and past participle of tempestuate. Tempestuates. Third person singular simple present indicative of tempestuate. Tempestuating. Present participle and gerund of tempestuate. Tempestuosities. Plural of tempestuosity. Tempestuosity. The quality of being tempestuous. Tempestuous. Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a tempest. Also of a place, frequently experiencing tempests, very stormy. Tempestuously. In a tempestuous manner. Tempestuousness. The characteristic of being tempestuous. Plural of tempo. Tempex. A method of reading narratives in terms of time and the current instant. Templi. A female given name. Tempietto. A small, temple-like building. Tempiettos. Plural of tempietto. Temper. Present participle and gerund of tem. Templa. Plural of templon. Templanza, a barangay of Matalam, late Philippines. Templar, a Knight Templar, one of the Knights Templar. Templardom, the realm or status of the Knights Templar. Templars, plural of Templar. Template, a physical object whose shape is used as a guide to make other objects. Template metaprogramming, a form of metaprogramming in which templates are used by a compiler to generate temporary source code, which is then merged with the rest of the source code and recompiled. Template method, a special method of an abstract class used in the template method pattern that prescribes an algorithm for its subclasses. Template method pattern, a behavioral software design pattern that defines the flow of the algorithm with a template method. Template method patterns, plural of template method pattern. Template methods, plural of template method. Template strand, the non-coding strand of a DNA molecule that is used as a template for RNA synthesis. Template strands, plural of template strand. Templated, simple past and past participle of template. Templateless, without the use of templates. Template-like, resembling or characteristic of a template. Templator, a tool used for precise shaping of materials such as wood or tiles. Templators, plural of templator. Templates, plural of template. Templatic, restricted to fit into a specific, limited pattern of possible structures or shapes, rather than resulting from the application of a simple generative rule. Templatically, by a templatic process. Templating, present participle and gerund template. Templation, the formation of or interaction with a template. Templatize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of templatize. Templatize, simple past and past participle of templatize. Templatizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of templatize. Templatizing, present participle and gerund of templatize. Templatizable, able to be templatized. Templatization, the act of templatizing. Templatizations, plural of templatization. Templatize, to convert into a template or to represent by means of a template for purposes of genericizing, automating, tracking, etc. Templatize, simple past and past participle of templatize. Templatizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of templatize. Templatizing, present participle and gerund of templatize. Temple, a male given name from Latin. Temple block, an Asian percussion instrument made of hollow wood with a large slit. Temple blocks, plural of temple block. Temple City, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Temple dancer, synonym of Devadasi. Temple dancers, plural of temple dancer. Temple UL, a suburban village and civil parish in Dover District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TR 2944. Temple fade, synonym of taper fade. Temple fades, plural of temple fade. Temple Fortune, an area of Golders Green, Borough of Barnet, Greater London, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 2488. Temple Garment, a form of underwear worn by Latter-day Saints after taking part in the endowment ceremony. They are a symbolic reminder of the covenants made in temple ceremonies. Temple garments, plural of temple garment. Temple girl. Synonym of Devadasi. Temple girls. Plural of temple girl. Temple Guiding. A village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0928. Temple Hurst. A small village and civil parish in Selby District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 6025. Temple in Jerusalem. A particular building complex once in Jerusalem, then a center of Jewish religious life. Temple Meads. The main railway station and surrounding area in Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5972. Temple Mills. An area mainly in Waltham Forest Borough, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3785. Temple Mount. One of the hills in Jerusalem, where King Solomon built his great temple, which was destroyed twice. The hill ultimately leveled, leaving only the Wailing Wall venerated by Jews and today an Islamic compound/courtyard enclosing the foundation stone atop which sit the Dome of the Rock, and containing the Al-Aqsa Mosque and other Islamic-era structures. Temple name. A variant posthumous name used in China and occasionally other East Asian cultures for ritual worship at a dynasty's ancestral temple. Temple names. Plural of temple name. Temple of Heaven. A religious complex in southeastern Beijing, formerly important to Chinese imperial rituals. The present-day parks surrounding and preserving the site. Temple of Immensity. Alternative form of Temple of Immensity. Temple of Immensity. The universe or the complete overhead expanse of the heavens, especially as conceived as an object of religious reverence. Temple Orange. Synonym of Tanger. Temple Oranges. Plural of temple orange. Temple Ring. A ring-shaped ornament that hangs from a headdress or in braids of hair near a person's temple front area at the side of the head, forming part of medieval women's dress in some cultures. Temple Rings. Plural of temple ring. Temple Sowerby. A village and civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District. OS Grid Ref NY 6127. Temple Title. Synonym of temple name. Temple titles. Plural of temple title. Temple Tree Frog. Curoxalis idiodocus, a small species of frog. Temple Viper. Tropidolemus waggleri, a venomous pit viper native to Southeast Asia. Temple Vipers. Plural of temple viper. Temple Barrettser syndrome. A rare genetic disorder characterized by intellectual disability, epilepsy, small or absent nails, and distinct craniofacial features. Temple Goer. One who goes to a temple. Temple Goers. Plural of temple goer. Temple going. Regularly attending a temple for worship. Templeborough. A suburb of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4191. Templecombe. A village in Abbas and Templecombe Parish, South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7022. Temple. Having temples, religious buildings. Templeful. As many as a temple will hold. Templefuls. Plural of templeful. Templegoer. Alternative form of templegoer. Templegoers. Plural of templegoer. Templegoing. Alternative form of templegoing. Templeless. Without a temple. Temple-like. Resembling or characteristic of a temple. Templement. A surname. Templamenes, plural of Templamen. Templemore, a town in County Tipperary, Ireland. Irish Grid Ref S 1171. Templepatre, a village in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Templar, a member of a German pietist sect that emerged in the mid-19th century. Templars, plural of Templar. Templars, a surname. Templesful, plural of Templeful. Tenvlet, a surname. Templeton, a rural area of Angus Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref No 3535. Templates, plural of template. Tenfluer, toward a temple or the temple of the head. Templuards, alternative form of Templuard. Templin, a surname. Templin, present participle and gerund of temple. Templins, plural of templin. Templize, alternative form of templize. Templize, simple past and past participle of templize. Templizes, third person singular simple present indicative of templize. Templizing, present participle and gerund of templize. Tempolize, to make more temple-like. Tempolize, simple past and past participle of tempolize. Tempolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tempolize. Tempolizing, present participle and gerund of tempolize. Templon, a barrier between the nave and the altar in a Byzantine church. Templons, plural of templon. Tembo, a type of car shelter, a temporary kit-built prefabricated steel-framed high-tunnel peaked hoop house with an impermeable translucent plastic fabric cover and flap doors. Tempo mark, a mark placed on the score by the composer describing at what speed the passage should be played. Tempo marks, plural of tempo mark. Tempo rubato, synonym of rubato. Tempoed, having a specified tempo. Tempos, plural of tempo. Tempofrosts, ground usually on the planet Mars that is permafrost for much of the time but undergoes periodic thawing. Tempogram, a kind of state distribution graph for temporally ordered sequence data. Tempograms, plural of tempogram. Temphol, the free radical 4-hydroxy-2,2,6,6-tetramethylpiperidine 1-oxyl. Tempolabile, subject to change over time. Tempoparietal, misspelling of temporoparietal. Temporal, of or relating to the material world, as opposed to sacred or clerical. Temporal apophysis, synonym of mastoid process. Temporal arteries, plural of temporal artery. Temporal artery, any of the three arteries supplying the temporal region and adjacent parts of the head. Temporal bone, either of two compound bones that collectively make up the sides and base of the skull. Temporal bones, plural of temporal bone. Temporal case, a noun case used to specify a time. In English, this is usually expressed by the preposition at, as in at 6 o'clock, at midnight, at Christmas. Hungarian is a language that uses the temporal case. Temporal cases, plural of temporal case. Temporal dead zone, the lines of code preceding the declaration of a variable. Temporal dead zones, plural of temporal dead zone. Temporal deixis, a type of deixis concerning the various times involved in and referred to in an utterance. Temporal distributive, relating to a word or phrase that describes how an action is distributed over a period of time. For example, the word per in once per week. Temporal fossa, a broad fossa on the side of the skull of higher vertebrates behind the orbit that contains muscles for raising the lower jaw and that in humans is occupied by the temporalis muscle, is separated from the orbit by the zygomatic bone, is bounded laterally by the zygomatic arch, and lies above the infratemporal crest of the greater wing of the sphenoid bone. Temporal fossae, plural of temporal fossa. Temporal hour, a unit of time defined as of a day's daylight or night time, varying according to season, latitude, and local weather. Temporal hours, plural of temporal hour. Temporal lobe, one of the four major divisions of the cerebrum of the brain, located behind the temples. Temporal lobes, plural of temporal lobe. Temporal logic, a form of symbolic logic used to reason about properties of statements related to order and duration. Temporal logics, plural of temporal logic. Temporal muscle, synonym of temporalis. Temporal muscles, plural of temporal muscle. Temporal organ, synonym of organ of tertiary. Temporal organs, plural of temporal organ. Temporal, a cycle of texts to be read or chanted at liturgical services on particular weeks and movable feasts throughout the year. A book that contains this cycle. Temporales, plural of temporalis. Temporalis, a fan-shaped muscle which arises from the surface of the temporal fossa and converges to an aponeurosis which contracts into a thick flat tendon inserted into the coronoid process of the mandible. It serves to raise the lower jaw and is involved in closing the mouth and chewing. Temporalize, alternative form of temporalize. Temporalize, simple past and past participle of temporalize. Temporalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of temporalize. Temporalizing, present participle and gerund of temporalize. Temporalism, the position that the truth value of a proposition can vary across time. Temporalisms, plural of temporalism. Temporalis, a proponent of temporalism. Temporalistic, of or relating to temporalism. Temporalistically, in terms of temporalism. Temporalists, plural of temporalists. Temporalities, plural of temporality. Temporality, the condition of being bounded in time of being temporal. Temporalization, the act or process of temporalizing. Temporalizations, plural of temporalization. Temporalize, to situate in time. Temporalize, simple past and past participle of temporalize. Temporalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of temporalize. Temporalizing, present participle and gerund of temporalize. Temporal, obsolete spelling of temporal. Temporally, in a temporal manner. Temporalness, the state or quality of being temporal. Temporals, plural of temporal. Temporalities, plural of temporality. Temporality, the lady, secular people. Temporalward, toward the temples. Temporalwards, toward the temples. Temporaneous, temporary, temporaneously, temporarily, temporaneousness, the quality of being temporaneous, temporaries, plural of temporary, temporarily, for a limited period of time, not permanently, temporarily able-bodied, where this is viewed as a temporary state that could unexpectedly cease at any moment. Temporarily embarrassed millionaire, a poor person who advocates against social welfare programs because they believe they will become rich in the future. Temporarily embarrassed millionaires, plural of temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Temporariness, the characteristic of being temporary. Temporarinesses, plural of temporariness. Temporary, not permanent, existing only for a period or periods of time. Temporary gentleman, someone who may be considered, through rank etc., a gentleman for the duration of a war, abbreviated as TG. Temporary gentleman, plural of temporary gentleman. Temporary help, person with limited working arrangement to a certain period of time. Temporary restraining order, a restraining order which expires at a specified point in time, in particular a restraining order issued prior to an inter partes hearing. Temporary restraining orders, plural of temporary restraining order. Temporary teeth, plural of temporary tooth. Temporary tooth, milk tooth. Temporicide, the act of killing time. Temporicides, plural of temporicide. Temporin, any of a family of peptides isolated originally from the skin secretion of the European red frog, Rana temporaria. Temporins, plural of temporin. Temporization, alternative form of temporization. Temporizations, plural of temporization. Temporize, alternative spelling of temporize. Temporize, simple past and past participle of temporize. Temporists, second person singular simple past indicative of temporize. Temporizer, alternative form of temporizer. Temporizers, plural of temporizer. Temporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of temporize. Temporisis, second person singular simple present indicative of temporize. Temporiseth, third person singular simple present indicative of temporize alternative spelling of temporizeth. Temporizing, present participle and gerund of temporize. Temporizingly, alternative form of temporizingly. Temporizings, plural of temporizing. Temporis, one who temporizes. Temporists, plural of temporis. Temporization, the act of temporizing. Temporizations, plural of temporization. Temporize, to deliberately act evasively or prolong a discussion in order to gain time or postpone a decision, sometimes so that a compromise can be reached or simply to make a conversation more temperate, to stall for time. Temporize, simple past and past participle of temporize. Temporized, second person singular simple past indicative of temporize. Temporizer, a person who temporizes. Temporizers, plural of temporizer. Temporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of temporize. Temporizes, second person singular simple present indicative of temporize. Temporizes, third person singular singular simple present indicative of temporize. Temporizing. Of or relating to temporization in its various senses. Temporizingly. In a temporizing manner. Temporizings. Plural of temporizing. Temporo. Temporal. Temples. Temporo-occipital. Alternative form of temporoccipital. Temporomonic. Relating to or connecting the temple and the cornua aminis. Temporoauricula. Of or pertaining to both the temple and the ear. Temporobasal. Relating to the base of the temporal area of the head. Temporoccipital. Alternative form of temporoccipital. Temporocentral. Temporal and central. Temporodorsal. Temporal and dorsal. Temporodorsally. In a temporodorsal manner or direction. Temporofacial. Of or pertaining to both the temple and the face. Temporofrontal. Temporal and frontal. Temporogeographic. Describing the effects of time on geographic systems. Temporolateral. Relating to either the left or right temple. Temporolimbic. Of or pertaining to the temporal lobe and the limbic system. Temporomalar. Of or pertaining to both the temple and the region of the malar bone. Temporomandibular. Of or relating to both the temporal bone and mandible. Temporomandibular joint. The joint on either side of the human head where the jaw mandible meets the skull. At the temporal bone. Temporomandibular joint dysfunction. An umbrella term covering pain and dysfunction of the muscles of mastication, the muscles that move the jaw and the temporomandibular joints, the joints which connect the mandible to the skull. Temporomandibular joint dysfunctions. Plural of temporomandibular joint dysfunction. Temporomandibular joints. Plural of temporomandibular joint. Temporomaxillary. Of or pertaining to both the temple or temporal bone and the maxilla. Temporomedial. Synonym of temporomesio. Temporomesio. Relating to the midline at the temples. Temporonasal. Relating to the temples and the nose. Temporoccipital. Relating to the temporal and occipital bones. Tempororbital. Relating to the temple at the artery of the eye. Temporoparietal. Of or pertaining to the temporal lobe and parietal lobe, or the junction where they meet. Temporoparietalis. A muscle connecting the temporal fascia with the ear. Temporoparietalis muscle. Synonym of temporoparietalis. Temporoparietalis muscles. Plural of temporoparietalis muscle. Temporoparietoccipital. Relating to the temporal and parietoccipital bones. Temporoparated. Temporal and parieted. Temporopolar. Relating to the temporal pole, the anterior end of the temporal lobe. Temporopontine. Temporal and pontine. Temporospatial. Relating to both time and space, or spacetime. Temporospatiality. The quality of being temporospatial. Temporospatially. In a temporospatial context. Temporospectral. Relating to the change in frequency distribution over time. Temporosphenoid. Relating to the temporal and sphenoid bones. Temporostructural. Relating to the structure of something and its relationship with time. Temporosuperior. Temporal and superior located above the temples. Temporozygomatic. synonym of zygomaticotemporal. Temporazygomatical, alternative form of temporozygomatic. Temporary, misspelling of temporary. Tempos, plural of tempo. Tempotron, a neuron that is able to distinguish between different temporal inputs. Tempotrons, plural of tempotron. Tempoyak, a Malay condiment made from fermented durian. Tempranillo, a variety of black grape used to make red wines, native to Spain. Tempranillos, plural of tempranillo. Temperature, misspelling of temperature. Temper, obsolete form of temper. Tempers, third person singular simple present indicative of temper. Temps, plural of temp. Tempsk, initialism of totally enclosed motor-propelled survival craft, a form of lifeboat typically installed on large seagoing vessels or platforms and vessels associated with the oil and gas industry. Tempsk, plural of temp. Thames, alternative form of Thames. Tempsford, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1653. Out, to provoke someone to do wrong, especially by promising a reward, to entice. Tempt fate, to take a risk. Temptability, the quality of being temptable, susceptibility to temptation. Temptable, capable of being tempted, liable to be tempted. Temptableness, the state or quality of being temptable. Temptation, the condition of being tempted. Temptational, of or relating to temptation. Temptationless, without temptation. Temptations, plural of temptation. Temptatious, tempting, inciting desire. Temptative, misconstruction of tentative. Temptator, synonym of tempter. Temptators, plural of temptator. Tempted, simple past and past participle of tempt. Tempted fate, simple past and past participle of tempt fate. Tempter, someone or something that tempts. Tempters, plural of tempter. Temptus, second person singular simple present indicative of tempt. Tempta, third person singular simple present indicative of tempt. Temptful, characterized by temptation, temptuous. Temptin, pronunciation spelling of tempting. Tempting, attractive, appealing, enticing. Tempting fate, present participle and gerund of tempt fate. Temptingly, in a tempting manner. Temptingness, the quality of being tempting. Allure. Tempters, plural of tempting. Temptless, without tempting or temptation. Temptress, an alluring woman who seduces or exploits men. Temptresses, plural of temptress. Tempts, third person singular simple present indicative of tempt. Tempt fate, third person singular simple present indicative of tempt fate. Tempsome, characterized or marked by temptation, alluring, tempting, inviting. Temptuous, eliciting temptation, tempting. Tempura, a Japanese dish made by deep frying vegetables, seafood, or other foods in a light batter. Temperas, plural of tempera. Tempus fugit, synonym of time flies. The plural of Tian. Hoth, alternative form of Thames. Temsavir, an HIV inhibitor with the molecular formula CHN704. Thus, Doseft. Thames bread, a type of bread prepared from flour that is sifted or bolted to a greater degree than common flour. Thames breads, plural of Thames bread. Thames loaf, synonym of Thames bread. Thames loaves, plural of Thames loaf. House, simple past and past participle of Thames. Thames bread, alternative form of Thames bread. Thames breads, plural of Thames bread. Thamesas, plural of Thames. Thamesing, present participle and gerund of Thames. Temsirolimus, an intravenous drug for the treatment of renal cell carcinoma, a derivative of sirolimus. How? Used to denote that something is low quality or an inferior copy. Temuco, a city and commune, the capital of Cotton Province and Araucania region in Chile. Temujin, given name of Genghis Khan. Temuka, a town in Timaru district, Canterbury, New Zealand, situated on the Temuka River. Temulence, intoxication, drunkenness, temulency. Temulency, intoxication, drunkenness, temulence. Temulent, intoxicated, drunk. Temulentive, related to or characteristic of drunkenness, intoxicating, intoxicated. Temulently, in a temulant manner. Temulant, an organic compound found in Lolium temulentum. Abbreviation of Tennessee. The number occurring after 9 and before 11, represented in Arabic numerals base 10 as 10 and in Roman numerals as X. 10 a penny. So common as to be practically worthless. 10 bagger. Alternative spelling of 10 dagger. 10 baggers, plural of 10 bagger. 10 Commandments, a particular list of religious and moral imperatives which, according to the Old Testament of the Bible or the Hebrew Bible, were twice given or dictated by God to Moses on Mount Sinai and inscribed on 2 stone tablets. 10 days of repentance. The 10-day period between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. 10 foot, alternative spelling of 10 foot. 10 foots, plural of 10 foot. 10 for the big guy. Used to denote when the head or leader of a group or organization receives a cut of 10% of the gross from a deal. 10 lost tribes. The 10 of the 12 tribes of Israel that were said to have been exiled from the kingdom of Israel after its conquest by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. 10 Mile Bang, a village in Hillgay Parish, Kings Lynn in West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 6096. 10 million. The number 10 million. 10 o'clock. The start of the 11th hour of the day, 10:00 a.m. 10:00. 10 penny nail, alternative form of 10 penny nail. 10 penny nails, plural of 10 penny nail. 10 perfections, 10 principal virtues or perfections paramita recognized in Buddhist scholarship. 10 piece, a very attractive woman. A dime piece. 10 points for Gryffindor. Alternative form of 10 points to Gryffindor. 10 points from Gryffindor. Used to disapprove of a statement or action. 10 points to Gryffindor. used to praise someone for a statement or action viewed as commendable. 10-pound palm, synonym of 10-pound tourist. 10-pound palm, an assisted immigrant to Australia or New Zealand from Britain from the decades following World War II. 10-pound palms, plural of 10-pound palm. 10-pound palms, plural of 10-pound palm. 10-pound tourists, an assisted immigrant to Australia from Britain from the decades following World War II. 10-pound tourists, plural of 10-pound tourists. 10 sack, a bag containing $10 worth of a drug, especially marijuana. 10 sacks, plural of 10 sack. 10,000, the cardinal number 10,000. 10,000s, plural of 10,000. 10 to 1, very likely to happen. 10 to the dozen, synonym of 19 to the dozen. 10 toes down, dedicated, loyal. 10 ways from Sunday, alternative form of 6 ways to Sunday. 10 ways to Sunday, synonym of 6 ways to Sunday. 10 will get you 20, synonym of 5 will get you 10. I strongly believe. 10 bagger, alternative spelling of 10 bagger. 10 baggers, plural of 10 bagger. 10 ball, a form of pool in which players must hit with the cue ball the object ball with the lowest numerical value, and must call the ball to be potted, which may or may not be the object ball initially struck. Any ball apart from the white may be legally potted. Whichever player pots the 10 ball wins the game unless it is potted on the break, in which case it is spotted and play continues. 10 cent, 2-bit insignificant or worthless, cheap, both inexpensive and poorly made. 10-cent store, a store selling inexpensive items. 10-cent stores, plural of 10-cent store. 10-cent tour, a basic or makeshift tour, a quick trip around. 10-cent tours, plural of 10-cent tour. 10-cent word, a short and common word used in place of a longer and more uncommon one. 10-cent words, plural of 10-cent word. 10 code, a verbal brevity code originally designed for police communication and subsequently adopted on Citizens Band Radio. 10 codes, plural of 10 code. $10 word, a long and uncommon word used in place of a shorter and simpler one with the intent to appear sophisticated. $10 words, plural of $10 word. 1080, synonym of 1080, a rodenticide. 10-footer, a small backyard shoemaker's shop typically having an area of 10 by 10 feet, built in the 18th or 19th century in New England. 10-footers, plural of 10-footer. 10-4, the feat of a bowler taking 10 wickets in a match. 10-fours, plural of 10-4. 10-4, alternative spelling of 10-4. 10-gallon hat, a large cowboy hat, not holding 10 gallons like the name would suggest, but usually around 3 quarts. 10-gallon hats, plural of 10-gallon hat. 10, used to bring a marching band or group of soldiers to attention. 10-1, a carnival freak show that presents numerous exhibits in the same location. 10-1, plural of 10-1. 10-lined June beetle, Polyphylla disseminata, a scarabeel found in the western United States and Canada. 10-lined June beetles, plural of 10-lined June beetle. 10 millionth, the ordinal form of the number 10 million. 10-penny nail, alternative form of 10-penny nail. 10-penny nails, plural of 10-penny nail. 10%er, an entertainment agent. 10%ers, plural of 10%er. 10-pin, alternative form of 10-pin. 10-pin bowling, alternative spelling of 10-pin bowling. 10 pins, plural of 10-pin. 10-pound tourist, alternative form of 10-pound tourist. 10-pound tourists, plural of 10-pound tourists. 10-pounder, alternative form of 10-pounder ladyfish. 10-pounders, plural of 10-pounder. 10-second car, a car which can complete a quarter mile from a standing start in 10.0 to 10.999 seconds. 10-second cars, plural of 10-second car. 10-second rule, any rule that prescribes behavior during a 10-second interval, especially. 10-second rules, plural of 10-second rule. 10-shun, used to bring a marching band or group of soldiers to attention. 10-speed, having 10 gears. 10 speeds, plural of 10-speed. 10-spot, a $10 bill. 10 spots, plural of 10-spot. 10-strike, a strike, the knocking down of all 10 pins with one delivery of the ball. 10 strikes, plural of 10-strike. 10-strip, a strip of 10 doses of blotter acid. 10 strips, plural of 10-strip. 10,000-aire, a person whose net worth is at or greater than 10,000 units of the local currency. 10,000-aires, plural of 10,000-aire. 10,000-fold, multiplied by 10,000. 10,000, the ordinal form of the number 10,000. 10,000ths, plural of 10,000. 10-wheeler, a steam locomotive of the 4-6-0 wheel arrangement. 10-wheelers, plural of 10-wheeler. 10-year series, a compilation of national examination questions from past years. 10, a surname. Tina Co, a greeting to a single person. 10M, alternative form of T-name. Tenability, the property of being tenable. Tenable, capable of being maintained or justified, well-founded. Tenableness, the quality of being tenable, tenability. Tenable, in a tenable manner. Tennis, an interrupted sequence of high cards of the same suit, such as the king and jack or the ace and queen. Tennisos, plural of tennis. Tennisubiculosis, any disease caused by infection with bacteria of the genus Tennisubiculum. Tennyson, misspelling of Tennyson. Tenacious, clinging to an object or surface, adhesive. Tenaciously, in a tenacious manner. Tenaciousness, the characteristic of being tenacious, tenacity. Tenacissimi, a particular steroid glycoside. Tenacicicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Tenacities, plural of tenacity. Tenacity, the quality or state of being tenacious or persistence of purpose, tenaciousness. Tenacle, a stalk or shoot by which a plant holds itself up, or by which climbing plants attach themselves to surfaces. Tentacles, plural of tentacle. Tenacula, plural of tenaculum. Tenacular, relating to a tenaculum. Tenaculum, a medical instrument consisting of a sharp hook attached to a handle, used mainly for taking up arteries and the like. Tenaculums, plural of tenaculum. Tenace, tenaciousness, obstinacy. Tenaglia, a surname from Italian. Tenaglias, plural of tenaglia. Tenagaphyte, a plant which may or may not require being submerged in water, but which does not require an aerial phase for sexual reproduction. An amphibious plant typically found in a wet or regularly flooded area. Tenagaphytes, plural of tenagaphyte. Denaha, a town in Shelby County, Texas, United States. Peno, alternative form of tenno. Peno, an outwork in the main ditch of a fortification, in front of the curtain between two bastions. Tenals, plural of tenno. Tenellen, a work constructed on each side of the ravelins to increase their strength, procure additional ground beyond the ditch, or cover the shoulders of the bastions. Tenallens, plural of tenalen. Tenals, plural of tenale. Tename, alternative form of tenam. Tenaconga, a surname from Hopi. Tenamas, any of the three stones traditionally used to elevate a comel above a fire in Mesoamerican cultures. Tenamas, plural of tenamas. Tenamphetamin, 3,4-methylnedioxyamphetamine, a psychedelic and entactogenic drug of the phenethylamine and amphetamine chemical classes. Tenamphetamine, 3,4-methylnedioxyamphetamine, metylnedioxyamphetamine. Tenancies, plural of tenancy. Tenancies by the entirety, plural of tenancy by the entirety. Tenancies for life, plural of tenancy for life. Tenancies in common, plural of tenancy in common. Tenancing, a town in Cuscatlán Department, El Salvador. Tenance, synonym of lease and interest in land, its related contract, or the document containing that contract. More commonly used when a lease is short-term or has a periodic rent that is not merely nominal. Tenancy by the entirety, a type of concurrent estate available only to married couples where ownership of property is treated as though the couple were a single legal person. Tenancy for life, a life estate. Tenancy in common, a form of ownership by two or more individuals in which each owner has a distinct, separately transferable interest which does not pass to the other owner or owners upon death. Henani, a barangay of Paranas, Samar, Philippines. Tenant, a surname. Tenant at will, one who holds lands at the will of the owner. Tenant farmer, a person who farms land rented from a landlord. Tenant farmers, plural of tenant farmer. Tenant in common, one of the owners of an asset that is mutually owned by tenancy in common. Tenant saw, a tenant saw. Tenant saws, plural of tenant saw. Tenant-in-chief, a tenant holding title to their land directly from a lord paramount beholden to no one, particularly a lord holding title directly from the king, owing additional responsibilities such as personal military service. Tenantry, the right to compensation which a tenant has either by custom or by law against the landlord for improvements at the termination of the tenancy. Tenantable, fit to be rented in a condition suitable for a tenant. Tenantableness, the quality of being tenantable. Tenante, simple past and past participle of tenant. Tenanting, present participle and gerund of tenant. Tenantism, the status of a tenant. Tenantless, lacking a tenant, unoccupied. Tenantlessness, absence of tenants. Tenantly, resembling or characteristic of a tenant. Tenantries, plural of tenantry. Tenanter, the state or act of being a tenant. Tenants, plural of tenant. Tenants at will, plural of tenant at will. Tenants in common, plural of tenant in common. Tenants in chief, plural of tenant in chief. Tenantship, tenancy. Tenantships, plural of tenantship. Tenantbanner, a drug used to treat some forms of irritable bowel syndrome. Anas, plural of tina. Tanasen, any of a class of glycoprotein found in the extracellular matrix of developing vertebrate embryos. Tenasens, plural of tenacin. Tenase, an activating complex that plays a role in protein coagulation. Tenases, plural of tenase. Tenasserim, a river in southern Burma. Dene, a kind of deep cylindrical basket, usually made of woven palm, used in Mexico. Tenates, plural of tenate. Tenetoprazole, an imidazopyridine derivative that is a proton pump inhibitor, used in Japan to treat gastroesophageal reflux and peptic ulcer. Tenadmona, a monoclonal antibody designed to treat cancer. Tenois, obsolete form of tenant. Tenons, plural of tenant. Tenazar, obsolete form of tenasserim. Tenbagger, a stock that grows tenfold as compared to its value at the time it has been acquired. Tenbaggers, plural of tenbagger. Tenbrink, a surname. Tenbrinks, plural of tenbrink. Tenner, a civil parish with a town council in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. Tenbury Wells, a market town in Tenbury Parish, Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 5968. Tenley, a coastal town and community with a town council in Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 1300. Tencephalon, misspelling of telencephalon. Tench, a surname. Tenches, plural of tench. Danksa, a surname from Polish. Tanksas, plural of tanksa. Ten, to be likely or probable to do something, or to have a certain habit or leaning. Ten bar, to work as a bartender. 10 to one's knitting, alternative form of stick to one's knitting. Tend to one's own knitting, alternative form of stick to one's knitting. Tende, town in southeastern France and formerly part of Italy. Tendai, a Mahayana Buddhist tradition with esoteric elements officially established in Japan in 806 by the monk Seicho. Tendamista, a protein that is a microbial inhibitor of alpha amylase. Tendance, the act of attending to or looking after something, tending attention. Tendencies. Plural of tendons. Tendencies. Misspelling of tendencies. Tendency. Misspelling of tendency. Tende. A period of 10 days. 10 days. Plural of tende. Then. Obsolete form of tend. Tended. Simple past and past participle of tend. Tended bar. Simple past and past participle of tend. Bar. Tended to one's knitting. Simple past and past participle of tend to one's knitting. Tendance. Obsolete form of tendency. Tendencies. Plural of tendence. Tendential. Alternative form of tendential. Tendentially. Misspelling of tendentially. Tendencies. Plural of tendency. Tendentious. Obsolete spelling of tendentious. Tendentiously. Obsolete spelling of tendentiously. Tendency. A likelihood of behaving in a particular way or going in a particular direction. A tending toward. Tendency tone. A pitch that tends to move toward another pitch, usually the submediant or the leading tone. Tendency tones. Plural of tendency tone. Tendency writing. Literature produced in order to promote a cause or serve a rhetorical purpose that the writing itself never makes explicit. These purposes are typically social, political, or moral. Tendency writings. Plural of tendency writing. Tendential. Of or relating to a tendency. Tendentially. In a tendential manner or fashion. Tendentious. Having a tendency, written or spoken with a partisan, biased or prejudiced purpose, especially a controversial one, implicitly or explicitly slanted, biased. Tendentiously. In a tendentious manner. Tendentiousness. The characteristic of being tendentious. Tendentiousness is plural of tendentiousness. Tendence. The drift or bias of a literary work. Tender. Easily bruised or injured, not firm or hard, delicate. Tender cab. A section of cab added to the front of a steam locomotive tender to provide protection for the engine crew in inclement weather when running tender first. Tender cabs. Plural of tender cab. Tender engine. Any steam locomotive that has a tender attached, carrying its supply of fuel and water. The term is normally used to distinguish from a tank engine. Tender engines. Plural of tender engine. Tender loving care. Considerate and compassionate care, especially as given by nurses when no other treatment is of use. Tender offer. A type of public takeover bid in which a prospective acquirer invites all stockholders of a publicly traded corporation to tender their stock for sale at a specified price during a specified time, subject to the tendering of a minimum and maximum number of shares. Tender offers. Plural of tender offer. Tender porcelain. A ware imitating hard-paste or natural porcelain. Tender porcelains. Plural of tender porcelain. Tender years doctrine. A principle in family law stating that a child's youngest years generally regarded as 4 years and under should be spent in the custody of the mother. Tender years doctrines. Plural of tender years doctrine. Tender first. of a steam locomotive with a tender locomotive when it's operating in reverse with the tender leading. Tender-handed, gentle, having a light touch and compassionate actions. Tender-handedly, in a tender-handed manner. Tender-hearted, alternative form of tender-hearted. Tender-heartedly, alternative form of tender-heartedly. Tender-heartedness, alternative form of tender-heartedness. Tender-heartednesses, plural of tender-heartedness. Tender-heartednesses, plural of tender-heartedness. Tender-minded, alternative form of tender-minded. Tender-mindedly, alternative form of tender-mindedly. Tender-mindedness, alternative form of tender-mindedness. Tenderness, alternative form of tender-mindedness. Tenderability, the quality of being tenderable. Tenderable, capable of being tendered. Tender, simple past and past participle of tender. Tendery, one to whom an offer or contract is tendered. It is the person, group of people, company or institution who has work they need to be done. They will tender this work out for tenderers to bid for. Tenderies, plural of tendery. Tenderer, comparative form of tender, more tender. Tender-hearted, comparative form of tender-hearted, more tender-hearted. Tenderers, plural of tenderer. Tenderest, superlative form of tender, most tender. Tenderest-hearted, superlative form of tender-hearted, most tender-hearted. Tendere, third person singular simple present indicative of tender. Tenderfeet, plural of tenderfoot. Tenderfoot, an inexperienced person, a novice. Tenderfooted, having tender feet that easily become sore. Tenderfootish, resembling or characteristic of a tenderfoot. Tenderfoots, plural of tenderfoot. Tenderful, a quantity that a tender railroad car behind the engine holds. Tenderfully, tenderfully, in a tenderful manner. Tender, in a tenderful manner. Tenderfuls, plural of tendergroin, Rocky Mountain oyster. Tendergroins, plural of tendergroin. Tender-handed, alternative form of tender-handed. Tender-hearted, compassionate for another's distress. Tender-heartedly, in a tender-hearted manner with caring and compassion. Tender-heartedness, of being tender-hearted, Tender-heartednesses, plural of tender-heartedness. Tendering, present participle and gerund of tender. Tenderings, plural of tendering. Tenderizations, plural of tendering. Tenderization, alternative form of tenderization. Tenderizations, plural of tenderization. Tenderize, alternative spelling of tenderize, Tenderize, simple past and past participle of tenderize. Tenderizer, alternative spelling of tenderizer. Tenderizers, plural of tenderizer. Tenderizers, plural of tenderizer. Tenderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tenderize. Tenderish, somewhat tender. Tenderish, somewhat tender. Tenderizing, present participle and gerund of tenderize. Tenderization, the process of tenderizing. Tenderize, to make something, especially meat tender. Tenderize, simple past and past participle of tenderize. Tenderizer, any substance added to meat, participle of tenderize. Tenderizer, any substance added to meat, especially papain, before cooking in order to make it more tender. Tenderizers, plural of tenderizer. Tenderizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tenderize. Tenderizing. Present participle and gerund of tenderize. Tenderling. Someone made tender by too much kindness or lassitude, a fondling or softy. Tenderlings. Plural of tenderling. Tenderloin. A neighborhood of varying extent in Midtown Manhattan, New York known for illicit entertainment and associated police corruption. Tenderloin steak. Any of several steaks cut from the tenderest part of the loin of beef. Tenderloin steaks. Plural of tenderloin steak. Tenderloins. Plural of tenderloin. Tenderly. In a tender manner, gently, sweetly. Tenderman. A person who works on a tender. Tenderman. Plural of tenderman. Tender-minded. Nurturing, compassionate, and forgiving. Tender-mindedly. In a tender-minded manner. Tender-mindedness. The state or quality of being tender-minded. Tenderness. A tendency to express warm, compassionate feelings. Tenderness. Obsolete form of tenderness. Tendernesses. Plural of tenderness. Tenderometer. A device that measures the tenderness of a substance such as farm produce. Tenderometers. Plural of tenderometer. Tenderoni. A younger, often female love interest. Tenderonis. Plural of tenderoni. Tenderer. Alternative form of tenderer. Tenderers. Plural of tenderer. Tenderpreneur. A government official or politician who uses their powers and influence to secure government tenders and contracts. Tenderpreneurial. Of or relating to tenderpreneurs. Tenderpreneurs. Plural of tenderpreneur. Tenderpreneurship. The role or status of a tenderpreneur. Tenderpreneurships. Plural of tenderpreneurship. Tenderqueer. An LGBT plus person with a gentle, sensitive, openly emotional disposition, particularly when cultivated as an insincere or self-serving affectation. Tenderqueers. Plural of tenderqueer. Tenders. Plural of tender. Tendersful. Plural of tenderful. Tendosome. Characterized or marked by tenderness. Tendostem. A vegetable that is a cross between broccoli and Chinese kale. Tendostems. Plural of tendostem. Tendes. Second person singular simple present indicative of tend. Tenda. Third person singular simple present indicative of tend. Tendido. A seating area in a bull ring. Tendidos. Plural of tendido. Tendi. A chicken tender. Tendies. Plural of tendi. Tendinal. Alternative form of tendinous. Tendinious. Misconstruction of tendinous. Tende. Present participle and gerund of tend. Tending to one's knitting. Present participle of tend to one's knitting. Tendings. Plural of tending. Tendinites. Plural of tendinitis. Tendinitic. Of, or affected by, tendinitis. Tendinidides. Plural of tendinitis. Tendinitis. Inflammation of a tendon. Tendinidizes. Plural of tendinitis. Tendinocyte. Any of rows of elongated cells between the collagen fibers of tendons. Tendinocytes. Plural of tendinocyte. Tendinomuscular, relating to a tendon and a muscle. Tendinopathy, relating to tendinopathy. Tendinopathies, plural of tendinopathy. Tendinopathogenesis, the production and development of tendinopathies. Tendinopathy, a disorder of the tendons. Tendinosis, plural of tendinosus. Tendinosis, chronic damage to a tendon at a cellular level. Tendinosis, synonym of semitendinosus. Tendinous, of, pertaining to, or resembling a tendon or sinew. Tendinously, by means of a tendon. Tendment, attendant, care. Tendo Achilles, the Achilles tendon. Tendo calcaneus, the Achilles tendon. Tendo, alternative form of teno. Tendomuscular, relating to a tendon and a muscle. Tendon, a tough band of flexible but inelastic fibrous collagen tissue that connects a muscle with its bony attachment and transmits the force which the muscle exerts. Tendon of Achilles, alternative form of Achilles tendon. Tendinectomies, plural of tendinectomy. Tendinectomy is surgical cutting of tendons. Tendinites, plural of tendinitis. Tendinitic, of, or affected by tendinitis. Tendinidides, plural of tendinitis. Tendinitis, alternative form of tendinitis. Tendinidizes, plural of tendinitis. Tendinogenesis, the creation and development of tendons. Tendinogenic, relating to tendinogenesis. Tendinopathy, misspelling of tendinopathy. Tendinous, alternative form of tendinous. Tendons, plural of tendon. Tendons of Achilles, plural of tendon of Achilles. Tendon, full of visible tendons. Tendoplasties, plural of tendoplasty. Tendoplasty, synonym of tenontoplasty. Tendosynovial, alternative form of tenosynovial. Tendosynovitis, rare spelling of tenosynovitis. Tendosynovium, alternative form of tenosynovium. Tendovaginitides, plural of tendovaginitis. Tendovaginitis, synonym of tenosynovitis. Tendrac, alternative form of tenrac. Tendrax, plural of tendrac. Tender, obsolete form of tender. Tender, simple past and past participle of tender. Tenderly, obsolete form of tenderly. Tenders, third person singular simple present indicative of tender. Tendress, tenderness, gentle intimacy or affection. Tenderies, plural of tendry. Tendril, a thin, spirally coiling stem that attaches a plant to its support. Tendril perversion, a reversal of handedness in helical curves. Tendril perversions, plural of tendril perversion. Tendril, alternative form of tendril. Tendriliferous, bearing tendrils. Tendril, having a specified number or kind of tendrils. Tendrilous, without tendrils. Tendrily, resembling or characteristic of a Tendril or tendrils. Tendrillous. Tendril-like. Tendrils. Plural of tendril. Tendring. A village and civil parish in Tendring District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1424. Tendern. A young. Tender plant shoot, a bud. Tenderns. Plural of tendron. Tendery. A tender, an offer. Tends. Third person singular simple present indicative of tend. Tends to one's knitting. Third person singular simple present indicative of tend to one's knitting. Tender. A move in which the leg and foot stretch to point in a particular direction, but the foot does not leave the floor. Tendes. Plural of tendu. Tenebrae. A Christian religious service celebrated by the Western Church on the evening before or early morning of Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, and Holy Saturday, involving the gradual extinguishing of candles while a series of readings and psalms are chanted or recited. Tenebrescence. Reversible photochromism. The ability of a material to change color when exposed to sunlight. Tenebrescences. Plural of tenebrescence. Tenebrescent. Exhibiting tenebrescence. Tenebricose. Full of darkness. Gloomy, tenebrous. Tenebrife. Producing darkness. Obscuring, loosely gloomy. Tenebrificus. Synonym of tenebrific, producing darkness. Tenebanid. Any member of family Tenebianidae of darkling beetles. Tenebanids. Plural of Tenebianids. Tenebianoi. Any beetle of the superfamily Tenebianoidea. Tenebianoides. Plural of Tenebrianoi. Tenebrious. Alternative form of tenebrous. Tenebriously. Alternative form of tenebrously. Tenebrism. A style of painting using very pronounced chiaroscuro, with darkness a dominating feature of the image. Tenebrist. A painter working in the style of tenebrism. Tenebristic. Of or suggesting the artistic style of tenebrism. Tenebrists. Plural of tenebrists. Tenebrides. Plural of tenebrity. Tenebrity. The quality of being tenebrous, darkness, gloom. Tenebrise. To dwell in darkness. Tenebrise. Simple past and past participle of tenebrise. Tenebrises. Third person singular simple present indicative of tenebrise. Tenebrising. Present participle and gerund of tenebrise. Tenebros. Obscure, obtuse, incomprehensible. Tenebrosin. Any of a group of cytotoxic proteins found in Actinia tenebrosa. Tenebrosins. Plural of tenebrosin. Tenebrosity. The state or quality of being tenebros or tenebrous. Tenebrous. Dark and gloomy, obscure. Tenebrously. In a tenebrous way. Tenebrousness. The state or property of being tenebrous. Tenebrasnesses. Plural of tenebrousness. Tenecteplase. A tissue plasminogen activator enzyme used as a thrombolytic drug. Tenectomies. Plural of tenectomy. Tenectomy. Synonym of tenonectomy. Tenedos. An island of Turkey in the northern part of the Aegean Sea. Teneligliptin. A particular gliptin drug used to treat type 2 diabetes mellitus. Teneliximab. a chimeric monoclonal antibody that binds to the immune stimulatory protein CD40. Tenement, a building that is rented to multiple tenants, especially a low-rent, run-down one. Tenement house, a building subdivided into tenements. Tenement houses, plural of tenement house. Tenemental, of or pertaining to a tenement, capable of being held by tenants. Tenementary, capable of being leased, held by tenants. Tenemented, divided into tenements, rented to multiple tenants. Tenementer, one who holds property as a tenement. Tenementers, plural of tenementer. Tenementization, conversion into tenements. Tenementali, resembling or characteristic of a tenement. Tenements, plural of tenement. Tenenbaum, a surname. Tenenbaums, plural of Tenenbaum. Tenendes, synonym of tenendum. Tenendum, the clause in a deed wherein the tenure of the land is defined and limited. Tenendums, plural of tenendum. Tenant, a tenant. Tenants, plural of tenant. Tenor, a surname. Teneral, in the pale, soft-bodied state that follows molting, before the hardening and darkening of the cuticle, during which the creature is able to expand. Tenorals, plural of tenoral. Tenoricute, any bacterium of the phylum Tenoricutes. Tenoricutes, plural of tenoricute. Tenerife, an island of the Canary Islands, the largest of the islands, capital city Santa Cruz de Tenerife. Tenerife giant lizard, an extinct species of lizard, Galotia goliath, that lived on Tenerife. Tenerife, dated form of Tenerife. Tenerde, tenderness. Tenors, plural of tenor. Hayans, the eponymous Heyo of the island as Tenidos. Tenasaka, a surname. Tenasakas, plural of Tenasaka. Tennessee, alternative form of Tennessee. Tenesme, of or pertaining to tenesmus, characterized by tenesmus. Tenesmus, a continual or recurrent but ineffectual inclination to evacuate the bowels, caused by disorder of the rectum or other illness. Tennis muses, plural of tenesmus. Tut, an opinion, belief, or principle that is held as absolute truth by someone or especially an organization. Tenedehara, an ethnic group of Brazil. Tenets, plural of tenet. Tenurin, eddy of a group of glycoproteins associated with neurons. Tenurins, plural of tenurin. Tenai, a surname. Tenikes, plural of tenike. Tenazaca, a surname from Spanish. Tenazacas, plural of tenazaca. Tenfold, 10 times as much or as many. Tenfolded, simple past and past participle of tenfold. Tenfolding, present participle and gerund of tenfold. Tenfoldness, the property of being tenfold. Tenfolds, plural of tenfold. 10 foot, a 10-foot wide alleyway, usually behind one's house. 10 foots, plural of 10 foot. A surname from Hokkien. Tang County, synonym of Tangju. Tangchu, obsolete form of Dangshu, former name of Pinglai, a district of Yantai, Shandong, China. Tenfang, alternative form of Dingfang. Ternfair, alternative form of Dingfang. Tanghe, the currency of Bukhara before 1920, divided into 10 phallus. Tenshang, a account-level city of Baishan, Yunnan, China. Tangshanite, an orthorhombic sphenoidal yellow mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, molybdenum, oxygen, and uranium. Tangshao, obsolete form of Dengju. Teng, the basic monetary unit of Kazakhstan, subdivided into Tian. Tengilid, any spider in the family Tengilidae. Tengilids, plural of Tengilid. Tendun, the center point on a go board. Tenjins, plural of Tenjin. Tenger, a surname. Tengerite, a rare carbonate mineral with the chemical formula YCO2-3H2O. Tengerites, plural of tengerite. Tenges, plural of tenge. Tengeries, a dialect of the Javanese language spoken in Java, Indonesia. Tenkawang, the tree Sharia macrophylla from Borneo that has oil-bearing seeds. Tenkawangs, plural of Tenkawang. Tenglish, a crossover of Telugu and English language. Tenmelm's owl, a species of owl Aegolius funereus ornitella Tengmalmi. Tengmelm's owls, plural of Tengmalm's owl. Tenri, the chief deity of various historic pagan Turkic peoples. Tangri Tar, synonym of Tian Shan. Tambrian, of or relating to the Turkic da Tangri. Tangrianism, synonym of Tengrism. Tangrism, alternative form of Tangrism. Tangrism, a Central Asian religion characterized by features of shamanism, animism, totemism, both polytheism and monotheism, and ancestor worship. It was the state religion of the 6 ancient Turkic states. That is, plural of Tang. Tanju, a mythical Japanese creature, typically bird-like and having a long nose. Tanghes, plural of Tangu. Tangwar, a glyph found in Tangor. Tangor, a constructed script created by J.R.R. Tolkien for his invented Elvish constructed languages of Sindarin ISO 639 code SJN and Quenya ISO 639 code Kaya. Tengzhou, a county-level city of Zhejiang, Shandong, China. Tenarum, an indigenous people of Amazonas, Brazil. Tenalof, a surname. Tenos, plural of Tenoff. Alternative spelling of Tenia. Teniacidal, alternative spelling of Tenocidal. Teniace, alternative spelling of Tenacide. Teniacides, plural of Teniace. Plural of Tenia. Teniafi, alternative spelling of Tenifuge. Teniafuges, plural of Teniafuge. Tenes, plural of Tenia. Teesis, plural of Tenia. Teesis, plural of Teniases. Teases, alternative form of teniases. Tenable, capable of being held, holdable. Tenacii, alternative spelling of tenacii. Tenocides, plural of tenacii. Tenadap, a particular kind of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Tenient, a surname. Tenience, plural of tenient, a surname. Tenience, plural of tenient. Tenefugal, able to expel tapeworms. Tenekoi, alternative form of tenecoit. Tenecoites, alternative form of tenecoit. Tenilapine, an antipsychotic, alternative form of tenecoit. Tenecoites, alternative form of tenecoit. Tenilapine, an antipsychotic drug. Tenaloxazine, an antidepressant drug. Tenaloxazine, an antidepressant drug. Tenelsetem, a neuroprotective drug. Tenningen, a municipality in Emmendingen district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Teneno, a grouping of Sahaptin Native American subtribes that historically occupied territory located in the north-central portion of the American state of Oregon. Tenenusalate, misspelling of tenuinusalate. Tedeoi, alternative form of nusalate. Tedeoi, alternative form of tenioid. Tenepasi, a podophyllitoxin derivative used in chemotherapy. Tenequoi, alternative form of tenecoit. Tenecoites, alternative form of tenecoit. Thanes, an Austronesian language spoken in Papua New Guinea. Tenish, any time close to 10 o'clock. Tenacia, a female given name. Tennyson, a surname. Tennysons, plural of Tennyson. Denai, a kind of non-durable cellulosic thermoplastic. Tenites, plural of tenite. Tenji block, a type of walkway paving tile consisting of a dot array block and a line stack block used to inform visually impaired pedestrians of a route line path and danger head dotted threshold. Tenji blocks, plural of tenji block. Tenji blocks, plural of tenji block. Tenjun, a Japanese god of the heavens, also the Shinto kami of scholarship. Damkasi, a district of Tamil Nadu, India. Dimkasu, crunchy pieces of deep-fried flour batter used in Japanese cuisine. Tenki, the numeric keypad portion of a computer keyboard. Tenkeless, lacking a numeric keypad. Tenkis, plural of tenki. Henley, a habitational surname from Old English. Tenmentale, synonym of tithing 10 households. Tenmentales, plural of tenmentale. Tenmoku, a dark glaze with a surface that resembles oil spotting made of feldspar, limestone, and iron oxide. Tenmokus, plural of tenmoku. Tendom, the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway. Ted, abbreviation of Tennessee, a state of the United States as used in case citations. Ted, a river in March. Tenant, a surname originating as an occupation. Tenentai, a sulfide mineral of iron, copper, and arsenic that is an ore of copper. Tenentites, plural of tenentite. Tenants, plural of tenant. Tenant, obsolete form of tenant. Tenants, plural of tenant. Obsolete spelling of ten. Tenai, a rarely used tincture of orange or bright brown. Tenant, a surname. Tedder, A surname. Tenors, plural of tenor. Tens, alternative form of teens. Tenese, a subdivision of currency, equal to 1/100th of a Turkmenistani manat. Tennes, the property of tenin number. Tennessean, or from Tennessee. Tennesseans, plural of Tennessean. Tennessee, a state of the United States. Tennessee quick step, dysentery as experienced by soldiers in the United States Civil War. Tennessee rifle, synonym of Kentucky rifle. Tennessee rifles, plural of Tennessee rifle. Tennessee River, synonym of Tennessee River in the United States. Tennessee Valley Indians. Interference with television signals caused by CB radio. Tennessee warbler, Oreothlypes peregrina, a New World warbler that breeds in eastern North America and winters in Central America and South America. Tennessee warblers, plural of Tennessee warbler. Tennessee windage, synonym of Kentucky windage. Tennessee, of or pertaining to Tennessee or its culture. Tennesseans, plural of Tennessean. Tennessees, plural of Tennessee. Tennessean, of or from Tennessee. Tennesseans, plural of Tennessean. Tennessee, the halide anion or salts formed from tennessine. Tennessine, the chemical element halogen with atomic number 117. Tennessium, a rejected name for Tennessee. Tenet, an Indian surname. Tenet, a surname. Tennies, plural of tenny. Tetas, trainers, sneakers, sport shoes. Tennikoi, a sport resembling tennis played with a rubber ring instead of a ball. Tennekoites, alternative form of tennekoit. Tennequoi, alternative form of tennekoit. Tennekoites, alternative form of tennekoit. Tennis, a sport played by two players or four in doubles who alternately strike the ball over a net using rackets. Tennis ball, a hollow, bouncy rubber ball, pressurized and covered with usually yellow felt, used in the game of tennis. Tennis balls, plural of tennis ball. Tennis bracelet, a diamond line bracelet. Tennis bracelets, plural of tennis bracelet. Tennis club, an organization whose members play tennis together. Tennis clubs, plural of tennis club. Tennis court, a firm, rectangular surface marked with lines and having a net across the middle where the game of tennis is played. Tennis court oath, an oath taken on 20 June 1789 by the members of the French Third Estate, who had begun to call themselves the National Assembly, vowing not to separate and to reassemble wherever circumstances require, until the Constitution of the Kingdom is established, pivotal in the French Revolution. Tennis courts, plural of tennis court. Tennis dress, the short dress worn by a female tennis player. Tennis dresses, plural of tennis dress. Tennis elbow, a painful inflammation of the extensor tendon of the humerus caused by overuse of the muscles of the lower arm. Tennis elbows, plural of tennis elbow. Tennis player, a person who plays tennis. This entity is A translation hub. Tennis players, plural of tennis player. Tennis polo, the sport of talker. Tennis racket, a type of bat used to strike the ball in tennis. It has an oval frame with a taut interlaced network of strings. Tennis rackets, plural of tennis racket. Tennis racket, alternative spelling of tennis racket. Tennis rackets, plural of tennis racket. Tennis shirt, a polo shirt. Tennis shirts, plural of tennis shirt. Tennis shoe, a sneaker trainer. Tennis shoes, plural of tennis shoe. Tennis wear, alternative spelling of tennis wear. Tennis racket, alternative spelling of tennis racket. Tennis rackets, plural of tennis racket. Tennisdom, the world of tennis. Tennized, simple past and past participle of tennis. Tennizer, a tennis player. Tennizers, plural of tennizer. Tennisers, plural of tennis. Tennis, alternative form of tennis. Tennising, present participle and gerund of tennis. Tennis-like, resembling the game of tennis or some aspect of it. Tennisman, a male tennis player. Tennisman, plural of tennisman. Tennyson, a surname. Tennysons, plural of Tennyson. Tennis, a tennis player. Tennis, plural of tennis. Tenniswear, clothing for playing tennis in. Tenniswoman, a female tennis player. Tenniswoman's, plural of tenniswoman. Tenniswomen, plural of tenniswoman. Tenniswood, a surname from Old English. Tenniswoods, plural of tenniswood. Tennessee, resembling or characteristic of the game of tennis. Tenno, alternative form of tenno. Tennos, plural of tenno. Header, alternative form of tenno. Ten, a surname. Tedes, plural of tenny. Tennyson. An English patronymic surname, Tennysonian, relating to or characteristic of the style of the 19th century English poet Alfred Tennyson. Tennysonianism, appreciation or imitation of the works of Alfred Tennyson, 1st Baron Tennyson 1892, English poet. Tennysonianisms, plural of Tennysonianism. Tino, acete in Chile. Tino, tendon. Tennoblasts, an immature tendon cell. Tennoblasts, plural of tennoblast. Tenasha, of Tenashalan. Tenashan, of Tenashalan. Tenachans, plural of Tenachgan. Tenochtitlan, the former capital of the Aztec Empire, modern Mexico City. Tenacyclidine, a dissociative anesthetic drug with stimulant and hallucinogenic effects, similar to phencyclidine but more potent. Tennessee, an elongated fibroblast cell found in tendons. Tennocytes, plural of tennocyte. Tennocytic, relating to tenocytes. Tenodesas, plural of tenodses. Tenodses, the surgical fixation of a tendon, usually the anchoring or re-anchoring some portion of it to a bone. Tenodynia, pain in a tendon. Tenophysioses, excessive tension in bones following epiphysiosis. Tenofovir, a particular antiretroviral drug. Tenogenesis, the generation of tenocytes and development of tendon tissue. Tenogenic, relating to the generation of tendon tissue tenocytes. Tenographic, relating to tenography. Tenography, the diagnostic imaging of tendons. Tenolysis, plural of tenolysis. Tenolysis, a surgical procedure in which a tendon is separated from its sheath. Tenomodulin, a protein responsible for tenocyte proliferation. Tenon, a surname from French. Tenon saw, a fine precision saw with a metal strip to provide stiffening along its back, used to make tenons and other joints. Tenon saws, plural of tenon saw. Tenon's capsule, the fascia vulvae. Tenon's capsules, plural of tenon's capsule. Tenonectomies, plural of tenonectomy. Tenonectomy, the excision of part of a tendon. Tenon, having one or more tenons. Tenonor, a machine for forming tenons. Tenoners, plural of tenonor. Tenonian, of or pertaining to Jacqueminate tenon 1724-1816, French anatomist. Tenonian capsule. Tenon's capsule, fascia bulbae, a membrane of the eyeball. Tenonian capsules, plural of tenonian capsule. Tenoning, present participle and gerund of tenon. Tenonitis, synonym of tendonitis. Tenonitrozole, the adiprotozole agent, the C8H5N3O3S2. Tenons, plural of tenon. Tenontology, the study of tendons. Tenontoplasties, plural of tenontoplasty. Tenontoplasty, repair of a tendon. Tenontosaur, any of the genus Tenontosaurus of ornithopod dinosaurs. Tenontosaurs, plural of tenontosaur. Tenopathy, tendinopathy. Tenoplasties, plural of tenoplasty. Tenoplasty, surgery to repair a tendon involving the transfer of tissue. Tenopause, misspelling of tenopause. Tetter, a musical range or section higher than bass and lower than alto. Tenor banjo, a type of small banjo-like stringed instrument with a short neck, usually with 17 or 19 frets and 4 strings, and played with a plectrum, originating in American jazz music. Tenor banjoist, someone who plays a tenor banjo. Tenor banjoists, plural of tenor banjoists. Tenor banjos, plural of tenor banjo. Tenor clef, a musical clef that is higher than the bass clef and lower than the alto clef, where that is a third lower than middle C is the center line. Tenor clefs, plural of tenor clef. Tenor drum, a low-pitched drum used in Western orchestral music and for marching, such as in the military and in parades. Tenor drummer, one who plays the tenor drum. Tenor drummers, plural of tenor drummer. Tenor drums, plural of tenor drum. Tenor guitar, a type of small guitar-like stringed instrument with 4 strings, usually with 4 strings and a normal guitar-shaped body, originating in American jazz music. Tenor guitarist, someone who plays a tenor guitar. Tenor guitarists, plural of tenor guitarists. Tenor guitars, plural of tenor guitar. Tenor horn, synonym of all horn. Tenor hornist, someone who plays the tenor horn. Tenor hornists, plural of tenor hornists. Tenor horns, plural of tenor horn. Tenor of the times, synonym of zeitgeist. Tenor recorder, a recorder whose lowest note is C4 or otherwise in the range of B flat to D. Tenor recorders, plural of tenor recorder. Tenor sax, clipping of tenor saxophone. Tenor saxes, plural of tenor sax. Tenor saxophone, a member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments that is smaller than the baritone saxophone but larger than the alto saxophone, with a range of a flat to E5 or similar. Tenor saxophones, plural of tenor saxophone. Tenor saxophonist, a person who plays the tenor saxophone. Tenor saxophonists, plural of tenor saxophonists. Tenor trombone, the most common type of trombone which has a fundamental note of B flat and is usually treated as a non-transposing instrument. Tenor trombones, plural of tenor trombone. Tenor viol, a type of viol that is intermediate in size between the treble viol and the bass viol, usually about 25-30 inches in length and typically tuned to the pitches C, G, D, A. Tenor viols, plural of tenor viol. Tenor, a tenor form of the Catalan chaume. Tenores, plural of tenora. Tenorial, of, pertaining or proper to the tenor voice. Tenorini, plural of tenorino. Tenorino, a high tenor. Tenorinos, plural of tenorino. Tenorio, a surname. Tenorios, plural of tenorio. Tenorist, a tenor singer. Tenorists, plural of tenorists. Tenori, a mineral form of cupric oxide. Tenorites, plural of tenorite. Tenorless, without tenor, or without a tenor in various senses. Tenorman, a jazz musician who plays the tenor saxophone. Tenorman, plural of tenorman. Tenorum, tenor bassoon. Tenoruns, plural of tenorun. Tenoraphes, plural of tenoraphy. Tenoraphy, suture of a tendon. Tenors, plural of tenor. Tenoscopic, relating to tenoscopy or to the use of a tenoscope. Tenoscopies, plural of tenoscopy. Tenoscopy, a form of arthroscopy typically used to treat injuries in the horse. Tenositis, inflammation of a tendon. Tenosol, incetisol, eridisol, or entisol. Tenosols, plural of tenosol. Tenosynovectomy is plural of tenosynovectomy. Tenosynovectomy, excision fusion or resection of a tendon sheath. Tenosynovial, relating to tenus synovium, relating to a tendon and its synovium. Tenosynovites, plural of tenosynovitis. Tenosynovitides, plural of tenosynovitis. Tenosynovitis, an inflammation of the fluid-filled sheath, the synovium, that surrounds a tendon. Tenosynovium, the synovium-synovial membrane surrounding a tendon. Tenatome, a slender knife used for tenotomy. Tenatomes, plural of tenatome. Tenotomies, plural of tenotomy. Tenotomize, alternative form of tenotomize. Tenotomize, simple past and past participle of tenotomize. Tenotomist, one who carries out a tenotomy. Tenotomist, plural of tenotomists. Tenotomize, to perform a tenotomy upon. Tenotomize, simple past and past participle of tenotomize. Tenotomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tenotomize. Tenotomizing, present participle and gerund of tenotomize. Tenotomy, the surgical procedure of cutting or making an incision in a tendon. Tenor, archaic spelling of tenor. Tenors, plural of tenor. Tenoxicam, a certain oxycam drug. Tenpence, a coin worth 10 old pence. Tenpence to the shilling, mentally deficient. Tenpences, plural of tenpence. Tenpenez, plural of tenpenny. Tenpenny, a surname. Tenpenny nail, a relatively large nail, 3 inches 7.62 centimeters in length. Tenpenny nails, plural of tenpenny nail. Tenpenez, plural of tenpenny. Tenpercenteries, plural of tenpercentery. Tenpercentery, a talent agency. Tenton, any of the bottle shaped targets used in ten-pin bowling. Ten-pin bowling, a sport where players roll a ball down a wooden pathway and try to knock down as many of the 10 target pins as possible. Tenpinner, a player of ten-pin bowling. Tenpinners, plural of tenpinner. Tenpins, a game, a form of bowling, played with 10 pins as the target. Enplex, a building divided into 10 separate residences or commercial premises. Tenplexes, plural of tenplex. Ten-pounder, the ladyfish Allosaurus. Ten-pounders, plural of ten-pounder. Tempura, alternative form of tempura. Tempuras, plural of tempura. Tenor, any of several diverse small mammals of the family Tenricidae, many native to Madagascar. Tenrice, any member of the family Tenricidae, the tenrecs. Tenricids, plural of tenricid. Tenricine, any tenrec of the subfamily Tenricinae. Tenricines, plural of tenricine. Tenricoi, relating to or characteristic of the tenrex. Tenrex, plural of tenrec. Tenrezem, synonym of Tenrikayo. Tenrikayo, a monotheistic religion in Japan founded by Nakayama Miki in 1838. Tenrikayo, alternative spelling of Tenrikayo. Tenrikaios, an adherent of Tenrikayo. Tenricioests, plural of tenricioests. Thus, initialism of transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. Tens, plural of ten. Tens across the board, used to express praise or amazement. Tensile, of or pertaining to grammatical tense. Tenson, a silk produced by the Japanese oak silk moth Antheria yamamai. Tenses Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, St. Joseph's. Tensaw, alternative form of Tensa. Tensaws, plural of tensaw. Tenscore, 200. Tense, the property of indicating the point in time at which an action or state of being occurs or exists. Tense up, to become tense. Tense vowel, a vowel produced with relative constriction of the vocal tract. Tense vowels, plural of tense vowel. Tense, simple past and past participle of tense. Tensed up, simple past and past participle of tense up. Tensegro, exhibiting tensegrity. Tensegrities, plural of tensegrity. Tensegrative, relating to tensegrity. Tensegrity, tensional integrity of a structure. Tenseless, lacking grammatical tense. Tenselessly, without any tense. Tenselessness, absence of grammatical tense. Tensely, in a tense manner. Tension, to become tense or more tense. Tensioned, simple past and past participle of tension. Tenseness, the characteristic of being tense. Tensenesses, plural of tenseness. Tenseming, present participle and gerund of tension. Tensems, third person singular simple present indicative of tension. Tensor, comparative form of tense, more tense. Tensos, plural of tense. Tenses up, third person singular simple present indicative of tense up. Tenses, superlative form of tense, most tense. Tensibility, the quality or state of being tensible. Tensible, capable of being extended or drawn out, ductile, tensile. Tensai, a surfactant. Tensides, plural of tensai. Tendes, a call in any children's game, such as jacks, where 10 actions must be performed. Tensification, the process by which a consonant becomes tense as in Korean. Tensile, of or pertaining to tension. Tensile strain, the relative elongation of a material when subjected to tension. Tensile strains, plural of tensile strain. Tensile strength, alternative form of ultimate tensile strength. Tensile strengths, plural of tensile strength. Tensiled, made tensile. Tensily, in a tensile manner. Tensileness, the quality of being tensile. Tensilin, a form of stiffening protein in some sea creatures. Tensilins, plural of tensilin. Tensilities, plural of tensility. Tensility, the quality or state of being tensile capable of being extended. Tensimeter, a form of manometer used to measure differences in vapor pressure. Tensimeters, plural of tensimeter. Tensin, a multidomain protein that binds to actin filaments. Tensing, present participle and gerund of tense. Tensing up, present participle and gerund of tense up. Tensings, plural of tensing. Tensons, plural of tense. Tensioactivity, the condition of being tensioactive. Tensiograph, a graphical tensiometer. Tensiographs, plural of tensiograph. Tensiometer, an instrument used to measure the surface tension of a liquid. Tensiometers, plural of tensiometer. Tensiometry, relating to tensiometry. Tensiometrically, by means of tensiometry. Tensiometry, the measurement of surface tension. Tensiomeogram, an image produced by tensiomeography. Tensiomeograms, plural of tensiomeogram. Tensiomeography, relating to tensiomeography. Tensiomeography, the visualization of the contractile properties of muscle tissue. Tension, the condition of being held in a state between two or more forces which are acting in opposition to each other. Tension headache, a common form of headache characterized by a feeling of constant pressure, frequently on both sides of the head at the same time. Tension headaches, plural of tension headache. Tension pneumothorax. Tension rod, a rod in a structure holding together different parts. Tension rods, plural of tension rod. Tension wood, reaction wood in angiosperms that forms on the side of the part which is under tension and pulls it upward and which has a higher percentage of cellulose than normal wood. Tension wrench, a torsion wrench, an L-shaped lockpicking tool. Tension wrenches, plural of tension wrench. Tensional, relating to tension. Tensionally, in a tensional manner. Tensioned, in tension, strained or pulled on. Tensioner, any device that maintains or applies tension. Tensioners, plural of tensioner. Tensioning, present participle and gerund of tension. Tensionless, having no tension. Tensionlessness, absence of tension. Tensions, plural of tension. Tensities, plural of tensity. Tensity, the quality of being tense literally or figuratively, tension. Tensive, of or pertaining to tension. Tensum, a group of 10 persons or things. Tensomes, plural of tensum. Densometer, a device for evaluating various tensile properties of a material, such as Young's modulus, ultimate tensile strength, and Poisson's ratio. Densometers, plural of tensometer. Ten-something, a person whose age is between 10 and 19 inclusive. Ten-somethings, plural of ten-something. Tenson, a form of lyric poem used by troubadours in Provençal in which two voices present different sides of an argument in alternate stanzas. lines or groups of lines with identical structure. Tensons, plural of tenson. Tensor, a muscle that tightens or stretches a part or renders it tense. Tensor fasciolati, a muscle that was especially familiar of the iliacus and familiar superior iliac spit is inserted into the iliolet of the veolata at 1/3 of the way down to the acid-lax of the tensor product. The most general bilinear operation in various contexts as with vectors, matrices, tensors, vector spaces, algebras, topological vector spaces, modules, and so on, denoted by tensor products, plural of tensor product. Tensor tympani, a small muscle of the middle ear that is located in the bony canal just above the bony part of the eustachian tube that arises from the canal containing it, from the cartilaginous portion of the eustachian tube, and from the adjacent greater wing of the sphenoid bone that is inserted by a long tendon into the manubrium of the malleus near its base, and that serves to adjust the tension of the tympanic membrane. Tensor veli palatini, a ribbon-like muscle of the palate that arises from the scaphoid fossa, from the spine of the sphenoid bone, and from the lateral cartilaginous wall of the eustachian tube that is attached by a tendon which hooks around the pterygoid plate of the sphenoid bone to insert especially into the soft palate, and that acts especially to tense the soft palate. Tensor receptor, a receptor that responds to applied pressure. Tensor receptors, plural of tensorceptor. Tensor, simple past and past participle of tensor. Tensors, plural of tensor. Tensors tympanorum, plural of tensor tympani. Tensors veli palatini, plural of tensor veli palatini. Tensorial, of or pertaining to a tensor. Tensorially, with regard to a tensor. Tensoring, present participle and gerund of tensor. Tensorization, evaluation in terms of tensors. Tensorizations, plural of tensorization. Tensorize, to evaluate in terms of tensors. Tensorize, simple past and past participle of tensorize. Tensorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tensorize. Tensorizing, present participle and gerund of tensorize. Tensors, plural of tensor. Tensor, tension. A pavilion or portable lodge consisting of skins, canvas, or some strong cloth, stretched and sustained by poles, used for sheltering people from the weather. Tent bed, a field bed consisting of a canopy in the form of a tent. Tent beds, plural of tent bed. Tent camping, camping in tents as an outdoor activity. Tent caterpillar, a larva belonging to any of a number of species of moths of the genus Malacosoma, known for destructive infestation of trees in which the leaves are consumed and prominent, silken tent-like structures are constructed in the branches. Tent caterpillars, plural of tent caterpillar. Tent embassies, plural of tent embassy. Tent embassy, a semi-permanent encampment set up as the focal point of a protest, particularly with regard to the rights of indigenous people. Tent meeting, synonym of tent revival. Tent meetings, plural of tent meeting. Tent peg, a peg driven into the ground to hold a rope that supports a tent. Tent pegging, any of a variety of horse-mounted sports involving hitting ground-based targets with a pointed weapon. Tent pegs, plural of tent peg. Tent pole, alternative form of tentpole. Tentpole movie, alternative form of tentpole movie. Tentpole movies, plural of tentpole movie. Tentpoles, plural of tentpole. Tent revival, a gathering of Christian worshippers in a tent erected specifically for revival meetings, evangelism, and healing crusades. Tent revivals, plural of tent revival. Tent rock, a hoodoo spire of rock. Tent rocks, plural of tent rock. Tent wine, a kind of wine of a deep red color, chiefly from Galicia or Malaga in Spain. Tent wines, plural of tent wine. Tent maker, someone who makes tents. Tent makers, plural of tent maker. Tent pole, alternative form of tent pole. Tent pole movie, alternative form of tent pole movie. Tent pole movies, plural of tent pole movie. Tent poles, plural of tent pole. Tent sack, synonym of bivouac sack. Tent sacks, plural of tent sack. Tent, abbreviation of tentative. Tentability, obsolete form of temptability. Tentabulge, the tentacle-like genitalia of a troll, featured in Homestuck fan works but not in canon. Tentabulges, plural of tentabulge. Tentacle, an elongated, boneless, flexible organ or limb of some animals such as the octopus and squid. Tentacle, having tentacles. Tentacled snake, a small 50-90 cm rear-fanged venomous aquatic snake Erpeton tenticulatum with two tiny tentacles on its snout. It is endemic to the murky waters of Southeast Asia. Tentacled snakes, plural of tentacled snake. Tentaculi, resembling or characteristic of a tentacle. Tentacles, plural of tentacle. Tentacula, plural of tentaculum. Tentacular, of or pertaining to tentacles. Tentaculate, having tentacles or organs like tentacles, tentacled. Tentaculated, alternative form of tentaculate. Tentaculiferous, producing or bearing tentacles. Tentaculophore, shaped like a tentacle. Tentaculite, any of numerous species of small conical shells found in Paleozoic rocks, fossils from the extinct genus Tentaculites. Tentaculites, plural of tentaculite. Tentaculated, synonym of tentaculite. Tentaculocyst, one of the sensory organs of certain jellyfish. Tentaculocysts, plural of tentaculocysts. Tentaculoid, resembling or characteristic of a tentacle. Tentaculum, a tentacle. Tentage, accommodation in the form of a tent. Tentagers, plural of tentage. Temptation, obsolete form of temptation. Temptations, plural of temptation. Tentative, a trial, an experiment, and an attempt. Tentative wound, a hesitation wound. Tentative wounds, plural of tentative wound. Tentatively, of or having to do with being tentative. Tentativeness, the characteristic of being tentative. Tentativenesses, plural of tentativeness. Tentatives, plural of tentative. Tenta, Simple past and past participle of tent. Temen. A diacritic Japanese symbol used with Japanese kana to mark a consonant as voiced. Tendems. Plural of tenten. Tenter. A framework upon which cloth is stretched and dried. Tenterhook. Alternative form of tenterhook. Tenterhooks. Plural of tenterhook. Tenterhook. Alternative form of tenterhook. Tenterbellas. Plural of tenterbelly. Tenterbelly. Adlate. Tenterden. A town and civil parish with a town council in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8833. Tenter. Simple past and past participle of tenter. Tenterer. One who tenders stretches cloth on a framework. Tenterers. Plural of tenterer. Tentervale. A town in the New England region, northern New South Wales, Australia. Tenterfield whistle. A particular type of fox whistle. Tenterfield whistles. Plural of Tenterfield whistle. Tenterground. An area used for drying newly manufactured cloth after fulling. Tentergrounds. Plural of tenterground. Tenter oak. One of a series of hooks used to stretch cloth on a tenter. Tenterhooks. Plural of tenterhook. Tentering. Present participle and gerund of tenter. Tenters. Plural of tenter. Tentsful. As much as a tent will hold. Tentfuls. Plural of tentful. Ted. The ordinal numeral form of 10. Next in order after that which is ninth. 10th cranial nerve. Synonym of vagus nerve. 10th grade. The period in school that comes after 9th grade and before 11th grade. 10th grader. A pupil who is in 10th grade. 10th graders. Plural of 10th grader. 10th grades. Plural of 10th grade. Tendrate. Of extremely poor quality, god-awful. 10th. Simple past and past participle of 10th. Tenthing. Present participle and gerund of 10th. Tenthly. In the 10th place, 10th in a row. 10th meter. A unit for the measurement, such that 10 of these units make 1 meter, the 10 millionth part of a millimeter or a tenth of a nanometer. 10th meters. Plural of 10th meter. 10th meter. Alternative form of 10th meter. 10th meters. Plural of 10th meter. 10,000 air. Alternative form of 10,000 air. 10,000 airs. Plural of 10,000 air. 10,000-fold. Alternative form of 10,000-fold. 10,000. Rare form of 10,000. 10,000ths. Plural of 10,000th. Tenthridinid. Any soft fly in the family Tenthridinidae. Tenthridinids. Plural of tenthridinid. Tenths. Plural of tenth. Tenticular. Misspelling of tentacular. Tentiform. Resembling a tent in shape. Tentiginous. Is stiff, stretch, strain. Tentigo. Penile erection or tumescence, especially pathological erection priapism. Tentilla. Plural of tentillum. Tentillor. Relating to tentilla. Tentillum. A branch of a tentacle, especially one of the siphon for. Tente, present participle and gerund of tent. Tentings, plural of tenting. Tentively, attentively. Tentless, without a tent. Tenses, a little tent. Tentlets, plural of tentlet. Tenli, resembling a tent. Tent maker, a manufacturer of tents. Tent makers, plural of tent maker. Tent making, the manufacture of tents. Tentmate, one who occupies the same tent. Tentmates, plural of tentmate. Tentoria, plural of tentorium. Tentoria cerebellorum, plural of tentoriums. Cerebelli. Tentorial, of or pertaining to the tentorium. Tentorial notch, the space in the tentorium where the brainstem passes. Tentorial notches, plural of tentorial notch. Tentories, plural of tentory. Tentorii, plural of tentorium. Tentorium, the framework of internal supports a false endoskeleton within an arthropod head, formed by ingrowths of the exoskeleton called apophyses. Tentorium cerebelli, an arched fold of durameter that covers the upper surface of the cerebellum, supports the occipital lobes of the cerebrum, and has its posterior and lateral border attached to the skull and its interior border free. Tentoriums, plural of tentorium. Tentorer, the awning or covering of a tent. Tentoxin, a natural cyclic tetrapeptide produced by the phytopathogenic fungus Alternaria alternata. Tentoxins, plural of tentoxin. Tentpole, one of the poles used to hold up a tent. Tentpole film, synonym of tentpole movie. Tentpole films, plural of tentpole film. Tentpole movie, a major motion picture which is expensive to produce but expected to generate significant revenue for its studio and investors. Tentpole movies, plural of tentpole movie. Tentpoled, simple past and past participle of tentpole. Tentpoles, plural of tentpole. Tentpoling, present participle and gerund of tentpole. Tents, plural of tent. Tentsful, plural of tentful. Tensuyu, a Japanese sauce used as a dip for tempura. Tenturer, a sweet Greek alcoholic spirit flavored with cloves and cinnamon. Tentawala, a person who sells or hires out tents, mostly for weddings and parties. Tentwalas, plural of tentwala. Tentward, toward a tent. Tentwards, alternative form of tentward. Tentwise, in the manner of a tent, consisting of draped material with a gap serving as entrance. Tentwort, a small fern, Asplenium rudimeraria. Tenual, a 3-benzhexapine natural product extracted from asphodeline tenuire. Tenuate, to make thin, to attenuate. Tenuated, simple past and past participle of tenuate. Tenuates, third person singular simple present indicative of tenuate. Tenuating, present participle and gerund of tenuate. Tenuation. Synonym of attenuation. Tenuations. Plural of tenuation. Tenuozonic. Relating to tenuozonic acid or its derivatives. Tenuozonic acid. The mycotoxin 5,6 is 3-acetyl 5-sec-butyl 4-hydroxypyrrolidone 2,4-dione, soluble in chloroform and methanol, that inhibits protein synthesis. Teto. Bearing, carriage, deportment. Tenue de ville. Clothing suitable for an office or business setting, such as a business suit or skirt suit. Tetos. Plural of tenues. Tenugue. A type of cloth used variously as a bandana, handkerchief, or washcloth. Tenuephyllene. Any of a group of biologically active terpenoids. Tenuephyllens. Plural of tenuephyllene. Tenuefoliaceae. A particular steroid glycoside. Tenuifolious. Having thin or narrow leaves. Tenuignin. A steroidal compound present in Palligula tenuifolia that is used in Chinese medicine as an antioxidative and anti-inflammatory agent. Tenuinosali. Having no nuclear tissues separating the embryo sac and the epidermis. Tenuous. Rare or subtle, tenuous. Tenuipulpid. Any mite in the family Tenuipulpidae. Tenuipulpids. Plural of tenuipulpid. Tenuirostro. Having a thin bill set of birds belonging to the former group of birds Tenuirosters. Teteres. Greek consonants, neither aspirated nor voiced, as p, t. Tenuspinosae. A particular steroid glycoside. Tenuities. Plural of tenuity. Tenuity. Thinness, slenderness. Tenuivirus. Any virus of the genus Tenuivirus that causes various plant diseases. Tenuiviruses. Plural of tenuivirus. Tenduki. Playing elsewhere, ignoring the opponent's last move. Tenuki. Simple past and past participle of tenuki. Teduye. Present participle and gerund of tenuki. Tendukis. Third person singular simple present indicative of tenuki. Tenuous. Thin in substance or consistency. Tenuously. In a tenuous manner. Tenuousness. The quality of being tenuous. Tenurable. Eligible for academic tenure. Tenure. A status of possessing a thing or an office, an incumbency. Tenure track. Alternative form of tenure track. Tenure track. Possessing contractually guaranteed terms of employment specifying that, after a period of time, the employed person will be considered for tenure status, which typically confers enhanced job security and sometimes other benefits. Tenure. Having tenure. Tenureless. Without academic tenure. Tenurelessness. Absence of tenure. Tenures. Plural of tenure. Tenureship. Tenure. Tenureships. Plural of tenureship. Tenure track. Alternative form of tenure track. Tenure of or pertaining to tenure. Tenurially. In a tenurial manner. Tenure. Present participle and gerund of tenure. Teneta. A surname from Italian. Tenetus. Plural of tenuta. Tenuti. plural of tenuto. Tenuto, a tempo mark directing that a note or passage is to be held for the full time. Tenutos, plural of tenuto. Tendai, synonym of hydrochlorothiazide. Tenza, a unisex given name from Tibetan. Tenling, alternative spelling of Tenzin. Tendon, alternative form of Tenzin. Tendons, plural of tenzon. Tenzosentin, misspelling of tezosentin. Theo, alternative form of Teos, ancient Greek city. Teotihu, alternative form of Teotihu. Idatel, an Aztec temple. Idatel is plural of Teoc. Kelly. A variety of southern Min Chinese spoken in the Khaosan region of eastern Guangdong and its diaspora. It is plural of Teochew. Alternative form of Teochew. Alternative form of Teochew. Teodora Alonso, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. A surname. Duna, a constructed language created by Sally Caves. Diananacadal, the psychedelic mushroom Psilocybe mexicana. Anana, a mythical sunken island of the Pacific Ocean. An Austronesian language spoken in northern Bougainville, Papua New Guinea. An Aztec temple. Irahes, plural of Tiapan. Diapamidal, a Vasada later. An Austronesian language spoken in Indonesia. Yes, abbreviation of tetrethyl orthosilicate. An ancient Greek city on the coast of the Enya. As any of a few species of maize-like grasses of the genus Z found in Mexico, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. As is plural of teosint. Aswa, synonym of Chaosland. A town in La Libertad Department, El Salvador. Teotihuacan, a vast archaeological site in Mexico. Teotihuacan, acronym of the end of the world as we know it. A surname. Dapa, a tree native to Chile and Argentina, Laureapsis philippiana. Tapash, a fermented beverage, sometimes alcoholic, made from the peel and the rind of pineapples, which is sweetened with either piloncillo or brown sugar, seasoned with powdered cinnamon, and served cold. Tapayas, plural of tapash. Tapal, any component of the purient outermost whorls of flower parts, not involved in reproduction, especially when the components are not distinguished into sepals and petals. Tepals, plural of tepal. Tepten, a village in Kermanshah province, Iran. Tepene, a member of a Mesoamerican people who arrived in the Valley of Mexico in the late 12th or early 13th centuries. Tepenex, plural of Tepenek. Tetrati, alternative form of Teppanyaki. Tepari, alternative form of Tipperary. Taparis, plural of Tepari. Taparis, plural of Teperi. Taparis, plural of Teperi. Teperi, alternative form of Tipperary. Tapari, a tepary bean facialis acutiefolius. Teves, plural of tepa. A surname. Tepecano, an extinct Uto-Aztecan language of Mexico. Tepecuaya, a town in La Libertad Department, El Salvador. Alternative form of tipi. Tipi, resembling or characteristic of a tipi. Plural of tipi. Tepefaction, act of tepifying, slight heating up. Tepify, simple past and past participle of tepify. Tepifies, third person singular simple present indicative of tepify. Tepify, to cause to become tepid. Tepifying, present participle and gerund of tepify. Tepeyu, a member of an indigenous people of Hidalgo, Veracruz, and Puebla. Tepeyuan, of or relating to the Tepehua people. Tepele, a city in southern Albania, located on a plateau on the left bank of the river Vijosa about 3 kilometers downstream from its confluence with the river Drino. It is the seat of its eponymous municipality and the former seat of its now defunct eponymous district. Tepenixtla Huaca, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Plural of teep. Tepetate, a soil type found in volcanic regions, known for hardness, poor drainage, and poor fertility. Tepetates, plural of tepetate. Tepetitan, a town in San Vicente Department, El Salvador. Tepexpan, a town in the Acolman municipality in the state of Mexico, Mexico. Tephogram, a graph that shows how dew point is dependent on temperature and entropy. Tephograms, plural of tephogram. Ephela, alternative form of tefilla. Tessila, alternative form of tefilla. Ephilan, plural of tefilla. Tefilla, plural of tefilla. Tefilla. Tefilla, plural of tefilla. Tefilla, plural of tefilla. Tephoritid, misspelling of tephritid. Tephor, the solid material thrown into the air by a volcanic eruption that settles on the surrounding areas. Tephromancy, divination by ashes, especially those of a victim has been sacrificed. Tephros, plural of tephra. Tephros, plural of tephra. Tephrophonolite, a mafic to intermediate extrusive igneous rock in composition between phonotyphrite and phonolite. Tephrophonolitic, relating to an igneous rock consisting essentially of plagioclase and either leucite or nephelite or both. Tephrites, plural of tephrite. Tephritic, of or relating to tephrite. Tephra, a member of the Tephritidae, a family of fruit flies. Tephritids, plural of Tephrita. Tephritoi, any fly of the superfamily Tephritoidea. Tephritoids, plural of Tephritoi. Tephro, Tephrochronological, relating to tephrochronology. Tephrochronologically, by means of or in terms of tephrochronology. Tephrochronologist, one who studies tephrochronology. One who studies tephrochronology. Tephrochronologists, plural of tephrochronologists. Tephrochronology, a geochronological technique that uses discrete layers of tephra to create a chronological framework in which paleoenvironmental or archaeological records can be placed. Tephra chronometry, the chronometry of tephra formation. Tephra correlation, the identification of tephra layers at different locations that originated from the same eruption. Tephroid, a variety of tephroid. Tephroids, plural of tephoi. Tephroid, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Tephrites, plural of tephroid. Tephrological, relating to tephrology. Tephrology, the scientific study of tephra. Tephromancy, alternative of tephromancy. Tephromancy, alternative form of tephromancy. Taphamyelitis, synonym of poliomyelitis. Tephrosia, any of the genus Tephrosia of leguminous shrubby plants and herbs. Tephrosias, plural of Tephrosia. Tephrocin, a natural pesticide found in the leaves and seeds of Tephrosia purpurea. Tephrostratigraphic, relating to tephrostratigraphy. Tephrostratigraphies, plural of tephrostratigraphy. Tephrostratigraphy, the study and dating of pyroclastic layers tephra of volcanic ash. Teve, the state capital of Nayarit. Teve, lukewarm, neither warm nor cool. Tepidaria, plural of tepidarium. Tepidarium, a warm room in a Roman baths that was usually heated by a hypocaust. Tepidariums, plural of tepidarium. Tepidar, comparative form of tepid, more tepid. Tepidus, superlative form of tepid, most tepid. Tepidities, plural of tepidity. Tepidity, the papity of being tepid. Tepidly, in a tepid or half-hearted manner. Tepidness, the being tepid. Tepify, simple past and past participle. Tepi. Tepify, simple past and past participle of tepify. Tepifies, third person singular simple present indicative of tepify. Tepify, to make tepid lukewarm, to moderately warm. Tepifying, present participle and gerund of tepify. Tepime, synonym of pimen. Tevin, the chiltepin or its fruit. Teplizumab, a monoclonal antibody used as an immunosuppressive drug. Tepladar, a city in Odessa Rayon, Odessa Oblast, Ukraine. Tepanaxtil, a traditional Aztec drum. Tepanaxtils, plural of tepanaxtil. Tepanacili, a type of slit drum used in central Mexico by the Aztecs and related cultures. Tepanaciles, plural of tepanacili. Tavor, lukewarmness, tepidness, moderate warmth. Tephoringo, the volcano rabbit. Tepisk, Calula, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Tepescalula mixtec, the variety of Mixtec formerly spoken at San Pedro y San Pablo Tepescalula, Oaxaca, Mexico. Tepatinib, a tyrosine kinase inhibitor used to treat certain forms of metastatic non-small cell lung cancer. Tepoxylin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Tepoi, alternative form of tepoi. Tepois, plural of tepoi. Tepazin, a tree of species Butyl decordata of Mexico. Tepazans, plural of tepazan. Tepasteca, of or pertaining to Tepes lawn. Tepastecas, plural of Tepasteco. Tepasalon, a town in Morelos, Mexico. A initialism of tetrethyl pyrophosphate. Tethen, the metal griddle used in the teppanyaki style of Japanese cuisine. Tepe, a barangay of Bacara, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Tetenuati, a Japanese style of cooking in which thin slices of meat or fish, seafood, vegetables, and noodles are quickly fried on a hot plate. Teppanyakis, plural of teppanyaki. A Frasiani in Corte Aosta Valley, Autonomous Region, Italy. Tavor, a surname. Tevers, plural of tepper. Tepo, a wooden pillar that is slapped repeatedly by a rikishi as a sumo wrestling exercise. Tepo snapping shrimp. Any of species Alpheus brevicristatus of snapping shrimp distributed in East Asian coastal waters. Tepo snapping shrimps. Plural of tepo snapping shrimp. Tepraloxidum. The herbicide 2,1-E3-chloroprop-2-anoxyamino-probolidine 5-oxin-4-cyclohexane 1,3-dione. Teponon. A drug used for the treatment of gastric ulcers. Teprati. An apoptide ACE inhibitor isolated from a snake of species Bothrops geroraca. Teprotumumab, a human monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of solid and hematologic tumors. Thus, plural of tep. Tepuy, a type of tabletop mountain or mesa found in the Guiana Highlands of South America, especially in Venezuela. Tepuy tinamu, a tinamu, Crypturellus tarepuy. Tepuy tinamus, plural of tepuy tinamu. Tepais, plural of tepuy. Tepuis, plural of tepuy. Tepai, alternative form of tepuy. Tepais, plural of tepai. Tekball, a game or sport in which a spherical round ball like a football, similar to or the same as a soccer ball, is passed from one side of a curved table similar to a table tennis table to the other. It, alternative spelling of Tarica. Tequendama, a pre-ceramic and ceramic archaeological site located southeast of Socha, Cundinamarca, Colombia. Tequino, a Venezuelan dish consisting of a fried breaded cheese stick or a spear of bread dough with white cheese in the middle. Tequinos, plural of tequino. Tequiswai, a natural mineral salt containing compounds of sodium chlorate and sodium carbonate, used by the Aztecs and later Mexicans as a food seasoning and leavening agent. Tequesta, a member of a Native American tribe which, at the time of first European contact, occupied an area along the southeastern Atlantic coast of Florida. Tequestas, plural of tequesta. Tequila, a town in Jalisco, Mexico. Tequila cream, a cream-based liquor made from tequila. Tequila creams. Plural of tequila cream. Tequila slammer, a cocktail consisting of tequila, possibly with a mixer, that is slammed down on a surface so as to quickly mix ingredients and expel gases to concentrate the alcohol. Tequila slammers, plural of tequila slammer. Tequila sunrise, a cocktail made with tequila, creme de cassis, lime juice, and soda water. Tequila sunrises, plural of tequila sunrise. Tequilas, plural of tequila. Tequilatini, a martini cocktail made with tequila. Tequilatinians, plural of tequilatini. Tequilera, someone who enjoys and is knowledgeable about tequila. Tequileros, plural of tequilera. Tequila, archaic form of tequila. Tequilas, plural of tequila. Tequislatic, the Chontal language of Tequisislan town, Oaxaca. Tequixquiac, ellipses of Santiago Tequixquiac, a town, the administrative seat of Tequixquiac, State of Mexico, Mexico. TER, acronym of triple ejector rack. TER, a river in the Catalonia Autonomous Region, Spain. Terbosch, a surname from Dutch. Terboches, plural of Terbosch. Terhar syndrome, synonym of Frank Terhar syndrome. Tersami, one of the languages spoken by the Sami people, now moribund. Ter, threefold. Terp, Petersian, a surname from Armenian. Tertenant, alternative form of tertenant. Tertenants, plural of tertenant. Tewa, an Afro-Asiatic language spoken in Nigeria. Teraamp, 1 million 10 amperes. Symbol Ta. Teraamps, plural of teraamp. Tewa, in the international system of units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10 to short scale trillion or long scale billion. Symbol T. Teraamp, 1 million 10 amperes. Symbol Ta. Teraamps, plural of teraamp. Terabecquerel, alternative form of terabecquerel. Terajoule, 1 million 10 joules. Symbol TJ. Terajoules, plural of terajoule. Teraohm, 1 million 10 ohms. Symbol T omega. Teraohms, plural of teraohm. Teravolt, 1 million 10 volts, abbreviated as TV. Teravolts, plural of teravolt. Terawatt, 1 million 10 watts, abbreviated as TW. Teraamp, misspelling of teraamp. Terampere, and C, unit of current equal to 10 amperes. Symbol Ta. Teramperes, plural of terampere. Teramps, plural of teraamp. Terabase, an amount of genetic sequence data equivalent to 10 base pairs. Terabases, plural of terabase. Terabot, 10 baud. Terabecquerel, a unit of radioactivity equal to 1 trillion becquerels. Terebinth, alternative form of terebinth. Terebinths, plural of terebinth. Terabit, 1 trillion 10 or 1 trillion bits or 1,000 gigabits. Terabits, plural of terabit. Terabach, 1 trillion 10 $2. Terabucks, plural of terabuck. Teraball, alternative form of turble. Terabyte, 1 trillion 10 or 1 trillion bytes or 1,000 gigabytes. Terabytes, plural of terabyte. Teracassidin, a particular leuconthaciatin compound. Teracassidins, plural of teracassidin. Terraketane, a particular L-arginine. Terraconic acid, an acid obtained by the distillation of terebic acid and homologous with citraconic acid. Terracrylic acid, an oily aliphatic carboxylic acid 3,4-dimethyl-3-pentanoic acid having a cheesy odor obtained by distillation of terpenylic acid. Teracycle, terahertz. Teracycles, plural of teracycle. Terada, a surname from Japanese. Teradas, plural of terada. Tera-electron volt, 10^2 electron volts as a unit of energy TV. Tera-electron volts, plural of tera-electron volt. Tera-electron volt, 10^2 electron volts abbreviated as TV. Tera-electron volts, plural of tera-electron volt. Terafeature, a volume of features on the scale of 10^2. Teraflop, a unit of computing power equal to 1,010,000 floating point operations per second. Teraflops, plural of teraflop. Pteryglin, any of several ocean fishes in the family Cyanidae especially. Pteryglins, plural of pteryglin. Pterodon, a polygon that has fractal sides. Pteragons, plural of pteragon. Teragram, and C unit of mass equal to 10^2 grams. Symbol, Tg. Teragram, rare spelling of teragram. Teragrams, plural of teragram. Teragrams, plural of teragram. Terah, the father of Abraham. Terahash, a 1,010,2 hashes. Terahashes, plural of terahash. Terahertz, a unit of measurement based on 1 trillion hertz. Terahertz radiation, electromagnetic waves with frequencies around 1 terahertz. Tewe, a belt of marshy land which lies between the foothills of the Himalayas and the plains. Terry fever, a severe form of malaria. Terry hat, a wide-brimmed ventilated sun hat worn in subtropical regions. Terry hats, plural of terry hat. Terida, a coral atoll in the central Pacific Ocean. Terries, plural of terry. Teradu, and C unit of energy equal to 10^2 joules. Symbol, Tj. Terajoules, plural of terajoule. Terrakey, alternative form of terrakey. Terrakey is, plural of terrakey. Teraliter, a unit of volume equivalent to 10^2 liters. Symbol, Tl. Teraliters, plural of teraliter. Teraliter, a unit of volume equivalent to 10^2 liters. Symbol, Tal. Teraliters, plural of teraliter. Teralumen, and C unit of luminous flux equal to 10^2 lumens. Symbol, T. Terameric, misspelling of tetrameric. Terameter, U.S. spelling of terameter. Terameters, plural of terameter. Terameter, and C unit of length equal to 10^2 meters. Symbol, Tm. Terameters, plural of pterometer. Teramo, a province of Abruzzo, Italy. Pteromorphous, having the shape or form of a monster. Pteromoda, a transliteration of the Japanese surname Chinese letter. Terra, a surname. Pterandrine, misspelling of tetrandrine. Pterannual, occurring 3 times each year. Pterans, plural of pteron. Pterome, alternative spelling of pterome. Pteromes, plural of pterum. Tera, 10 operations per second. Teraps, plural of terap. Teraparsec, an astronomical unit of distance equal to 10 parsecs. Teraparsecs, plural of teraparsec. Tara, an image of a Semitic household god. Teraphim, an idol or other image of reverence and divination among the ancient Hebrews, apparently especially a kind of household god. Teraphims, plural of teraphim. Daras, plural of teraph. Terrapin, alternative spelling of terrapin. Terrapins, plural of terrapin. Terapixel, a unit of graphic resolution equivalent to 10 pixels. Terapixels, plural of terapixel. Terraponid, alternative spelling of terraponte. Terraponids, plural of terraponid. Terrapontid, any fish in the family Terrapontidae. Terrapontids, plural of terrapontid. Tas, a grossly malformed fetus. Terascale, describing any phenomenon measured in teravolts or similar measures. Terasecond, and c unit of time equal to 10 seconds. Symbol, ts. Teraseconds, plural of terasecond. Terashita, a surname from Japanese. Terasi, the Indonesian version of belacan, a shrimp paste condiment. Terata, plural of teras. Tetabe, any web spinner in the family Teratambiidae. Tetambeds, plural of Teratambiae. Teratico, wonderful, ominous, prodigious. Teratism, any severe congenital malformation. Teratisms, plural of teratism. Terato, pertaining to birth defects and similar abnormalities. Teratoblastoma, a neoplasm containing embryonic tissue, but lacking some of the germ layers that would be present in a teratoma. Teratoblastomas, plural of teratoblastoma. Teratoblastoma, plural of teratoblastoma. Teratocarcinogenesis, the formation of teratocarcinomas. Teratocarcinoma, a malignant tumor most often found in the testes. Teratocarcinomas, plural of teratocarcinoma. Teratocarcinomata, plural of teratocarcinoma. Teratocarcinomatas, relating to a teratocarcinoma. Teratocellular, relating to the cells of a teratoma. Teratocyte, a unicellular form of an embryonic brachyonid. Pterodocytes, plural of pterodocyte. Pterodontine, any hyenodont of the subfamily Pterodontini. Pterodontines, plural of pterodontine. Pteridodin, any agent or substance which can cause malformation of an embryo or birth defects. Teratogenesis, plural of teratogenesis. Teratogenesis, the development of congenital malformations. Teratogenetic, teratogenic, teratogenic, of relating to malformations or defects to an embryo or fetus. Teratogenically, in a teratogenic way. Teratogenicities, plural of teratogenicity. Teratogenicity, the capability to cause malformations or defects to an embryo or fetus. Teratogenics, plural of teratogenic. Teratogenous, generated within fetus defects. Teratogens, plural of teratogen. Teratogeny, teratogenesis. Teratoi, monster-like, exhibiting abnormal development. Teratoids, plural of teratoi. Teratologic, dealing with the study of production, development, anatomy, and classification of monsters. Teratological, of or relating to teratology. Teratologically, in a teratological manner or context. Teratologies, plural of teratology. Teratologist, a scientist specializing in teratology. Teratologists, plural of teratologists. Teratology, the study of congenital malformations. Their development and people with them. Teratoma, a benign or malignant tumor, especially of the gonads, that arises from germ cells and consists of different types of tissues such as skin, hair, or muscle. Teratomas, plural of teratoma. Teratomata, plural of teratoma. Teratomatus, relating to a teratoma. Teraton, a measure of the strength of an explosion or a bomb based on how many trillion tons of TNT would be needed to produce the same energy. Teratonuroma, Dictyama. Teratonuromas, plural of teratonuroma. Teraton, alternative form of teraton. Teratons, plural of teraton. Teratons, plural of teraton. Teratophile, someone who has teratophilia, a person sexually attracted to monsters. Teratophiles, plural of teratophile. Teratophilia, the paraphilia characterized by sexual attraction to deformed or monstrous people. Tatophiliac, someone who is sexually attracted to deformed and / or monstrous people. Teratophiliacs, plural of teratophiliac. Teratophobia, an irrational fear of monsters, terrifying creatures, or deformed children. Teratoprotomics, the protomics of teratomas. Teratorn, any of various large birds of prey, now extinct, living in North and South America, of the family Teratornithidae. Teratornithid, any extinct bird of prey in the family Teratornithidae. Teratornithids, plural of teratornithid. Teratorns, plural of teratorn. Pterodasaur, any reptile in the family Pterodasauridae, now included in the Rauisuchidae. Pterodosaurids, plural of pterodosaurid. Teratosis, plural of teratosis. Teratosis, teratotism. Teratosperm, a spermatozoon affected by teratospermia. Teratospermia, synonym of teratozoospermia. Teratosperma, relating to teratospermia. Teratosperms, plural of teratosperm. Teratospheriaceous, belonging to the Teratospheriaceae. Teratozoospermia, the presence of morphologically abnormal spermatozoa. Teratozoospermic, relating to teratozoospermia. Terachi, a surname from Japanese. Terawalt, 1 million 10 2 volts, abbreviated as TV. Teravolts, plural of teravolt. Teravoxel, 10 2 voxels. Teravoxels, plural of teravoxel. Terawatt, 1 million 10 2 watts, abbreviated as TW. Terawatt hour, a unit of electrical energy equal to that done by 1 terawatt acting for 1 hour. Terawatt hours, plural of terawatt hour. Terawattier, a unit of electrical energy equal to that done by 1 terawatt acting for 1 year. Terawattiers, plural of terawatt. Tier. Terawatts, plural of terawatts. Terazolium, misspelling of tetrazolium. Terazosin, a drug taken orally in the form of etidylated hydrochloride CHN50HCl2H2O at a treatment of benign prostatic hyperplasia and hypertension. Tara-Wasserberg diagram, a type of Concordia diagram used in the context of uranium lead dating, whose axes are the ratios 2pb/2pb and 23u/2pb. Tara-Wasserberg diagrams, plural of Tara-Wasserberg diagram. Cherboles, upside down, inverted. Cherba, a Malay tambourine used in Islamic devotional music in Southeast Asia. Turbans, plural of turbang. Turbase, synonym of tribasic. Turbase, any oxyanion of terbium, any salt containing such an ion. Turbiquino, a stimulant and nootropic drug. Tada, the rare earth terbium oxide Tb2O3. Turbia, containing terbium. Turbias, plural of turbia. Turbid, of, pertaining to, or containing, terbium. Turbinafin, alternative form of turbinaf. Fine. Turbinafine, a synthetic allylamine antifungal drug that is highly lipophilic, used in the form of its hydrochloride CHNHCl orally in the treatment of anachemicosis and topically in the treatment of tinea corporis, tinea cruris, and athlete's foot. Terbial, a metallic chemical element symbol Tb with an atomic number of 65, a soft, silvery white, rare earth metal that is malleable and ductile. Terbium oxide, any oxide of terbium, but especially the white solid Tb2O3 turbia. Terbium oxides, plural of terbium oxide. Terbobril, a thromboxane A2 receptor antagonist. Terbiophysin, an antilipidemic drug. Terbutaline, a synthetic compound with bronchodilator properties, used especially in the treatment of asthma. Terbutaline, a selective herbicide, and tert-butyl 6-chloroethyl-1,3,5-triazine 2,4-diamine. Thus, the third hour of daylight about 9 a.m. Uracil, alternative form of tiercel. Tercel gentle, a male falcon. Tercel gentles, plural of tercel gentle. Tersalet, a male falcon, especially a peregrine falcon or goshawk, a tiercel. Tersalets, plural of tersalet. Terels, plural of tercel. Tercels gentle, plural of tercel gentle. Tercentenarian, a person or thing that is 300 years old. Tercentenarians, plural of tercentenarian. Tercentenaries, plural of tercentenary. Tercentenary, the 300th anniversary of an event. Tercentennial, the 300th anniversary of an event. Tercentennial. Tercentennials, plural of tercentennial. Tercerista, a member of the insurrectional faction of the FSLN that defeated Anastasio Somoza Garcia on 1979. Terceristas, plural of tercerista. Tercero, a surname. Terceroon, a person with one white and one mulatto parent. Terceroons, plural of terceroon. Terceras, plural of tercera. Tarzas, plural of terce. Tercet, a three-line stanza in a poem. Tarsets, plural of tercet. Terchibin, a particular elegitinin. Terchibulin, a particular elegitinin. Turchloroethylene, archaic name for trichloroethylene. Turchloride, archaic form of terchloride. Terchloride, synonym of trichloride. Terchlorides, plural of terchloride. Terchlorids, plural of terchlorid. Turian, alternative spelling of tertian, an English measure of capacity for liquids. Turians, plural of tertian. Tersile, alternative form of tersile. Tersile, plural of tersile. Tercine, a cellular layer derived from a nucleus of an alveole and surrounding the amphio sac. Terzao, any of the three stages of a bullfight, the vara, the banderilla, and finally the da. Terzaos, plural of tercio. Turcanazole, an antifungal drug used primarily to treat vaginal infections. Terderno, 3 times per day. Tirasar, alternative form of treasar. Terebate, any salt of terebic acid. Terebates, plural of terebate. Tereballid, any member of the terebellity. Terebellids, plural of terebellid. Terebine, any of various preparations, composed mainly of terpenes, obtained from camphor or turpentine by several chemical methods, used as an expectorant and antiseptic. Terebines, plural of terebene. Terebenthine, alpha-pinene. Terebic, pertaining to turpentine, often terebic acid. Terebic acid, a white crystalline compound that is the result of pouring nitric acid on turpentine. Terebionic acid, a complex acid, C7H8O4, obtained as a white crystalline substance by a modified oxidation of terebic acid. Terebinth, a Mediterranean tree Pistacia terebinthus and, possibly, Pistacia palestina. Terebinthe, resembling or relating to turpentine. Terebinthina, turpentine. Terebinthinate, characteristic of turpentine. Terebinthine, of or pertaining to the terebinth tree. Terebinths, plural of terebinth. Teribavlia, a city in Ternopil Rayon, Ternopil Oblast, Ukraine. Terra, the boring ovipositor of a hymenopterous insect. Teribri, plural of Terebra. Terebrant, of an insect that bores makes holes, specifically belonging to the Terebranchus suborder of thrips which bore using their ovipositors. Terebranchian, any thrip of the suborder Terebrancha. Terebranchians, plural of Terebranchian. Terebrants, plural of Terebrant. Terebras, plural of Terebra. Terebrae, provided with a borer. Terebrate, simple past and past participle of terebrae. Terebratale, any brachiopod in the family Terebratalidae. Terebratali, any extinct brachiopod of the family Terebratalidae. Terebratalides, plural of Terebratali. Terebratalidian, any brachiopod of the suborder Terebratalidae. Terebratalidians, plural of Terebratalidian. Tererates, third person singular simple present indicative of terebrae. Tererating, present participle and gerund of terebrae. Tereration, the act of terebrating or boring through something. Tererations, plural of terebration. Terebratula, any of the genus Terebratula of brachiopods. Terebratular, of or relating to a Terebratula. Terebratulas, plural of Terebratula. Terebratula, a brachiopod of the order Terebratulida, having a short pedicle and a calcareous loop supporting the tentacles. Terebratuli, any brachiopod of the order Terebratulida. Terebratulids, plural of Terebratuli. Terebratulids, plural of Terebratulid. Terebratula form, having the general form of a Terebratula shell. Terebratulite, a fossil Terebratulid. Terebratulites, plural of Terebratulite. Terebrid, any auger shell of the family Terebridae. Terebrids, plural of Terebrid. Pteridine, a teredo or shipworm. Pteridines, plural of pteridine. Pteridinid, any shipworm in the family Pteridinidae. Pteridinids, plural of pteridinid. Teredo, a mollusk of the genus Teredo, especially the shipworm Teredo nivalis. Teredos, plural of teredo. Teredos, plural of teredo. Tarifa, alternative spelling of trafe. Tarifa, alternative spelling of trafe. Har, a river that flows in Georgia and Russia. Pteryx sandpiper. Xenis cinereus, a small migratory Palearctic wader. Pteryx sandpipers, plural of Pteryx sandpiper. Terateme, synonym of Carapapac. Pteryx, plural of Pteryx. Pteris, a male given name from Latin, popular in the UK in the mid-20th century. Terengganu, a state in western Malaysia, capital, Kuala Terengganu. Toreno, language spoken in the Mato Grosso do Sul region of Brazil. Written in the Latin script. Terentian, of or relating to Terence Publius Terentius Afer 195/185-159 BC, ancient Roman playwright. Tarifa, alternative spelling of trave. Terephthalamide, any amide of terephthalic acid. Terephthalamides, plural of terephthalamide. Terephthalate, any salt or ester of terephthalic acid. Terephthalates, plural of terephthalate. Terephthalic, pertaining to or derived from terephthalic acid or its derivatives. Terephthalic acid, an aromatic dicarboxylic acid, benzene 1,4-dicarboxylic acid, used in the manufacture of polyesters. Terephthalyle, a radical formerly derived from terephthalic acid by removal of either or both hydroxyl groups. Terephthaloyl chloride, 1,4-benzenedicarbonyl chloride, a monomer used in polymers and aramid fibers for flame and chemical resistance, stability, and strength. Terere, an ice beverage made from yerba mate. Terere, alternative form of terere. Tereres, plural of terere. Tereres, plural of terere. A terete muscle. Harissa, a female given name from ancient Greek, the Spanish and Italian form of Teresa. Teresas, plural of Teresa. Teresi, a surname from Italian. Therea, relating to or characteristic of Saint Teresa of Avila. Teresians, plural of Teresian. Teresina, a municipality, the state capital of Piauí, Brazil. Tereses, plural of Teresi. Teresita, a female given name from Spanish. Teresa, a female given name. Tereth, obsolete spelling of terete round. Tereth, having a smooth circular cross-section, cylindrical, commonly more or less tapering. Teretes, plural of tears. Tertial, rounded. Teretiform, synonym of terete. Teretish, somewhat terete. Dorabas. Tereth, teratoxin, any toxin produced by terebrids. Teratoxins, plural of teratoxin. TERF, a trans-exclusionary radical feminist, a radical feminist who does not consider trans women to be women or thinks they should not be included in female spaces or organizations, and who considers trans men to be women, a person whose transphobia is expressed in feminist terms. TERF, rare spelling of teraf. Turf bangs, short, straight, blunt-edged bangs, especially when paired with a bob on a woman. Turf bangs, alternative form of turf bangs. Turf Island, Great Britain or the United Kingdom, viewed as a center of gender-critical feminism or more broadly of transphobic policies and attitudes. Turfenading, misspelling of turfenadine. Turfdom, the state or quality of holding trans-exclusionary feminist views. Turfdom, Alternative letter case form of TRF down. Terfenadine, an antihistamine drug formerly used to treat allergic conditions, superseded by fexofenadine in the 1990s due to the risk of cardiac arrhythmia. Terfuri, the state or quality of holding trans-exclusionary feminist views. Terfes, the desert truffle genus Terfesia. Terfesaceae, of or relating to the Terfesaceae. Terfere, comparative form of turfy, more turfy. Efe, comparative form of turfy, more turfy. Ev, superlative form of turfy, most turfy. Turfist, superlative form of turfy, most turfy. Terfenadine, alternative form of terfenadine. Terfism, the beliefs on trans people held by TERF trans-exclusionary radical feminists. Terflave, a particular L-agitinin. Terflavoxate, an antispasmodic drug. Terflora, any oligofluorine containing 3 fluorine units. Terflorans, plural of terfluoran. Terf, plural of terf. Terps, plural of terf. TSB, the jargon and rhetoric of gender-critical or trans-exclusionary feminists. Tervi, resembling, characteristic of, or related to trans-exclusionary feminism or those who hold such views. Tervi, alternative letter case form of terfy. Terra, plural of tergum. Terdo, of or pertaining to the tergum, dorsal. Tergallic acid, a trimer of gallic acid. Ardet, rare form of tergiant. Tergeminal, tergeminate. Tergeminate, having 3 pairs of leaflets. Tergeminin, a particular disintegrin. Tergeminus, 3-fold. Tergent, showing its back, having its back turned to the viewer. Tergivorous, carrying or baying something on the back. Tergyptid, any nudibranch in the family Tergyptidae. Tergypids, plural of tergypid. Terdite, the dorsal portion of an articulate animal's arthromer or somite. Tergites, plural of tergite. Tergide, relating to a tergite. Tergidol, a polyglycol non-ionic surfactant. Tergiversant, that tergiversates. Tergiversate, to evade, to equivocate using subterfuge, to obfuscate in a deliberate manner. Tergiversated, simple past and past participle of tergiversate. Tergiversates, third person singular simple present indicative of tergiversate. Tergiversating, present participle and gerund of tergiversate. Tergiversation, the act of abandoning something or someone, of changing sides, desertion, betrayal. Tergiversations, plural of tergiversation. Tergiversator, one who tergiversates. Tergiversators, plural of tergiversator. Tergiversatory, tergiversating. Tergiverse, synonym of tergiversate. Tergiversed, simple past and past participle of tergiverse. Tergiverses, third person singular simple present indicative of tergiverse. Tergiversing, present participle and gerund of tergiverse. Targme, a commune in Aisne department, Hauts de France, France. Tergocentral, of Seti, located centrally on the dorsal side of an insect's body segment. Tergomsal, tergal and mesal, synonym of dorsumsal. Tergastermo, relating to or connecting the tergite and sternite. Tergatrochanteral, relating to or connecting the tergite and trochanter. Pterodo, the upper or dorsal surface of an articulated animal such as an arthropod. Terguride, a particular dopamine agonist that is used to treat hyperprolactinemia. Terhar, a surname. Terhars, plural of terhar. Terhune, a surname. Terhunes, plural of terhune. Terry, a diminutive of the female given name Teresa. Tuda, a female given name. Tuda, a female given name. Terachmir, the highest mountain of the Hindu Kush range, located in the Chitral district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Terachmir, alternative form of terachmir. Teriflunomide, the active metabolite of leflunomide. Tericallant, an antiarrhythmic drug. Tero, a surname. Ter, alternative form of tar in the bird. Terendum, alternative form of terendum. Terendums, plural of terendum. Terens, plural of teren. Teriparatide, a recombinant form of parathyroid hormone used in the treatment of some forms of osteoporosis. Teriyaki, a cooking technique used in Japanese cuisine in which foods are broiled or grilled in a sweet soy sauce marinade. Teriyaki, prepared in the teriyaki style. Teriyakis, plural of teriyaki. Terazidone, an antituberculosis drug. Turkle, a surname. Turkles, plural of turkle. Turlemesian, a surname from Armenian. Turlemesians, plural of Turlemesian. Toilet, pronunciation spelling of toilet. Arlets, plural of turlet. Shirley, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7715. Terlinguate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing chlorine, mercury, and oxygen. Terlipressin, an analog of vasopressin used as a vasoactive drug in the management of hypotension. Terlizzi, a surname from Italian. Terlizes, plural of Terlizzi. Theros, initialism of Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. That which limits the extent of anything, limit, extremity, bound, boundary, terminus. Term assurance, life insurance that pays out a lump sum benefit on the death of the life assured within the term of the policy, and nothing on survival to the end of the term. Term day, a day which is a term as for payment of rent, or is a day in a term as of the sitting of a court. Term days, plural of term day. Term deposit, synonym of time deposit. Term deposits, plural of term deposit. Term investment, a sum of money invested for a fixed period of time. Term investments, plural of term investment. Term limit, the maximum number of terms that a person may legally serve in a particular elected office. Term limited, Simple past and past participle of term limit. Term limiting. Present participle of term limit. Term limits. Plural of term limit. Term loan. A monetary loan that is usually repaid in regular payments over a set period of time. Term loans. Plural of term loan. Term logic. An approach to logic that splits propositions into two terms, subject and predicate. Term logics. Plural of term logic. Term of address. A word or phrase used to address or refer to someone or something without using his, her, their, or its name, for example, His Excellency or Your Honor. Term of art. A word or phrase whose use or meaning is specific to a particular field of endeavor. Term of endearment. A word, phrase, or nickname used as a term of address expressing affection, is often a diminutive. Term of notice. Synonym of notice period. Term of venery. A collective noun used to denote specific groupings of individual animal species. Term of years. An estate in land held under a lease which is not perpetual or indefinite in length, though in some cases may be contingent on some guaranteed occurrence. Term of years absolute. An estate in land held for a term of years of either a specified length or on a periodic basis, and which is not a term of years determinable, though may be determinable for other reasons. A leasehold estate in land. Term of years determinable. An estate in land held for a term of years which determined on the deaths of certain individuals or the cessation of certain life interests. Term out. To finish the term. Term paper. A substantial research paper written by a student over an academic term or semester which accounts for a large amount of a grade and makes up much of the course. Term papers. Plural of term paper. Term phrase. Terminology. A phrase that has a term as its head. Term sheet. A bullet point document outlining the material terms and conditions of a potential business agreement, establishing the basis for future negotiations between a seller and buyer, or the conditions for financing a startup company. Term sheets. Plural of term sheet. Term time. The part of the academic year in which classes are held. Term times. Plural of term time. Term limit. To remove someone from an elected position by limiting the number of terms they can serve. Term limited. Simple past and past participle of term limit. Term limiting. Present participle and gerund of term limit. Term limits. Third person singular simple present indicative of term limit. Term time. Alternative form of term time. Term times. Plural of term time. Term Schroeder. A student who was permitted to gain a qualification despite only studying for a limited number of terms. Term Schroders. Plural of term Schroeder. Tarot. Hidden teachings in various Buddhist traditions. Termagency. Plural of termagency. Termagency. The quality or state of being termagant, turbulence, tumult. Termagant. A fictitious deity with a violent temperament who featured in medieval mystery plays represented as being worshipped by Muslims or less commonly other non-Christians. Termagantish. Resembling or characteristic of a termagant. Termagantism. The behavior or attitudes of a termagant. termagantly, in the manner of a termagant, shrewishly. Termagants, plural of termagant. Termakivka, a village, the administrative center of Termakivka Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hamada, Bishhorod Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Derma, a surname. Dermans, plural of terman. Termas, plural of terma. Termator, pronunciation spelling of tomato. Termators, plural of termator. Termatic, relating to the terma. Termbase, a database of terminology, usually in a multilingual format. Termbases, plural of termbase. Terb, simple past and past participle of term. Termed out, simple past and past participle of term out. Terba, the outer edge of the wing of a butterfly or moth, joining the apex to the tarnus. Termins, plural of terma. Terminvox, theremin music instrument. Terminvoxes, plural of terminvox. Terror, someone who is in a certain term. Terrors, plural of termer. Terms, a churrite. Termus, second person singular simple present indicative of term. Termo, third person singular simple present indicative of term. Termez, a small historical city in modern-day Uzbekistan's extreme south. Terminal, as much as can be contained in a term. Term graph, a form of graph used to describe data structures. Term graphs, plural of term graph. Termicin, an antifungal peptide which also exhibits weak antibacterial activity. Termicins, plural of termicin. Termagant, alternative spelling of termagant. Termagants, plural of termagant. Terminability, capability of being terminated. Terminal, able to be terminated. Terminableness, the quality of being terminable. Terminal, a building in an airport where passengers transfer from ground transportation to the facilities that allow them to board airplanes. Terminal acetylene, any acetylene alkane having the triple bond attached to a terminal carbon atom, RCCH. Terminal acetylenes, plural of terminal acetylene. Terminal bronchiole, one of the smallest bronchioles that do not participate in the gas exchanges that happen in the lung. Terminal bronchioles, plural of terminal bronchiole. Terminal burrowing, height and die syndrome. Terminal cisterna, one of the areas of the sarcoplasmic reticulum of striated muscle cells surrounding T-tubules that are able to store calcium and release it when an action potential courses down the T-tubules. Terminal cisternae, plural of terminal cisterna. Terminal control area, a volume of control airspace set up at the confluence of airways in the vicinity of one or more major airports to protect traffic climbing out from and descending into the airports. Terminal control areas, plural of terminal control area. Terminal deoxynucleotidyltransferase, a specialized DNA polymerase enabling junctional diversity expressed in immature, pre-B, pre-T lymphoid cells and acute lymphoblastic leukemia/lymphoma cells. Terminal deoxynucleotidyltransferases, plural of terminal deoxynucleotidyltransferase. Terminal figure, a statue with a head or bust carved out of the top of a square tapering pillar, originally used as a boundary marker in ancient Rome. Terminal figures, plural of terminal figure. Terminal hair. An individual strand of terminal hair. Terminal hairs. Plural of terminal hair. Terminal High Altitude Area Defense. A United States Army system designed to shoot down ballistic missiles in their terminal phase. Terminal illness. An illness that is normally incurable and that a terminally ill person would not be expected to recover from. Terminal illnesses. Plural of terminal illness. Terminal leave. Leave vacation from employment whose conclusion and coincides with the conclusion of the employment. Terminal leaves. Plural of terminal leave. Terminal moraine. A moraine left at the point of furthest advance of a glacier or ice sheet. Terminal moraines. Plural of terminal moraine. Terminal object. An object within a category which receives arrows from all other objects in that category, and such that each of these arrows is unique. Terminal objects. Plural of terminal object. Terminal S. Synonym of short S. Terminal sedation. The act of drugging a dying patient into a coma and withholding food and water until they die. Terminal station. The final station at the end of a train or bus journey. Terminal stria. A structure in the brain, being a band of fibers running along the lateral margin of the ventricular surface of the thalamus. Terminal stria. Plural of terminal stria. Terminal strip. Strip with multiple paired screw terminals to connect electrical wires. Terminal symbol. A symbol in a formal grammar that can appear in sentences of the grammar. Terminal symbols. Plural of terminal symbol. Terminal tackle. Gear that is attached to the end of a fishing line. Terminal velocities. Plural of terminal velocity. Terminal velocity. The speed at which an object in free fall and not in a vacuum ceases to accelerate downwards because the force of gravity is equal and opposite to the drag force acting against it. Terminale. Simple past and past participle of terminal. Terminalia. In ancient Rome, a festival to Terminus, the god of boundaries. Terminalian. Any large tree and flowering plant of the genus Terminalia. Terminalians. Plural of terminalian. Terminalin. The steroid alkaloid 1s 3-AS3, BS5-AR6 is 7s 9-AR9, BS11-AS11s 1-dimethylamino ethyl 9-A11 8-dimethylhexadecahydro 1-H-cyclopentaphenanthan 6-7-diol. Terminaling. Present participle and gerund of terminal. Terminalization. Alternative form of terminalization. Terminalizations. Plural of terminalization. Terminality. The quality or state of being terminal. Terminalization. The movement of the bonds towards the ends of paired chromosomes during meiosis. Terminalizations. Plural of terminalization. Terminalize. Of the bonds between paired chromosomes to move towards the ends of the chromosomes during meiosis. Terminalize. Simple past and past participle of terminalize. Terminalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminalize. Terminalizing. Present participle and gerund of terminalize. Terminal. Simple past and past participle of terminal. Terminaling. Present participle and gerund of terminal. Terminally. In a terminal manner. Terminally ill. Having an incurable condition that will lead to death. Terminally online. spending an inordinate amount of time on the internet. Terminals, plural of terminal. Terminate, terminal, terminating. Terminatable, capable of being terminated. Terminate, to end something, especially when left in an incomplete state. Terminate with extreme prejudice. To murder, to assassinate. Terminated. Simple past and past participle of terminate. Terminated with extreme prejudice. Simple past and past participle of terminate with extreme prejudice. Terminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminate. Terminates with extreme prejudice. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminate with extreme prejudice. Terminateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminate. Terminating. Present participle and gerund of terminate. Terminating with extreme prejudice. Present participle and gerund of terminate with extreme prejudice. Termination. The process of terminating or the state of being terminated. Termination codon. Synonym of stop codon. Termination codons. Plural of termination codon. Termination dust. In Alaska, a light, high-altitude snowfall that indicates the end of summer. Termination shock. The boundary marking one of the outer limits of the sun's influence where the solar wind dramatically slows. Termination shocks. Plural of termination shock. Terminational. Of or pertaining to termination. Terminationless. Without termination. Terminations. Plural of termination. Terminative. Of or relating to the termination of something. Terminative case. A form of declension that indicates at what point something ends. Terminative cases. Plural of terminative case. Terminatively. So as to terminate, terminatingly. Terminatives. Plural of terminative. Terminator. Someone who terminates or ends something, especially in later use in assassin or exterminator. Terminator pig. How pig? Terminator pigs. Plural of terminator pig. Terminators. Plural of terminator. Terminatory. Of or relating to the termination of something. Terminative. Terra. To settle, determine. Terminine. The smallest unbreakable element of the study of terminology. Terminer. The act of determining. Terminers. Plural of terminer. Terming. Present participle and gerund of term. Terming out. Present participle and gerund of term out. Termini. A surname from Italian. Termini ad quem. Plural of terminus ad quem. Termini ad quos. Plural of terminus ad quem. Terminis. Plural of termini. Terminis. Alternative form of terminis. Terminis. Simple past and past participle of terminis. Terminizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminize. Terminizing. Present participle and gerund of terminize. Terminism. The Christian doctrine that there is a time limit for repentance from sin, after which God no longer wills the conversion and salvation of the sinner. Terminus. One who supports the doctrine of terminism. Terministic. Of or relating to terminism. Terminists. Plural of terminists. Terminize. To make a term for. Terminize. Simple past and past participle of terminize. Terminizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of terminize. Terminizing. Present participle and gerund of terminize. Terminographer. A terminological lexicographer. Terminographers. Plural of terminographer. Terminography. Terminological lexicography. Terminologic. Alternative form of terminological. Terminological. Of or relating to terminology. Terminological inexactitude. A lie, falsehood. Terminological inexactitudes. Plural of terminological inexactitude. Terminologicality. The condition of being terminological. Terminologically. Regarding terminology. Terminologies. Plural of terminology. Terminologization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of terminologization. Terminologist. A person who studies and uses terminology, especially in professional translation project management. Terminologists. Plural of terminologists. Terminologization. The process of a termine during which it acquires new terminological characteristics in a specific domain and becomes the property of a special language. Terminologizations. Plural of terminologization. Terminology. A treatise on terms, especially those used in a specialized field. Termonomic. Of or pertaining to termonomics. Termonomics. The study of the biochemical importance of terminal peptides in proteins, especially N-terminal peptides. Terminotics. Computer-assisted terminography. Terminus. A census-designated place in San Joaquin County, California, United States. Terminus. The god of boundaries and landmarks, focus of the important Roman festival of Terminalia. Terminus a quo, the lower limit of dating as of the earliest plausible date at which a fact could have occurred or a document could have been written. Terminus ad quem, the latest possible date of a non-punctual event, period, era, etc. Terminus ante quem, the date before which a document must have been written. Terminus post quem, the earliest possible date for an event. For example, the latest date on a coin in a hoard of objects is the earliest possible date of its deposit. Terminus technicus, a technical term, a term of art. Terminuses, plural of terminus. Termital, relating to termites. Termitaphidid, any member of the family Termitaphididae, the termite bugs. Termitaphidids, plural of termitaphidid. Termitaria, plural of termitarium. Termitaries, plural of termitary. Termitarium, a termite colony. Termitariums, plural of termitarium. Termitary, an anthill built and occupied by termites. Termite, a white-bodied, wood-consuming insect of the infraorder Isoptera in the order Platodia. Termite bar, any insect in the family Termitaphididae, true bugs found in termite nests in the tropics. Termite bugs, plural of termite bar. Termite mound, a tough and durable standing structure rising from the ground, built by a termite colony from mud, plant parts, and termite saliva and feces. Termite mounds, plural of termite mound. Termite of the sea, Synonym of shipworm. Turritid. Simple past and past participle of termite. Termites. Plural of termite. Termites of the sea. Plural of termite of the sea. Termites of the seas. Plural of termite of the sea. Termitic. Resembling or relating to termites. Termiticidal. Serving to kill termites. Termiticide. A termiticidal agent. Termiticides. Plural of termiticide. Termitid. Any termite in the family Termitidae. Termitids. Plural of termitid. Termitiform. Resembling a termite. Turriting. Of or relating to termites. Turriting. Present participle and gerund of termite. Termitological. Of or relating to termitology. Termitologists. One who studies termites. Termitologists. Plural of termitologists. Dermatology. The study of termites. Termitophage. An organism that eats termites. Termitophages. Plural of termitophage. Termitophagus. That eats termites. Termitophagy. Feeding on termites is the dominant item of diet. Termitophile. Any insect that lives in close proximity to termites, typically in a termite nest. Termitophiles. Plural of termitophile. Termitophilus. That is a symbiotic or mutualistic relationship with termites and typically lives in a termite nest. Termless. Not terminating. Having no end, limit, or boundary. Termlessly. In a termless manner, without end, eternally. Termlessness. Absence of terms. Termly. Occurring every term. Termo. A ghost town in Lassen County, California, United States. Termolecular. Involving 3 molecules. Terra. Boundary of the monastic grounds, generally marked by a stone cross. Terminologies. Plural of terminology. Terminology. Dated form of terminology. Termins. Plural of termin. Termopsid. Any termite in the family Termopsidae. Termopsids. Plural of termopsid. Terror. Alternative form of termor. Terrors. Plural of termor. Terros. Plural of term. Terms and conditions. A specification of restrictions for the use of goods or services. Terms of address. Plural of term of address. Terms of art. Plural of term of art. Terms of endearment. Plural of term of endearment. Terms of reference. A set of terms that define the purpose of a project. Its development, and how it can be evaluated. Terms of service. The terms, conditions, or restrictions under which a person, commonly called an end user, may or may not utilize the aspects of a particular service. Terms of trade. Relative price of exports in terms of imports, defined as the ratio of weighted average export prices to weighted average import prices. Terms of use. The terms, conditions, or restrictions under which a person, commonly called an end user, may or may not utilize the aspects of a particular manufactured object, commonly called the end product. Terms of venery, plural of term of venery. Terms of years, plural of term of years. Terms out, third person singular simple present indicative of term out. Term time, alternative form of term time. Term times, plural of term time. Term-wise, by terms, term by term. Der, the River Tern, a river in Shropshire, England, which joins the Severn at Atcham. Ternal, threefold. Ternaries, plural of ternary. Ternarily, in a ternary fashion, in three directions, digits, etc. Ternarize, to convert to a ternary form. Ternarize, simple past and past participle of ternarize. Ternary, made up of three things. Ternary alloy, an alloy containing three metals or other elements. Ternary alloys, plural of ternary alloy. Ternary code, any code whose elements may take one of three values. Ternary codes, plural of ternary code. Ternary complex, any of several forms in which three different molecules are tightly bound together. Ternary complexes, plural of ternary complex. Ternary compound, any compound containing atoms of three different elements. Ternary compounds, plural of ternary compound. Ternary computer, any computer that uses ternary logic instead of binary. Ternary computers, plural of ternary computer. Ternary form, a style of composition in which one contrasting section of music is written between two similar outer sections. Ternary logarithm, the logarithm to the base 3. Ternary logarithms, plural of ternary logarithm. Ternary logic, a system of mathematical logic in which there are three truth values. Ternary name, a scientific name at the rank of subspecies, an expansion of a binomial name, a genus and a species combined with the name of the subspecies. For example, Homo sapiens sapiens. Ternary names, plural of ternary name. Ternary operator, an operator taking three operands, specifically the operator used in many programming languages to select one of two values depending on a third value. Ternary operators, plural of ternary operator. Ternate, an island of Maluku, Indonesia. Ternate pinnate, having the secondary petioles proceeding in threes from the summit of the main petiole. Ternatian, synonym of ternate language. Ternately, in a ternate manner. Ternatino, a Portuguese-based Creole spoken on Ambon and Ternate Islands, Indonesia. Ternatese, synonym of ternate language. Colorless, drab, dull. Ernaplate, thin iron or steel sheeting coated with an alloy of lead and tin or, more recently, zinc and tin, often with some antimony. Ernaplates, plural of ternaplate. Ternaries, plural of ternary. Termary, a colony of terns. Aris, plural of tern. Ternacite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Terneuzen, a city and municipality in southern Zeeland, Netherlands. Terni, a province of Umbria, Italy. Ternidazole, an antiprotozoal drug. Arnia, a group of three things together, a ternary, triplet, or triad. Tarnians, plural of Ternian. Ternovka, a city in Pavlograd Rayon, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Ternopil, a city, administrative center, and rayon of Ternopil Oblast, Ukraine. Ternopilian, of or relating to Ternopil. Ternopil, alternative form of Ternopil. Ternovite, a monoclinic white mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, niobium, and oxygen. Plural of tern. Ternstromiaceous, of or relating to the Ternstromiaceae. Terny, a historical district of Kryvyi Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine, created in 1958 and then superseded by Tverdsky district in 1969. Terracotta, a member of a Native American tribe that inhabited Coahuila just below the Rio Grande at the time of early Spanish contact. Terracottames, plural of terracotta. Pterodactyl, misspelling of pterodactyl. Pterodilane, a drug used in urology as an antispasmodic. Terifenamate, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Pterophyte, misspelling of the rophyte. Teraphytic, misspelling of the raphitic. Terratechnological, relating to terratechnology. Terratechnologist, a person working in the field of terratechnology. Terratechnologists, plural of terratechnologists. Terratechnology, the engineering and technology related to the design and maintenance of industrial plant machinery. Teroxide, synonym of teroxide. Teroxides, plural of teroxide. A member of a Maryland Terrapins sports team. Terpenter, an ancient Greek name, particularly borne by a Greek poet and Cythered of Antissa and Lesbos who lived about the first half of the 7th century BC. Terpene, any terpene that is a saturated hydrocarbon. Terpenes, plural of terpene. Tert, simple past and past participle of terp. Terva, archaic form of terpene. Terpendole, any of a group of diterpene indoles produced by the fungus Chonopignes alba. Terpendoles, plural of terpendole. Terpene, any of a very large class of naturally occurring and synthetic organic compounds formerly derived from the hydrocarbon isoprene. They include many volatile compounds used in perfume and food flavors, turpentine, the steroids, the carotene pigments, and rubber. Terpenes, without terpene. Terpenes, plural of terpene. Terpenic, of or pertaining to the terpenes. Terpenic, a surname. Terpenings, plural of terpening. Terpenoid, any of a very large class of naturally occurring and synthetic organic compounds formerly derived from the hydrocarbon isoprene. They include many volatile compounds used in perfume and food flavors, turpentine, the steroids, the carotene pigments, and rubber. Terpenoidal, relating to terpenoids. Terpenoids, plural of terpenoid. Terpenol, misspelling of terpinol. Terpenome, all the terpenoids present in an organism. Terpenomes, plural of terpenome. Terpena, any terpenoid ketone. Terpenons, plural of terpenon. Terpenone, Terpenophenol. Any phenolic terpene. Terpenophenolic. Terpenoid and phenolic. Terpenophenols. Plural of terpenophenol. Terpenes. Plural of terpen. Terpenyl. Any univalent radical derived from a terpene. Terpenylic acid. An acid C8H04 homologous with terebic acid and obtained by oxidation of oil of turpentine with chromic acid. Terpenyls. Plural of terpenyl. Terver. A dancer or singer in the entertainment industry. Tervers. Plural of terper. Terpezeta. A village and commune of Dolj County, Romania. Terphenoxy. Any compound related to a phenoxide in which a metal atom is attached to a terphenyl molecule by two oxygen atoms attached to the outer benzene rings. Terphenoxides. Plural of terphenoxide. Terphenyl. A tricyclic aromatic hydrocarbon C6H5C6H4C6H5 composed of 3 benzene rings in a row. Terphenylquinone. Any of a certain class of fungal dyes. Terphenylquinones. Plural of terphenylquinone. Terphenyls. Plural of terphenyl. Terpylean. A polymeric form of terpene resembling terpene. Terpyleans. Plural of terpylene. Terva. A compound, CHO, used as an expectorant. Terpi. Alternative form of terpen. Terpinene. Any of several isomeric monoterpene hydrocarbons found in the essential oil of cardamom, marjoram, and other herbs. Terpineans. Plural of terpinene. Terpinol. Any of several isomeric monoterpenoid alcohols found in the essential oil of pine and other trees. Terpinols. Plural of terpinol. Terpines. Plural of terpine. Terve. Present participle and gerund of ter. Terpenol. Alternative form of terpinol. Terpenylene. Synonym of terpinene. Terpenylenes. Plural of terpenylene. Terpenole. Misspelling of terpenylene. Terpenols. Plural of terpenol. Terpenes. Plural of terpen. To terpolymers. Terpolymers. Plural of terpolymer. Terps. Maryland Terrapins, athletic teams representing the University of Maryland. Terpsichore. The goddess of dance and the dramatic chorus and one of the muses, the daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne. Terpsichoreal. Alternative form of terpsichorean. Terpsichoreally. Alternative form of terpsichoreanly. Terpsichorean. Alternative form of terpsichorean, of or relating to dancing. Terpsichoreanly. In a terpsichorean manner. Terpsichoreans. Plural of terpsichorean. Terpsichoreo. Alternative form of terpsichorean. Terpsichoreally. Alternative form of terpsichoreanly. Terpsichorean. Alternative form of terpsichorean. Terpstra. A surname. Terpstras. Plural of terpstra. Terpyridine. A tricyclic heterocycle consisting of 3 linked pyridine rings. It is a tridentate ligand. Terpyridines. Plural of terpyridine. Terpyridyl. A radical derived from terpyridine. Terpyridyls. Plural of terpyridyl. An insurgent in the Rhodesian Bush War. abbreviation of territory. Terra, the Roman earth goddess equivalent in the Interpretatio Greek. Terra alba, a white earthy substance consisting of burnt gypsum and aluminium silicate kaolin or some similar ingredient, such as magnesia. It is sometimes used to adulterate certain foods, spices, candies, paints, etc. Terra bella, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Terracotta, alternative spelling of terracotta. Terracottas, plural of terracotta. Terra del Fuego, obsolete form of Tierra del Fuego. Terra firma, continental land as distinguished from islands. Terra incognita, land that has never been explored or mapped, uncharted territory. Tal lemia, Lemnian earth, S. fragile, a medicinal clay. Ta Mariana, medieval Livonia, established in 1207 in the aftermath of the Livonian Crusade and corresponding to present-day Estonia and Latvia. Terra Nilium, a roughly triangular highland region on the moon. Terra Nova, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Terra Nullius, empty land, land not legally belonging to anyone, no man's land. Terra ponderosa, barite or heavy spar. Terra preta, a very dark, man-made, nutritionally dense soil found in the Amazon basin. Terra rossa, a well-drained, reddish clay to silty soil with neutral pH conditions, typical of the Mediterranean region. Terra sigillata, a type of astringent earth or clay originally from the Greek islands, formerly used as a medicine and antidote. Terracotta, alternative form of terracotta. Terracottas, plural of terracotta. Terra japonica, Gambia, Gambia. Terra mara, an earthy deposit containing fertilizing organic or mineral matter. Tabacterio, relating to bacteria of the proposed superphylum Tabacteria. Terrace, a city in the regional district of Kitimat-Stikine, British Columbia, Canada. Terrace chant, a phrase or song chanted at a football match or other sports event. Terrace chants, plural of terrace chant. Terrace, simple past and past participle of terrace. Terraced house, a type of house which shares both side walls with the adjacent houses, typical of Victorian and Edwardian housing in English cities. Terraced houses, plural of terraced house. Terraceless, without a terrace. Terrace-like, resembling or characteristic of a terrace. Terraceous, resembling earth, soil, dirt. Terracer, an agricultural tool for building dirt terraces. Terracers, plural of terracer. Terraces, plural of terrace. Terracet, a type of landform, a ridge on a hillside formed when saturated soil particles expand, then contract as they dry, causing them to move slowly downhill. Terracets, plural of terracets. Terraceward, towards a terrace. Terracewards, alternative form of terraceward. Terracewise, in the manner of a terrace, in a terrace-like arrangement. Terrace work, a construction in the form of a terrace. Terrace works, plural of terrace work. Terracide, the destruction of a planet or of natural ecosystems. Terraciform, resembling a terrace. Terracing, present participle and gerund of terrace. Terracings, plural of terracing. Terracotta, a hard red-brown unglazed earthenware. Used for pottery and building construction. Terracotta Army, a collection of terracotta sculptures depicting the armies of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, located in Xi'an, Shaanxi Province, China. Terracotta warriors, the Terracotta Army. Terracotta-like, resembling or characteristic of terracotta. Terracottas, plural of terracotta. Terracultural, relating to terraculture. Terraculture, cultivation on the earth, agriculture. Terri, plural of terra. Theophilus, a satirical orator who spoke at public ceremonies of the University of Oxford and who ostensibly had official sanction for personal attacks. Terranullius, plural of terranullius. Terra firma, the hinterland territories of the Republic of Venice beyond the Adriatic coast in northeast Italy. Terraform, to transform the atmosphere or biosphere of another planet into one having the characteristics of Earth. Terraformable, able to be terraformed. Terraformation, terraforming. Terraformations, plural of terraformation. Terraformed, simple past and past participle of terraform. Terraformer, a machine that has the capability to terraform. Terraformers, plural of terraformer. Terraforming, the hypothetical process of deliberately modifying the atmosphere, temperature, surface topography or ecology of a planet, moon, etc. to make it similar to those of Earth and thus suitable for human life. Terraforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of terraform. Terrain, a single distinctive rock formation, an area having a preponderance of a particular rock or group of rocks. Terrain awareness and warning system, an onboard system used to avoid controlled flight into terrain see fit. Terrain awareness and warning systems, plural of terrain awareness and warning system. Terrain park, an area in a park-type setting, often within a ski resort, designed for snowboarding or sometimes skiing and typically containing features such as ramps and rails for sliding on. Terrain parks, plural of terrain park. Terrain theory, an obsolete theory of disease proposing that a weak body attracts germs. Terrains, plural of terrain. Terrell, a surname from French. Terrells, plural of terrell. Terramara, alternative form of terramare. Terramaras, plural of terramara. Terramare, alternative letter case form of terramare. Terramares, plural of terramare. Terrene chanical, relating to terrene chanics. Terrene chanics, the study of surface soil, especially its interaction with vehicles. Terramycin, the brand name of oxytetracycline. Terra, of earth, of terrestrial origin. Terrana, a surname from Italian. Terranas, plural of terrana. Terranaut, someone who explores some part of the the earth. Terranauts, plural of terranaut. Terrace, a male given name from Latin, variant of Terence. Terrain, a block of the Earth's crust that differs from the surrounding material and is separated from it by faults. Terranean, earthly, relating to the Earth. Terraneous, relating to the Earth. Terrains, plural of terrain. Terranean, an inhabitant of Earth. Terraneans, plural of terranean. Terranium, a fictional element, especially a metal. Terranavate, an orthorhombic dipyrametal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Terrans, plural of terran. Terrapene, any of several large turtles of the genus Terrapene, the box turtles. Terrapeans, plural of terrapene. Terrapin, any of several small turtles of the families Amididae and Geoamididae found throughout the world. Terrapin a la Maryland, a stew of diamondback terrapin with cream and sherry, popular in Maryland in the 19th century. Terrapins, plural of terrapin. Terrapline, alternative form of terrapline. Terrapleans, plural of terrapline. Terraquean, Terraqueous. Terraqueous, chiefly in terraqueous globe that is, the earth, consisting of both land and water. Terraqueousness, the quality of being terraqueous. Tower, alternative form of terrier. Terraranon, any frog of the genus Pristimandes. Terrarions, plural of terraranon. Terraria, plural of terrarium. Terrarian, a player of the action-adventure sandbox game Terraria. Terrarians, plural of terrarian. Terrarium, an enclosure wherein small animals are displayed, usually with some plants, in a naturalistic setting. Terrariums, plural of terrarium. Terrars, plural of terrar. Terras, plural of terra. Terrassa, a city in Barcelona, Catalonia, Spain. It is located at the feet of the Prelitoral mountain range. Terras, ties, patio. Terrace, simple past and past participle of terrace. Terraces, plural of terrace. Terracing, present participle and gerund of terrace. Terratoi, misspelling of terratoid. Terawatts, misspelling of terawatts. Terrazzo, alternative form of terrazzo. Terrazzos, plural of terrazzos. Terrazzo, a full marble material used for flooring and countertops. Terrazzos, plural of terrazzo. Terre Haute, a city and the Academy Sea of Vigo County, India, United States. Terrapline, alternative form of terrapline. Terraplines, plural of terrapline. Terratenant, one who has the actual possession of land. Terratenants, plural of terratenant. Tervert, green earth. Terverts, plural of tervert. Terrebonne, a surname. Terrebonne Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Huma. Terrebonnes, plural of Terrebonne. Terrain, archaic form of terrain. Terriens, plural of terrain. Terredy, the quality of being earthy. Terrell, a surname. Terrell, an unincorporated community in Worth County. Georgia, United States. Terrell County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Dawson, named after William Terrell. Terrell rotation, the visual distortion resembling a rotation that a passing object traveling at a significant fraction of the speed of light exhibits. Terrell, a small magnetized model ball representing the Earth, used in investigating magnetism. Terrelli, plural of terrella. Terrellus, plural of terrella. Terrels, plural of terrell. Terrace, a male given name from Latin, variant of Terence. Terrenceville, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Terran, synonym of Terran, an inhabitant of Earth, an earthling. Terran Sea, Mediterranean Sea. Terranly, in an earthly or terrestrial sense. Terrans, plural of Terran. Terranovian, the oldest stratigraphic series in the Cambrian geographic period. Terrenity, earthiness, worldliness. Terreus, pertaining to earth, earthy. Terrapline, the sloping earthen embankment behind a defensive wall. Terraplines, plural of terrapline. Terraquinone, any of a group of bisinylquinone alkaloids that are anti-tumor fungal metabolites. Terraquinones, plural of terraquinone. Terreo, a surname. Terreros, plural of terrero. Terraverts, plural of tervert. Terrestrial, spelling of terrestrial. Terrestrials, plural of terrestrial. Terrestrial, an inhabitant of the planet Earth. Terrestrial albedo, a measure of the albedo of Earth used to predict climate change and understand its energy budget. Terrestrial branch, synonym of earthly branch. Terrestrial branches, plural of terrestrial branch. Terrestrial dynamical time, synonym of terrestrial time. Terrestrial genon, any old world monkey of the genus Alacrospis. Terrestrial genons, plural of terrestrial genon. Terrestrial navigation, a method of navigation in which the position is determined through terrestrial objects or landmarks such as headlands or lighthouses or any objects on the surface of the Earth. Terrestrial navigations, plural of terrestrial navigation. Terrestrial planet, any planet of the solar system or any exoplanet which is Earth-like in the sense that it is composed primarily of metals and rock, in contrast to a planet which is a gas giant. Terrestrial planets, plural of terrestrial planet. Terrestrial telescope, a telescope which, unlike most telescopes used for astronomical purposes, contains an arrangement of lenses presenting an erect non-inverted image to the observer, suitable for observation of objects on the Earth's surface. Terrestrial telescopes, plural of terrestrial telescope. Terrestrial time, a modern astronomical time standard defined by the International Astronomical Union primarily for time measurements of astronomical observations made from the surface of the Earth. Terrestrial time, a time standard proposed by Sanford Fleming in the late 19th century to replace Greenwich time and Paris time by one that is universally adopted. Terrestrialization, alternative form of terrestrialization. Terrestrialize, alternative form of terrestrialize. Terrestrialize, simple past and past participle of terrestrialize. Terrestrialism, the practice of being terrestrial, typically of amphibians in a dry climate. Terrestrialists, any animal that adopts terrestrialism as a lifestyle. Terrestrialists, plural of terrestrialist. Terrestriality, the property of being from the planet Earth. Terrestrialization, the colonization of the land by aquatic organisms. Terrestrialize, to make terrestrial. Terrestrialize, simple past and past participle of terrestrialize. Terrestrialize, third person singular simple present indicative of terrestrialize. Terrestrializing, present participle and gerund of terrestrialize. Terrestrially, in a terrestrial manner. Terrestrialness, quality of being terrestrial, terrestriality. Terrestrials, plural of terrestrial. Terrestriamide, the amide E3,4-hydroxy,3-methoxyphene ilan 2,4-hydroxyphene il-2-oxothiol prop 2 an amide derived from calmaric acid. Terrestrian, of or relating to Earth or its inhabitants, of terrestrial origin. Terrestrians, plural of terrestrian. Terrestrinin, a particular steroid glycoside. Terrestrius, synonym of terrestrial. Terrestricin, a particular steroid glycoside. Terret, one of the rings on the top of the harness saddle, through which the reins pass. Terrets, plural of terret. Terry, a female given name. A spelling variant of Terry, diminutive of Teresa. Terria, a female given name. Terria, a female given name originating as a coinage. Terribat, extremely bad. Terribilities, plural of terribility. Terribility, the quality of being terrible. Terrible, dreadful, causing terror, alarm and fear, awesome. Terrible infant. An infant terrible. Terrible infants, plural of terrible infant. Terrible twos, a developmental stage in toddlers, normally occurring around the age of 2, involving refusals and temper tantrums. Terribleness, the characteristic of being terrible. Terriblenesses, plural of terribleness. Terribler, comparative form of terrible, more terrible. Terribilists, superlative form of terrible, most terrible. Terribly, misspelling of terribly. Terribly, so as to cause terror or awe. Terricide, the destruction of ecosystems, human lives, and intangible energies that regulate human and non-human life. Terricides, plural of terricide. Terricle, ground dwelling or growing close to the ground. Terricoles, plural of terricole. Terricoline, synonym of terricolous. Terricolous, living in, on, or near ground. Terriculement, a source of unnecessary or uncontrollable fear. Terriculaments, plural of terriculament. Terry, a female given name, a spelling variant of Terry, diminutive of Teresa. Terrien, a surname from French. Terriens, plural of Terrien. Teve, a dog from a group of small, lively breeds, originally bred for the hunting of burrowing prey such as rats, rabbits, foxes, and even otters. This original function is reflected in some of their names, for example rat terrier. Terrier-like, resembling or characteristic of a terrier type of dog. Terrierman, a person in charge of a pack of terriers. Terrierman, plural of terrierman. Terriers, plural of terrier. Terriers, plural of terry. Tariff, terrific, wonderful, very good. Terrific, terrifying, causing terror, terrible, sublime, awe-inspiring. Terrifico, archaic form of terrific, inspiring terror. Terrifically, in a terrific or extreme way. Terrification, an act of terrifying. Terrifications, plural of terrification. Terrific, obsolete form of terrific. Terrifically, archaic form of terrifically. Terrificness, the quality of being terrific. Terrify, obsolete form of terrify. Terrify, extremely frightened. Terrifiedly, in a terrified manner. Terrifiedness, the quality of being terrified. Terrifier, one who, or that which terrifies. Terrifiers, plural of terrifier. Terrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of terrify. Terrify, to frighten greatly, to fill with terror. Terrifying, frightening or intimidating. Terrifyingly, in a terrifying manner. Terrifyingness, the state or condition of being terrifying. Terrio, a suburb of Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. Terrigenous, alternative form of terrigenous. Terrigenous, produced by the earth. Terrell, a surname. Terrells, plural of terrell. Terrandom, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Terrandums, plural of terrandum. Terring, a deep type of dish or pan, typically used for casseroles and made out of pottery. Terrians, plural of terrine. Terranton, a village and civil parish in Ryedale District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 6770. Terrington St Clement, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref FTF 5520. Teddo, a surname. Terrian, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Teddos, plural of Terrio. Terriquez, a surname. Terriquezes, plural of Terriquez. Terrace, a surname. Terrace, alternative form of terret. Terrilarian, a spider that spins a web on the ground. Terrido, a surname from Italian. Terriquar de Belfort, a department of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Capital, Belfort. Territorial, of, relating to, or restricted to a specific geographic area or territory. Territorial army, a reserve force of the British Army, made up of part-time soldiers. Territorial integrity, the principle that a state's borders are sacrosanct. The idea that nation-states should not promote secessionist movements or border changes in other nation-states. Territorial justice, the varying provision of social services in different areas based on how much they are needed in each area. Territorial matrices, plural of territorial matrix. Territorial matrix, the layer which surrounds chondrocytes in cartilage. It is basophilic and stains metatraumatically due to protoglycans. Territorial pissing, in animals, the habit of urinating on an area to mark territory. Territorial pissings, plural of territorial pissing. Territorial sea, the sea and ocean areas belonging to the territorial waters of a country. Territorial seas, plural of territorial sea. Territorial water, singular of territorial waters. Territorial waters, a country's inland lakes and waterways as well as the portion of its coastal oceans, seas, or other adjoining bodies of water considered to fall within the political boundaries and legal jurisdiction of that country. Territorialize, alternative form of territorialize. Territorialize, simple past and past participle of territorialize. Territorializes, third person singular simple present indicative of territorialize. Territorializing, present participle and gerund of territorialize. Territorialism, territoriality, the assertion of rights to a territory. Territorialisms, plural of territorialism. Territorialists, someone who supports territorialism. Territorialistic, pertaining to territorialism. Territorialists, plural of territorialists. Territorialities, plural of territoriality. Territoriality, the fact or legal status of being a territory. Territorializable, capable of being territorialized. Territorialization, the process of territorializing. Territorializations, plural of territorialization. Territorialize, to enlarge by extension of territory. Territorialize, simple past and past participle of territorialize. Territorializes, third person singular simple present indicative of territorialize. Territorializing, present participle and gerund of territorialize. Territorially, in terms of territory. Territorials, plural of territorial. Territorian, a native or inhabitant of the Northern Territory, Australia. Territorians, plural of territorian. Territory, having territory or territories. Territories, plural of territory. Territorialist, not having a territory. Territory, one of 3 of Canada's federal entities, located in the country's Arctic, with fewer powers than a province and created by an Act of Parliament rather than by the Constitution, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Territory of Bengal, a former territory of Chile before the creation in 1887 of the Maluku and Cotton provinces. Territory of Antofagasta, a former territory of Chile before the creation in 1888 of the Antofagasta province. Territory of Aysén, a former territory of Chile before the creation in 1929 of the Aysén province. Territory of Anguillo, a former territory of Chile before the creation in 1861 of the Anguillo province. Territory of Magallanes, a former territory of Chile before the creation in 1929 of the Magallanes province. Territory of New Caledonia and dependencies, official name of New Caledonia, an overseas territory of France located in Oceania. Territory of the Saar Basin, a Germanic microstate that existed from 1920 to 1935. Territos, plural of territo. Terrets, plural of terret. Terroir, the complete set of local conditions in which a particular wine or family of wines is produced, including soil type, weather conditions, topography, and winemaking savoir-faire. Terroirist, a person who believes in a usage of the terroir, especially one whose production or selection of wine is influenced by this concept. Terroirists, plural of terroirists. Terroirs, plural of terroir. Terror, the reign of terror during the French Revolution. Terror bird, any of the family Phorusrhacidae of extinct flightless birds endemic to South America during the Cenozoic, a Phorusrhacid. Terror birds, plural of terror bird. Terror bomb, alternative spelling of terror bomb. Terror bomb, simple past and past participle of terror bomb. Terror bombing, present participle and gerund of terror bomb. Terror bombings, plural of terror bombing. Terror bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of terror bomb. Terror cell, a small group of terrorists who belong to a larger terrorist organization. Terror cells, plural of terror cell. Terror bomb, alternative spelling of terror bomb. Terror bomb, simple past and past participle of terror bomb. Terror bombing, present participle and gerund of terror bomb. Terror bombings, plural of terror bombing. Terror bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of terror bomb. Terror stricken, alternative form of terror stricken. Terror bomb, to bomb chiefly civilian areas with the intention of instilling terror and decreasing morale. Terror bomb, simple past and past participle of terror bomb. Terror bombing, present participle and gerund of terror bomb. Terror bombings, plural of terror bombing. Terror bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of terror bomb. Terrorcore, a European music genre that is a faster variant of hardcore techno, often incorporating samples from horror films. Terrorful, full of terror. Terrorgram, a decentralized network of far-right telegram channels. Terrorgrammer, a member of Terrorgram. Terrorgrammers, plural of terrorgrammer. Terrorization, alternative form of terrorization. Terrorizations, plural of terrorization. Terrorize, to inflict someone with terror, to terrify. Terrorize, simple past and past participle of terrorize. Terrorizer, Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of terrorizer. Terrorizers, plural of terrorizer. Terrorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of terrorize. Terrorizing, present participle and gerund of terrorize. Terrorism, the system of fear and intimidation put into place during the reign of terror in revolutionary France around 1793-94. Terrorisms, plural of terrorism. Terrorist, a person, group, or organization that uses violent action or the threat of violent action to further political goals. Terrorist camp, a training camp whose purpose is to teach students methods of terrorism. Terrorist camps, plural of terrorist camp. Terrorist fist jab, the touching together of two people's fists, often in celebration of an accomplishment, more commonly known as a fist bump. Terrorist fist jabs, plural of terrorist fist jab. Terroristic, of or pertaining to a terrorist, terrorism or terror. Terroristical, of or relating to terrorists. Terroristically, by means of terrorism or in a manner that suggests it. Terrorists, plural of terrorist. Terrorization, the act of terrorizing. Terrorizations, plural of terrorization. Terrorize, to fill someone with terror, to terrify. Terrorize, simple past and past participle of terrorize. Terrorize, one who is terrorized. Terrorizes, plural of terrorize. Terrorizer, someone who terrorizes, who induces terror at terror. Terrorizers, plural of terrorizer. Terrorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of terrorize. Terrorizing, present participle and gerund of terrorize. Terrorless, not causing terror, unfrightening. Terrorlessness, absence of terror. Terrors, plural of terror. Terrorism, characterized or marked by terror, frightful, frightening. Terrorsploitation, a genre of exploitation films focused on terrorism or terrorist attacks, often provoking fear. Terror-stricken, stricken with terror, utterly terrified. Terror-schry, stricken with terror, utterly terrified. Terrorwave, vaporwave music and art with terrorist and militant themes. Terror, obsolete form of terror. Terrors, plural of terror. Has, plural of terror. Terry, a surname originating as a patronymic from the medieval Norman given name Thierry, a cognate of the English Derek. Terry cloth, an absorbent cotton fabric typically used for towels and bathrobes, toweling. Terry cloths, plural of terry cloth. Terry County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat. Brownfield. Terry diaper, synonym of terry nappy, a makeshift cloth nappy folded from a large piece of square or rectangular absorbent fabric such as terry coarse cotton, which is held in place by a diaper pin or other fastener. Terry diapers, plural of terry diaper. Terry nappies, plural of terry nappy. Terry nappy, A cloth nappy folded from a large piece of square or rectangular absorbent fabric which is held in place by a nappy pin or other fastener, especially one made from terry coarse cotton. A flat nappy. Terry search. A search carried out by the police during a Terry stop. Terry searches. Plural of Terry search. Terry stop. The brief detention of a person by the police on reasonable suspicion of involvement in criminal activity, but short of probable cause to arrest. Terry stops. Plural of Terry stop. Terry claw. Alternative form of terry claw. Terracloth. Plural of terracloth. Teleology. A fringe theory of logic developed by American actor Terrence Howard, said to be able to prove the statement 1 times 1 equals 2. Plural tia. Sanctus. The trisagion beginning Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal. Scherveling. An island of Friesland, Netherlands. Of speech or style, brief, concise, to the point. Erzely. In a brief, concise, or to the point manner. Terseness. The characteristic of being terse. Tersenesses. Plural of terseness. Terser. Comparative form of terse, more terse. Tersest. Superlative form of terse, most terse. Terra. The act of wiping. Tarskite. An orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. Terson syndrome. The occurrence of a vitreous hemorrhage of the human eye in association with subarachnoid hemorrhage. Tersulfy. Alternative form of tersulfy. Tersulfy. A trisulfide. Tersulfides. Plural of tersulfy. Tersulfuret. A trisulfide. Tersulfurets. Plural of tersulfuret. Tertiary form. Tert-butoxide. A butoxide containing a tertiary butyl group. Tert-butoxides. Plural of tert-butoxide. Tert-butyl. Synonym of tertiary butyl. Tert-butyl hydroquinone. A preservative of fats and oils used in food. An aromatic, organic compound that is a type of phenol. It is a derivative of hydroquinone, substituted with a tert-butyl group. Tert-butyl hydroquinones. Plural of tert-butyl hydroquinone. Tert-butyls. Plural of tert-butyl. Turamil. Tertiary amyl. Tertitalol. A beta blocker drug. Tert-butyl. Synonym of tertiary butyl. Tertethene. An oligomer of the heterocycle thiophene. Tertethines. Plural of tertethene. Tertial. Any flight feather attached to the humerus upper arm of a bird. Tertials. Plural of tertial. Tertian. Characterized by paroxysms recurring every other day, that is, every third day by inclusive reckoning. Tertians. Plural of tertian. Tertiapin. A peptide found in the venom of the European honeybee Apis mellifera. Tertiaries. Plural of tertiary. Tertiarily. In a tertiary way. Tertiariness. The state of being tertiary. Tertiarization. Alternative form of tertiarization. Tertiarism. All the symptoms of the tertiary stage of syphilis taken collectively. Tertiarization. A shift from the primary and secondary sectors to the tertiary sector. Tertiary. Of or pertaining to the first part of the Cenozoic era when modern flora and mammals appeared. Tertiary alcohol. Any alcohol of general formula R3COH. Tertiary alcohols. Plural of tertiary alcohol. Tertiary amine. An amine containing 3 radicals of general formula R1, R2, R3N. The radicals may be the same, different, or part of a ring. Tertiary amines. Plural of tertiary amine. Tertiary amyl. The univalent organic radical 2-methyl-2-butyl CHBZHCHC. Tertiary butyl. The univalent organic radical CHC. Tertiary butyl hydroquinone. An aromatic organic compound that is a type of phenol. It is a derivative of hydroquinone, substituted with a tert-butyl group. Tertiary butyl hydroquinones. Plural of tertiary butyl hydroquinone. Tertiary care. Health care treatment requiring very specialized expertise and advanced equipment and usually delivered within a medical facility. Tertiary college. A kind of further education college in England and Wales, offering academic and vocational courses to teenagers and adults. Tertiary colleges. Plural of tertiary college. Tertiary color. Any color that results from the mixing of 2 secondary colors or of a primary color and an adjacent secondary color. Tertiary colors. Plural of tertiary color. Tertiary color. Any color that results from the mixing of 2 secondary colors or of a primary color and an adjacent secondary color. Tertiary colors. Plural of tertiary color. Tertiary education. Higher education. Tertiary explosive. A type of explosive that is highly insensitive to shock and that cannot be reliably detonated by practical quantities of primary explosive. Tertiary explosives. Plural of tertiary explosive. Tertiary healthcare. Synonym of tertiary care. Tertiary industries. Plural of tertiary industry. Tertiary industry. An industry that provides goods or services to consumers using raw materials from primary industry and goods processed by secondary industry. Tertiary phosphine. Any compound of general formula PR3 where R is not H. Tertiary phosphines. Plural of tertiary phosphine. Tertiary planet. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see tertiary planet, the third planet, usually counting outwards from the central sun. Tertiary planets. Plural of tertiary planet. Tertiary sector. The sector of the economy that principally provides goods and services to consumers using goods produced by the other sectors. Tertiary sectors. Plural of tertiary sector. Tertiary source. A selection, distillation, summary, or compilation of primary sources, secondary sources, or both. Tertiary sources. Plural of tertiary source. Tertiary structure. The manner in which the helices or sheets of a protein are folded to give a three-dimensional structure. Tertiary structures. Plural of tertiary structure. Tertiary student. A student undergoing tertiary education. Tertiary students. Plural of tertiary student. Tertiary work. Synonym of tertiary source. Tertiary works. Plural of tertiary work. Tertiary level education. Higher education. Tare. To reduce by 1/3, especially, kill 1/3 of a group of people. Tertiate. Simple past and past participle of tertiate. Tertiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of tertiate. Tertiating, present participle and gerund of tertiate. Tertibre, the third-order brachial plate of a crinoid. Tertile, either of the 2 points that divide an order distribution into 3 parts, each containing a third of the population. Tertiles, plural of tertile. Tertiparous, pregnant for the 3rd time. Tertium non dater, for every proposition, either it is true or its negation is true. Tertium quid, something intermediate between 2 classifications. Tertium quids, plural of tertium quid. Tertite, a monoclinic snow-white mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Tertulia, an evening party, a soirée, especially in Spain. Tertulias, plural of tertulia. Tertullian, a Roman cognomen in particular borne by the Christian theologian Quintus Septimius Florens Tertullianus from Carthage. Tertullianism, the beliefs of the Tertullianists. Tertullianus, an adherent of the teachings of early Christian theologian Tertullian Quintus Septimius Florens Tertullianus, c.155c.240c. Tertullianists, plural of Tertullianus. Terutira, synonym of southern lapwing. Terutiros, plural of terutiro. Terra, a series of usually 9 short notes blown on the shofar as a Jewish ceremonial. Terras, plural of Teruel. Teruel, a city, the provincial capital of Teruel, Spain. Teruels, plural of Teruel. Tariff, alternative form of tariff, Indian Land Division. Tariffs, plural of tariff. Teradite, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing arsenic, boron, calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Teruhisa, a male given name from Japanese. Teruko, a female given name from Japanese. Teruma, heave offering. Terumas, plural of teruma. Terumi, a female given name from Japanese. Terumitsu, a male given name from Japanese. Teruma, plural of teruma. Teruma, plural of teruma. Teranari, a male given name from Japanese. Tensai, plural of Terentius. Tarentus, an ancient Roman coin worth 1/4 of an as. Teuos, plural of terua. Teua, plural of terua. Teua, plural of terua. Terra, alternative form of terutiro. Teruteros, plural of terutero. Teratrobin, an antiplatelet agent. Teruya, a unisex given name from Japanese. Teruyas, plural of teruya. Tervalence, trivalence. Tervalent, trivalent. Terva, characteristic of, related to, or espousing gender-critical or trans-exclusionary feminism. Tervans, plural of tervan. Sharver, a gender-critical feminist or anti-transgender advocate viewed as having an unhealthy fixation on trans people's genitals. Pervertisolate, having 3 whorls. Sherverts, plural of turver. Terus, plural of turf, deliberate misspelling of turf. Tervola, a municipality of Lapland, Finland. Tervuren, a municipality of the Flemish Brabant province in Belgium. Terwilliger, a surname. Terwilligers. Plural of Terwilliger. Turili, a polyester fabric, polyethylene terephthalate. Turilians, plural of Turiline. Terzorema, an arrangement of triplets, generally in iambic pentameter in English, with rhyme scheme about BCB-CDC. Terzanal, a poetry form which is a combination of the villanelle and the terzorema. Terzanals, plural of terzanal. Terzrime, plural of terzorema. Terzet, a terzetto, a composition in 3 voice parts. Tarzets, plural of terzet. Tarzetta, alternative form of terzetto. Tarzettes, plural of terzetta. Tarzetti, plural of terzetto. Jarzetto, a composition in 3 voice parts or the vocal or, rarely, instrumental trio. Terzettos, plural of terzetto. Tarzan, a surname from Armenian. Tarzans, plural of Terzian. Tarzana, a Tarzet. Tarzanas, plural of Terzana. Tarzan, plural of Terzana. Tarto, a surname from Italian. That, plural of te. That's plural of T. Tassiglitazar, a paroxysm proliferator activated receptor agonist with affinity to PPAR alpha and PPAR gamma, proposed for type 2 diabetes. Tassamorle, a growth hormone releasing hormone analog. Tassar, a surname from Czech. Tassars, plural of Tassar. F, a surname. Taskemasherite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Taschen disease, a severe and fatal form of encephalomyelitis in pigs caused by the virus genus Tescovirus. Teschenite, any of a group of rocks containing essential pyrazine, olivine, and analcyme. Teschenites, plural of teschenite. Teschenitic, composed of or relating to teschenite. Tatas, plural of tesch. Tescher, a surname from German. Teschers, plural of Teschner. Tescoviral, relating to a Tescovirus. Tescovirus, any virus of the genus Tescovirus. Tescoviruses, plural of Tescovirus. Tesco value. Sheep or basic. Tesquization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of tesquization. Tesquization, a policy of aggressive commercial expansion. Tescriel, acronym of transhumanism, extrapianism, singularitarianism, cosmism, rationalism, effective altruism, long-termism. DESA, acronym of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Desom, an extinct kind of dog from ancient Egypt resembling a greyhound. Desoms, plural of Tessom. Tessane, a market town in western Eritrea. Tesaxel, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. TESAX, acronym of Tactical Engagement Simulation Exercise. TESI, a surname from Amharic. TESFIs, plural of TESFI. TESI, a surname from Amharic. TESI, a surname from Amharic. TESVEs, plural of TESVE. TESVEs, plural of TESVE. Tesguino, alternative form of Tesguino. Tesguino, a corn beer made by the Tarahumara Indians of Sierra Madre in Mexico. Tesguinos, plural of Tesguino. Tesguinos, plural of Tesguino. Tesh, a surname. Tetes, plural of Tesh. Teshalama, alternative form of Tashilama. Tachom, a surname from Amharic. Tashums. Plural of Teshum. Teshulama, alternative form of Tashilama. Teshuva, alternative form of Teshuva. Teshuva, alternative form of Teshuva. Teshuvah, the Jewish concept of penitence. Teshuvah, alternative form of Teshuvah. Tea, a bird of the genus Tesia. Eas, plural of Tesia. Tessas, 4 times. That, a surname. That's, plural of task. ESL, initialism of teaching English as a second language, a method or program for teaching English to students whose first language is not English and who live in a region where English is the dominant language and natural English language immersion situations are apt to be plentiful. Tesla, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Tesla coil, a type of resonant transformer circuit used to produce high voltage, low current, high frequency alternating current electricity. Tesla coils, plural of Tesla coil. Tesla turbine, a kind of bladeless centripetal flow turbine. Tesla swapped, a car which has been electrified by removing its internal combustion engine and fuel system and replacing it with a battery pack and an electric drive motor salvaged from a Tesla Motors all-electric battery-powered car. Tesla swapped, of a car electrified by replacing its internal combustion engine and fuel system with a battery pack and an electric motor salvaged from a Tesla Motors all-electric battery-powered car. Tesla meter, an instrument for measuring the strength of a magnetic field in Tesla. Tesla meters, plural of Tesla meter. Teslaphile, an aficionado or fan of the scientist Nikola Tesla. Teslaphiles, plural of Teslaphile. Teslas, plural of Tesla. Teslascope, a radio transceiver that was allegedly invented by Serbian scientist Nikola Tesla for communicating with extraterrestrial life. Teslan, a village in Yukon, Canada. Teso, a commune of Dulge County, Romania. Teswer, a surname. Teswers, plural of Teswer. Tesnerian, of or relating to Lucien Tesnier 1893-1954, influential French linguist. Tesnerian, alternative form of Tesnerian. Tesofensine, a phenyltropane drug under development for the treatment of obesity. TESOL, acronym of Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. Tesorero, a surname. Tesoreros, plural of tesorero. Tesoro, a surname. Tesoros, plural of tesoro. Thus, initialism of transiting exoplanet survey satellite, a planned space telescope for NASA Explorers program. Thus, a diminutive of the female given name Teresa. TESA, acronym of tax-exempt special savings account. TESA, a diminutive of the female given name Teresa from ancient Greek. Tesale, a village and rural commune in the Kidal region of Mali. Tezara, 4. Tesseract. Alternative spelling of tesseract. Tesseracts, plural of tesseract. Tesseradgad, alternative form of tesseradcade, a group of 14. Tesseradcads, plural of tesseradcad. Tesseratomid, any bug in the family Tesseratomidae. Tesseratomids, plural of Tesseratomid. Tessary, a hypercomplex number of the form T equals W plus Roman 11 plus ij plus ck, W x y z letter 2 1 1 d, where ij equals j equals k, I2 equals 1, J2 equals plus 1. Tessarines, plural of tessarine. Tessa, plural of tessa. Thessas, plural of tessa. Tessower, formed of tessary, like a mosaic. Tessellate, alternative spelling of tessellate. Tessellated, covered with pieces that are identically shaped. Tessellates, third person singular simple present indicative of tessellate. Tessellating, present participle and gerund of tessellate. Tessellation, alternative spelling of tessellation. Tessellations, plural of tessellation. Tessella, a small tessera. Tessely, plural of tessella. Tesseller, alternative form of tesseller. Tessellate, tessellated. Tessellate more, synonym of laced more. Tessellate mores, plural of tessellate more. Tessellated, covered with tiles pieces that are similarly shaped. Tessellated epithelia, plural of tessellated epithelium. Tessellated epithelium, synonym of simple squamous epithelium. Tessellately, in a tessellate manner. Tessellates, third person singular simple present indicative of tessellate. Tessellating, present participle and gerund of tessellate. Tessellation, the property or fact of tessellating. Tessellations, plural of tessellation. Tessoma, a surname from Amharic. Tessemas, plural of tessema. Tesser, a small square piece of stone, wood, ivory or glass used for making a mosaic. Tesser, alternative form of tessera 4. Tesseract, the four-dimensional analog of a cube, a 4D polytope bounded by 8 cubes analogously to the way a cube is bounded by 6 squares. Tesseracted, simple past and past participle of tesseract. Tesseractic, relating to a tesseract, relating to four-dimensional space or to a four-polytope, Tesseracts, plural of tesseract. Tesseratke, a group of 14. Tesseratcades, plural of tesseratcade. Tesserae, plural of tessera. Tesserake, done in Mosaic, tessellated. Tessera, of, pertaining to, or made up of tesserae. Tesserite, a village in Ticino, Switzerland. That's us, plural of Tess. Tessica, a female given name. That's a alternative spelling of Tessie. Tesse, a surname from French. Tessin, Ticino. Tetzeter, a surname from Italian. Tess. Tessitors, plural of tessitor. Tessiture, the most acceptable and comfortable vocal range for a singer or musical instrument, the range in which a given type of voice presents its best sounding timbre. Tessitures, plural of tessitura. Tessiture, plural of tessitura. Teslar, a surname. Tesslers, plural of Tesler. Tessaman, a surname. Tessaman, plural of Tessman. Teswer, a surname. Tesswers, plural of Tesmer. Tessower, Tessero. Tesse, a diminutive of the female given names Teresa or Teresa. S, acronym of treadmill exercise. Stress test. S, a challenge, trial. Test and trace, a means of combating coronavirus by taking samples from individuals and instructing those who are infected to isolate themselves from others and provide details of their recent close contacts, who are also told to isolate. Test bed, alternative form of test bed. Test beds, plural of test bed. Test bench, a laboratory bench upon which a device is physically tested. Test benches, plural of test bench. Test card, a card printed with various letters or symbols used in testing vision. Test cards, plural of test card. Test case, a legal action intended to set a precedent. Test cases, plural of test case. Test cricket, the highest level of international cricket where test sides compete against each other in 5-day matches. Test cross, alternative form of test cross. Test crosses, plural of test cross. Test depth, the maximum depth at which a submarine is permitted to operate in peacetime. Test depths, plural of test depth. Test double, an object or procedure that looks and behaves like its release-intended counterpart, but is actually a simplified version to reduce complexity and facilitate testing. Test doubles, plural of test double. Test drive, a sample driving session in a motor vehicle in order to assess its quality before purchase. Test driven, past participle of test drive. Test drives, plural of test drive. Test driving, present participle and gerund of test drive. Test drove, simple past of test drive. Test firing, a launch of a rocket or missile or a firing of a gun in order to investigate its performance. performance, handling characteristics, etc. Test firings. Plural of test firing. Test flight. A proving flight, usually of a prototype of a new aircraft design before it goes into production. Test flight. Plural of test flight. Test harness. A software framework containing tests to verify the behavior of other software components. Test harnesses. Plural of test harness. Test match. A 5-day first-class match between sides representing the official test nations. Test matches. Plural of test match. Test mule. Synonym of development mule. Test mules. Plural of test mule. Test nation. Any of the officially recognized nations who play Test cricket: Australia, Bangladesh, England, India, New Zealand, Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka, the West Indies, and Zimbabwe. Test nations. Plural of test nation. Test of time. The correlation of longevity with validity of an idea or trend. Test out. To try or experiment with something or someone in order to see if it works, is true, or is successful. Test out. Plural of test out. Test paper. A paper submitted by a student for academic examination. Test papers. Plural of test paper. Test patter. A test signal typically broadcast at times when the transmitter is active but no program is being broadcast. Test patterns. Plural of test pattern. Test pilot. An aviator who flies new and modified aircraft in specific maneuvers. Test pilots. Plural of test pilot. Test pit. Synonym of trial pit. Test pits. Plural of test pit. Test portion. A measured amount volume of a sample being used in a test. Test portions. Plural of test portion. Test pressing. A vinyl record created during the production process to ensure the quality and accuracy of the final product. Test pressings. Plural of test pressing. Test run. An initial trial of a device or system to test its basic function. Test run. Plural of test run. Test side. Any national cricket team that is authorized to compete in Test cricket. Test sides. Plural of test side. Test site. A place where products or weapons are tested. Test site. Plural of test site. Test someone's patience. To begin to frustrate someone. Test suite. A container that has a set of tests with similar test cases to show that it has some specified set of behaviors. Test suites. Plural of test suite. Test the water. Alternative form of test the waters. Test the waters. To explore or probe as before making a commitment. Test track. A paved track on which road vehicles can be tested. Test tracks. Plural of test track. Test tube. A glass tube rounded at one end and open at the other, used for small-scale laboratory tests. Test tube babies. Plural of test tube baby. Test tube baby. A baby who was conceived by in vitro fertilization and then implanted in the uterus of the mother. Test tubes. Plural of test tube. Test Valley. A local government district with borough status of Hampshire, England. Test drive. To drive a motor vehicle in order to evaluate it, especially before potential purchase. Test-driven, past participle of test drive. Test-driven development, a software development process that relies on the repetition of a minimal development cycle where the developer writes an initially failing automated test case that defines a desired function, then produces minimal code to pass that test, and finally refactors the new code to acceptable standards. Test drives, third-person singular simple present indicative of test drive. Test driving, present participle and gerund of test drive. Test drove, simple past of test drive. Test fire, alternative form of test fire. Test fly, to fly an aircraft in order to evaluate its performance. Test paper, alternative spelling of test paper. Test papers, plural of test paper. Test-retest method, a technique used to estimate the reliability or consistency of some measurement by correlating the results of multiple measurements spread over time. Test-ridden, past participle of test drive. Test drive, synonym of test drive. Test rise, plural of test drive. Test riding, present participle of test ride. Test road, simple past of test ride. Test taker, one who takes a test. Test takers, plural of test taker. Test tube, alternative form of test tube. Test tube baby, alternative spelling of test tube baby. Test tubes, plural of test tube. Testa, a surname from Italian. Testabilities, plural of testability. Testability, the quality or state of being testable. Testable, susceptible to being tested. Testasia, any of various shellfish, especially those of the obsolete orders Vermes or Acephala or the suborder the Casamata. Testation, covered with or having a shell. Testations, plural of testation. Testacelid, any slug in the family Testacelidae. Testacelids, plural of testacelid. Testasology, the science of testaceous mollusks. Conchology. Testasotheology, the theology of shellfish or the study of divine or spiritual significance attributed to shellfish such as clams, oysters, and other mollusks. Testaceous, pertaining to earthenware or baked clay. Testacea, belonging to the protozoan order Arcelinida, formerly Testacida. Testacy, the condition of being testate, of having left a valid will at one stat. Testy, plural of testa. Testal, relating to the testa. Testalgia, pain in the testes. Testament, a solemn, authentic instrument in writing, by which a person declares his or her will as to disposal of his or her inheritance estate and effects after his or her death, benefiting specified heirs. Testamental, of or pertaining to a testament. Testamentary, testamentally, in a testamental manner. Testamentarily, by means of or in terms of a will. Testamentary, of or pertaining to a will or testament. Testamentary guardian, a person appointed by a testator to assume legal guardianship of a minor following the death of a parent or other legal guardian. Testamentary guardians, plural of testamentary guardian. Testamentation. The act or power of giving by testament or will. Testamented. Simple past and past participle of testament. Testamenti factio. The legal capacity to participate in a testamentum will, be it as a testator, a heirs heir, or a signator witness. Testamenting. Present participle of testament. Testamentor. One who is named to be in charge of the inheritance named in a testament until it is discharged. Testamentors. Plural of testamentor. Testamentrix. A female testamentor. Testaments. Plural of testament. Testhour. A certificate of successful completion of an examination. Testhours. Plural of testamer. Tester. A surname from French. Testrale. Plural of testrolo. Tastrolo. A kind of pasta or bread in Italian cuisine, cooked on a hot flat surface and sliced into triangular shapes. Testas. Plural of testa. Testata. Plural of testatum. Teste. Having left a legally valid last will and testament of one who has died. Testates. Plural of testate. Testation. The action of a testator in disposing of property by a will. Testator. One who makes or has made a legally valid will. Testators. Plural of testator. Testatorship. The role or status of a testator. Testator. Obsolete form of testator. Testators. Plural of testator. Testatrices. Plural of testatrix. Testatrix. A female testator. Testatrixes. Plural of testatrix. Testatum. One of the clauses of an English deed, enumerating the operative words of transfer, statement of consideration, money, etc. Testatums. Plural of testatum. Testbank. A collection of test questions and or tests, a databank full of such items. Testbanks. Plural of testbank. Tested. Any platform used for testing a scientific theory, computational tool, or new technology. Testbed. Simple past and past participle of testbed. Testbedding. The process of experimenting in a testbed environment. Testbeds. Plural of testbed. Testbench. Alternative spelling of testbench. Testbenches. Plural of testbench. Test card. Alternative form of test card. Test cards. Plural of test card. Test base. Alternative form of test case. Test cases. Plural of test case. Test stress. The breeding of an individual with a phenotypically recessive individual in order to determine the zygosity of the former by analyzing proportions of offspring phenotypes. Test trust. Simple past and past participle of test crust. Test crusses. Plural of test crust. Testrising. Present participle and gerund of test crust. That's a wetness. Testectomies. Plural of testectomy. Testectomy. Orchectomy. Removal of one or both testes. Tested. Simple past and past participle of tests. Tested out. Simple past and past participle of test out. Tested the water. Simple past and past participle of test the water. Tested the waters. Simple past and past participle of test the waters. Testedness. The quality of having been tested. Testy. Someone who is tested or examined. Testes. Plural of testy. Tester. A surname from Old French. Tester. Having a tester or canopy. Tessier. Behavior exhibiting excessive irritability, aggression, or unreasonableness. Hysteric. A hysterical person. Hysterical. Overly aggressive, irritable, or unreasonable, as from being overwhelmed by testosterone. Hysterically. In a hysterical manner. Hysterics. Plural of hysteric. Testerman. A surname. Testermans. Plural of testerman. Tester. As sixpence. Testern. Simple past and past participle of testern. Testerman. Present participle and gerund of testern. Testerns. Plural of testern. Testers. Plural of tester. Testes. Plural of testes. Testes. Second person singular simple present indicative of tests. Testa. Third person singular simple present indicative of tests. Test fire. To subject to a test firing. Test. Fire. Simple past and past participle of test fire. Test tires. Third person singular simple present indicative of test fire. Test firing. Present participle and gerund of test fire. Testivea palladae. An isometric tetratoidal mineral containing antimony, palladium, and tellurium. Testicle. Misspelling of testicle. Testican. A multidomain protoglycan that is expressed in the brain. Testicans. Plural of testican. Testicle. A testes, the male sex and endocrine gland, found in most types of animals that produces sperm and male sex hormones, including the steroid testosterone. Testiclectomy. Removal of the testicles. Compare castration or chiectomy. Testicled. Having a specified kind or number of testicles. Testicleless. Without testicles. Testicles. Plural of testicle. Testicond. Having the testicles naturally concealed within the abdomen, such as in the case of the cetaceans. Testicondi. The state of being testican having the testicles naturally concealed within the abdomen. Testicular. Pertaining to one or more testicles of the testicle S. Testicular artery. Plural of testicular artery. Testicular artery. Either of a pair of arteries which supply blood to the testes, and of which one arises on each side from the front of the abdominal aorta a little below the corresponding renal artery and passes downward to the spermatic cord of the same side and along into the testes. Testicular cancer. A form of cancer of the male reproductive system targeting the testicles. Testicular dysgenesis syndrome. A condition of the male reproductive system characterized by the presence of symptoms and disorders such as hypospadias, cryptorchidism, poor semen quality, and testicular cancer. Testicular dysgenesis syndromes. Plural of testicular dysgenesis syndrome. Testicular fortitude, walls courage. Testicular vein, a vein that carries deoxygenated blood from its corresponding testes to the inferior vena cava or one of its tributaries. Testicular veins, plural of testicular vein. Testicularity, the possession of testicles, thus masculinity. Testicularization, the formation of the testes. Testicularly, in a testicular manner. Testiculate, resembling a testicle. Testiculated, alternative form of testiculate. Yellow, testicle. Testiculoma, any testicular lump, mass, swelling, or tumor. The term predates modern histopathology and thus A is vague and B does not correspond specifically to any current neoplastic disease entity as defined by the World Health Organization's WHO classification of tumors series or other major reference works on that topic. Testiculomas, plural of testiculoma. Testiculomata, plural of testiculoma. Testiculopathy, relating to testiculopathy. Testiculopathies, plural of testiculopathy. Testiculopathy, any testicular disease, typically a cancer. Testy, comparative form of testy, more testy. Complete armor for a horse's head. As, plural of testia. Testes, misspelling of testes. Testes, superlative form of testy, most testy. Testifiable, capable of being testified, attestable. Testificate, a certificate of good character that was required to allow travel between parishes in the 18th and early 19th centuries. Testificates, plural of testificate. Testification, the act of testifying or giving testimony or evidence. Testifications, plural of testification. Testificator, a testifier. Testificators, plural of testificator. Testify, simple past and past participle of testify. Testifies, second person singular simple past indicative of testify. Testify, a person testified against by a testifier. Testifies, plural of testify. Testifier, one who testifies, a witness. Testifiers, plural of testifier. Testifies, third person singular simple present indicative of testify. Testifies, second person singular simple present indicative of testify. Testifieth, third person singular simple present indicative of testify. Testify, to make a declaration or give evidence under oath. Testifying, present participle and gerund of testify. Testily, to commit perjury as a police officer. Testily, simple past and past participle of testily. Testlis, third person singular simple present indicative of testily. Testily, in a testy way, in the manner of someone who is testy. Tatwi, the act of a police officer giving false testimony, perjury. Testimony, a statement, especially one given under oath, testimony. Testimonialize, alternative spelling of testimonialize. Testimonialize, simple past and past participle of testimonialize. Testimonializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of testimonialize. Testimonializing. Present participle and gerund of testimonialize. Testimonialist. One who gives a testimonial. Testimonialists. Plural of testimonialists. Testimonialization. The act of testimonializing. Testimonializations. Plural of testimonialization. Testimonialize. To give testimony of. Testimonialize. Simple past and past participle of testimonialize. Testimonializer. One who testimonializes. Testimonializers. Plural of testimonializer. Testimonializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of testimonialize. Testimonializing. Present participle and gerund of testimonialize. Testimonials. Plural of testimonial. Testimony. Obsolete spelling of testimony. Testimonies. Plural of testimony. Testimonio. A first-hand account of politically charged experiences, an oral history narrative. Testimonios. Plural of testimonio. Testimony. Statements made by a witness in court. Testin. Pronunciation spelling of testing. Testiness. The state or quality of being testy. Testinesses. Plural of testiness. Testing. Difficult, tough. Testing 1-2-3. A phrase used to test intercoms and microphones. Testing clause. The last clause in a Scottish deed, which narrates when and where the parties signed the deed, before what witnesses, by whose hand written, etc. Testing clauses. Plural of testing clause. Testing effect. The increase in long-term memory when part of the learning period is devoted to retrieving information from memory. Testing effects. Plural of testing effect. Testing ground. A military site that is used for testing weapons. Testing out. Present participle and gerund of test out. Testing. Alternative form of testing. Testing. Testing the water. Present participle and gerund of test the water. Testing the waters. Present participle and gerund of test the waters. Testing. A phrase used to check loudspeakers such as microphones and intercoms or wireless communications like a phone call. Testingly. In a tentative and experimental manner. Testings. Plural of testing. Testeo. The structure in the testes from which spermatogonia are generated. Testeos. Plural of testiole. Testes. A testicle of a vertebrate. Testitis. Inflammation of a testes or of both. Testivation. The production of pollen by the stamens. Testless. Without a test. Teslet. A group of questions about the same topic. Teslets. Plural of teslet. Tesset. A network of servers able to facilitate cryptocurrency transactions created for the purpose of testing or experimentation. Testants. Plural of testant. Testo. Testosterone, especially pharmaceutical testosterone. Testolactone, a particular antineoplastic drug. Testin. A surname. Testone, an ancient subunit of a Portuguese cruzado. Testones, plural of testone. Testons, plural of teston. Testur, an old Italian silver coin. Testerns, plural of testoon. Tester, a testin, a sixpence. Tesosterize, affected by large amounts of the hormone testosterone. Testosteronal, full of testosterone, characterized by masculine sexual drive. Testosteronally, in a testosteronal way. Testosterone is steroid hormone that stimulates development of male secondary sexual characteristics produced mainly in the testes, but also in the ovaries and adrenal cortex. Testosterone undecanoate, the testosterone ester of undecanoic acid that is an androgen and anabolic steroid medication CHO3. Testosterone, having qualities associated with testosterone, macho. Testosteronemia, the presence of testosterone in the blood. Testosterones, plural of testosterone. Testosteronic, relating to testosterone, characterized by aggressive masculinity. Testosteronically, in a testosteronic manner. Testotoxicosis, precocious puberty occurring in boys as a result of autonomous testosterone overproduction. Testoun, obsolete form of testoon. Testouns, plural of testoun. Test piece, a piece of material used as a sample in mechanical testing. Test pieces, plural of test piece. Test annex, histrionic displays, especially of machismo or male chauvinism. Testron, alternative form of test run. Testrons, plural of testron. Tests, plural of test. Tests, plural of test. Tests of time, plural of test of time. Tests out, third person singular simple present indicative of test out. Tests the water, third person singular simple present indicative of test the water. Tests the waters, third person singular simple present indicative of test the waters. Testudian, any tortoise of the genus Testudo. Testudians, plural of testudian. Testudinal, of or relating to tortoises. Testudinarius, resembling or pertaining to the shell of a tortoise. Testudinate, of, like or relating to a tortoise. Testudinated, testudinate, resembling a tortoise shell. Testudinates, plural of testudinate. Testudinatum, a small cavitium with another floor built above it. Testudi, any turtle, tortoise, etc. of the order Testudines. Testudineus, characteristic of a tortoise or the shell of a tortoise. Testudians, plural of testudo. Testudinid, any member of the Testudinidae, the tortoises. Testudinids, plural of testudinid. Testudinoi, any turtle of the superfamily Testudinoidea. Testudinoids, plural of testudinoi. Testudinous, alternative spelling of Testudinius. Testudo, a shelter formed by a body of troops holding their shields or targets close together over their heads. Testudos, plural of testudo. Testudos, plural of testudo. Testshell, synonym of frustral. Testshelf, plural of testshell. Testworthiness, the quality or degree of being testworthy. Testworthy, synonym of testable. Este, easily annoyed, irritable. Testy, plural of testa. Tethered, of or pertaining to the Tesuk people. Tesuino, alternative form of Tesguino. Initialism of Tetri Thilton. Vietnamese New Year celebration, occurring during the first 7 days of the first month of the lunar calendar. Tet spell, an acute episode of hypoxia in a person with tetralogy of Fallot. Tet spell, plural of tet spell. A surname from Italian. Tetanal, of, or relating to tetanus. Tetani, plural of tetanus. Tetanic, of or relating to tetanus. Tetanically, in a tetanic manner. Tetanics, a class of diseases of the nerves that affect the spinal cord. Tetanies, plural of tetany. Tetaniform, resembling tetanus. Tetanogenous, causing tetanus or tetaniform spasms. Tetanin, a poisonous base toxin formed in meat broth by a microbe from the wound of a person who has died of tetanus. Tetanization, alternative form of tetanization. Tetanizations, plural of tetanization. Tetanize, alternative form of tetanize. Tetanize, simple past and past participle of tetanize. Tetanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tetanize. Tetanizing, present participle and gerund of tetanize. Tetanism, a form of more or less continuous muscular hypertonicity sometimes seen in young infants. Tetanization, the production or condition of tetanus. Tetanizations, plural of tetanization. Tetanize, to throw a muscle, etc., into a state of permanent contraction, to cause tetanus in. Tetanized, simple past and past participle of tetanize. Tetanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tetanize. Tetanizing, present participle and gerund of tetanize. Tetanosauri, any fly in the family Tetanosuridae, now considered to be the Siamesid tribe Tetanosauridae. Tetanosaurids, plural of tetanosaur. Tetanoi, resembling tetanus. Tetanolicin, a cytolysin toxin produced by Clostridium tetani bacteria. Tetanolicins, plural of tetanolicin. Tetanomotor, an instrument for tetanizing a muscle by irritating its nerve with successive mechanical shocks. Tetanomotors, plural of tetanomotor. Tetanospasm, a tetanic spasm. Tetanospasmin, tetanus toxin. Tetanospasmins, plural of tetanospasmin. Tetanospasms, plural of tetanospasm. Tetanuran. Any theropod of the clade Tetanuri, all theropods, including birds, that are more closely related to modern birds than to the genus Ceratosaurus. Tetanurans, plural of tetanuran. Tetanus, a serious and often fatal disease caused by the infection of an open wound with the aerobic bacterium Clostridium tetani found in soil and the intestines and feces of animals. Tetanuses, plural of tetanus. Tetany, a condition characterized by painful muscular spasms caused by faulty calcium metabolism. Tetromycin, a particular tetracyclic antibiotic. Tetrartemorion, a silver coin minted in ancient Greece, valued at 1/4 of an obolus. Tetrartemorions, plural of tetrartemorion. Tetrahedral, isometric and tetragonal, but having 1/4 of the number of planes required for complete symmetry. Tetrahedrally, in a tetrahedral manner. Tetrahedrism, tetrahedral, the property of being tetrahedral. Tetrahedrisms, plural of tetrahedrism. Tetrahedral, a crystal of a certain symmetry class with 12 congruent irregular pentagonal faces. Tetrahedral, having the form of a tetrahedroid. Tetrahedroids, plural of tetrahedroid. Tetas, plural of teta. Tetamata akatang gikangaku yue tami turikituripi kapihiminga huranikupa unwakit narahu. Alternative spelling of tomata hakatang giangaku yuatamade eturipi kaka pikimumga uraniki paki winiwakit antahu. Tetbury, a small town in Gloucestershire, England. That pronunciation spelling of touch. Touched, mildly deranged, somewhat mentally dysfunctional. Touched in the hay, alternative form of touched in the head. Touched in the head, alternative form of touched in the head. Touches, plural of touch. Tetty, comparative form of tetchy, more tetchy. Tetist, superlative form of tetchy, most tetchy. Tetchily, in an annoyed or irritated manner. Tetchiness, the quality of being tetchy or irritable. Tettinuses, plural of tetchiness. Tetchy, present participle and gerund of tetch. Tetty, synonym of touchy, easily annoyed or irritated, peevish, testy, irascible. Also figurative, extremely sensitive, difficult to manage, use, or work. Teat, alternative form of terre-to-terre. Terre-to-terre, alternative form of terre-to-terre. Teats, plural of teat, a teat, alternative form of terre-to-terres. Terre-to-terres, plural of terre-to-terres, alternative form of terre-to-terres. John Cash, a rural community in the Robeson Valley, eastern British Columbia, Canada. Terre-monte, worked up, overexcited. Terre-à-terre, alternative form of terre-to-terre. Terre-to-terre, a face-to-face meeting or private conversation between two people, usually in an intimate setting, a head-to-head. Teat, plural of teat, alternative form of terre-to-terres. Terre-to-terres, plural of terre-to-terres. Terre-berge, of a postage stamp, printed upside down relative to the following stamp of the same row or column. Teertbeertjes, plural of teertbeertje. Teertepont, a bridgehead. Tettel, a large African antelope Alcelathus bucelathus tora with widely divergent, strongly ringed horns. Tedella, a member of a Bantu ethnic group of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Tetellas, plural of Tetella. Tetelcingo, a community in Cuautla, Morelos, Mexico. Tetelcingo Nahuatl, a Nahuatl language spoken in Tetelcingo, Mexico. Tetels, plural of Tetel. Tetepan Norte, a barangay of Sagada, Mountain Province, Philippines. Tetepan Sur, a barangay of Sagada, Mountain Province, Philippines. Teter, a surname. Teteramus, extremely foul or ugly, horrible, terrible. Tetters, a surname. Tetterses, plural of tetters. Teertsepont, plural of Teertepont. Tetford, a village and civil parish served by Tetford and Salmonby Parish Council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3374. The ninth letter of many Semitic alphabets / Ajad's Phoenician, Aramaic, Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, and others. Tether, a rope, cable, etc. that holds something in place whilst allowing some movement. Tethera, 3 in Celtic sheep counting. Tetherabumphe, 18 in Cumbrian sheep counting. Tetheradec, 13 in Cumbrian sheep counting. Tetherable, capable of being tethered. Tetherball, a two-person sport where players hit a ball on the end of a tether attached to the top of a pole in opposite directions, and the winner is the one who manages to make the tether wrap all the way round the pole. Tetherballer, one who plays the game of tetherball. Tetherballers, plural of tetherballer. Tetherballs, plural of tetherball. Tethered, tied, strapped, especially with tethers or hobbles. Tethered aerostat, an aerostat such as a balloon connected to the ground by a cable and winch and used as an observation platform, etc. Tethered aerostats, plural of tethered aerostat. Tetherin, any protein-based tether that causes retention of virions on infected cell surfaces. Tethering, present participle and gerund of tether. Tetherings, plural of tethering. Tetherins, plural of tetherin. Tetherless, without a tether, not tied down. Tetherlessness, the property of being tetherless. Tethers, plural of tether. Tethin, any fly in the family Tethinidae, now considered to be the canicid subfamily Tethnini. Tethnids, plural of tethnid. Thes, plural of teth. Tete, of or relating to the Saturnian moon named for Tethys. Tetin, tunicate. Tethident, plural of tethidin. Tethe, any sponge in the family Tethiidae. Tethids, plural of tethid. Tethys, personification of fertile waters. She was a Titan, daughter of Uranus and Gaia, and with her brother Oceanus gave birth to all rivers and the Oceanids. Tethosaurine, Any mosasauride of the genus Tethosaurus. Tethosaurians, plural of Tethosaurine. Tethisian, of or relating to Tethys. Tether, any of the clade Tethetheria of mammals including elephants, dugongs, and manatees. Tethers, plural of Tether. Tethethurian, any of the clade Tethetheria of mammals including elephants, dugongs, and manatees. Tethethurians, plural of Tethethurian. A surname. Tete, a city in Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Dedela, a cow's milk cheese made in Galicia, which resembles a small breast, hence the name, or a half pear, hence the alternate name Perilla. Tetelas, plural of Tetilla. Tetelid, any sponge in the family Tetelidae. Tetelids, plural of Tetelid. Atli, a surname. Tello, a surname from Old English. Tetlos, plural of Tetlo. Teteleu, a commune and village in Valzia County, Romania. Tetan, a member of the largest group of Sioux peoples. Teton County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Driggs. Teton Range, a mountain range in Wyoming, subrange of the Rocky Mountains. Tetons, plural of Teton. Tetotal, archaic form of teetotal abstaining from alcohol. Teto-tailor, archaic form of teetotaler. Teto-tailors, plural of teto-tailor. Titatum, alternative form of teetotum. Tetadums, plural of tetatum. Tetuan, alternative form of Tetuan. Tetuan, a city in Tanger Tetuanal Hosima, Morocco. Tetovo, a city in northwestern North Macedonia. Tetter, form of tetra used before a vowel. Teta, any of numerous species of small freshwater fish of the South American family Characidae and West African family Elastidae, popular in home aquariums. Tetra Pak, a type of plasticized carton for milk, juice, and other drinks, originally in the form of a tetrahedron but now primarily in the form of a rectangular cuboid. Tetra Paks, plural of Tetra Pak. Tetra, Thor. Tetramelia, a particular congenital disorder whose main symptom is the lack of legs, arms, and hands. Tetracolor, alternative form of tetracolor. Tetrathylead, alternative form of tetraethyllead. Tetracidate, any conjugate base, salt, or ester having 4 acetate groups. Tetracidates, plural of tetracidate. Tetracetic, designating 4 acetic residues. Tetracetic acid, the conjugate acid of any tetracidate. Tetracetylphenidamine, an organic compound produced by acetylation of ethylnidamine, an important component of detergents and bleaches. Tetracid, alternative form of tetracid. Tetracids, plural of tetracid. Tetracylated, acylated with 4 acyl groups. Tetralkylammonium, Eauphilphodurionian. Tetralkylammoniums, plural of tetralkylammonium. Tetralkynylsilane, any silane that has 4 alkynyl groups. Tetralkynylsilane, Tetralkynyl plural of tetralkynylsilane. Tetrallyl, relating to or composed of 4 alleles. Tetrallelism, the condition of being tetrallelar. Tetrallyl, 4 allyl groups in a compound. Tetrallyls, plural of tetrallyl. Tetraluminium, 4 atoms of aluminium in a chemical compound. Tetramelia, alternative spelling of tetramelia. Tetrami, any compound having 4 amine groups. Tetramines, plural of tetramine. Tetranion, an anion that has 4 negative charges. Tetranionic, relating to a tetranion. Tetranions, plural of tetranion. Tetrantenary, having the form of 4 antennae. Tetrantimini, any antimony containing 4 atoms of antimony per molecule, Sb4. Tetrantiminides, plural of tetrantimini. Tetrarsenate, 3 arsenate anions in a molecule ASO. Tetrarsenic, 4 arsenic atoms in a compound. Tetrarsenide, alternative form of tetrarsenide. Tetrarsenides, plural of tetrarsenide. Tetraza, 4 ozonide nitrogen atoms in a molecule. Tetrazacyclic, describing cyclic compounds that have 4 nitrogen atoms in the ring. Tetrazacyclododecane, a saturated alicyclic heterocycle containing 8 carbon atoms and 4 nitrogen atoms. Tetrazamacrocycle, any macrocycle in which 4 CH groups have been replaced by NH groups. Tetrazamacrocycles, plural of tetrazamacrocycle. Tetrazamacrocyclic, relating to a tetrazamacrocycle. Tetrazi, any compound having 4 azide groups. Tetrazides, plural of tetrazi. Tetrazidomethane, the exceptionally explosive compound CN. Tetrabarbital, a barbiturate derivative used as a hypnotic. Tetrabarium, 4 barium atoms or cations in a molecule Ba. Tetrabasic, containing 4 replaceable hydrogen atoms. Tetrabasicity, the quality of being tetrabasic. Tetrablodont, having 4 lower incisors missing. Tetrabenazine, a serotonin antagonist CHNO3 that is used especially in the treatment of psychosis and anxiety. Tetraberyllium, 4 atoms of beryllium in a chemical compound. Tetrabismuth, 4 bismuth atoms or cations in a molecule Bi. Tetrabilmid, any spider in the family Tetrabilmidae. Tetrabilmids, plural of tetrabilmid. Tetraborane, the borane B4H, a foul-smelling toxic gas. Tetraborate, any borate having 4 boron atoms. Tetraborates, plural of tetraborate. Tetraboric acid, pyroboric acid. Tetrabori, any boride having 4 boron atoms. Tetraborides, plural of tetrabori. Tetraborohydride, any salt that contains 4 borohydride anions. Tetraborohydrides, plural of tetraborohydride. Tetraboron, 4 boron atoms in a compound. Tetrabrac, a variant of amphibrac that has 4 short syllables. Tetrarectin, a highly thermostable surface protein of unusual structure isolated from an archaebacterium. Tetrarectins, plural of tetrabranchian. Tetrabranch, a tetrabranchiate cephalopod. Tetrabranchiate, of or relating to the Tetrabranchiata, a former order of cephalopod having 4 gills. Tetrabranchiates, plural of tetrabranchiate. Tetrabranch, plural of tetrabranch. Tetrabromide, archaic form of tetrabromide. Tetrabromide, any bromide containing 4 bromine atoms in each molecule. Tetrabromides, plural of tetrabromide. Tetrabromids, plural of tetrabromide. Tetrabrominated, brominated with 4 bromine atoms. Tetrabromo, 4 bromo groups in a compound. Tetrabromobisphenol, any tetrabromo derivative of a bisphenol. Tetrabromobisphenol A, a flame retardant produced by the reaction of bromine with bisphenol A. Tetrabromobisphénols, plural of tetrabromobisphenol. Tetrabromocuprate, and QBr2, any salt containing this anion. Tetrabromocuprates, plural of tetrabromocuprate. Tetrabromothane, a halogenated hydrocarbon with chemical formula C2H2Br4. Tetrabromethylene, the brominated alkene CBr equals CBr2. Tetrabromofluorescein, acid. Tetrabromomethane, carbon tetrabromide, CBr4, a compound with various uses including as a solvent and a sedative. Tetrabromophenolphthalein, a certain phthalene dye. Tetrabutoxide, any compound that contains 4 butoxide groups. Tetrabutoxides, plural of tetrabutoxide. Tetrabutyl, 4 butyl groups in a molecule. Tetrabutylammonium, liquid uranium cat and ZH2ZH2ZHN plus. Tetrabutyltin, a stable organotin compound, a combustible, colorless liquid at room temperature that is the starting material for tributyltin and dibutyltin. Tetracesium, 4 cesium atoms or cations in a molecule CS. Tetracane, a crystalline basic ester CHN2O2 that is closely related chemically to procaine and is used chiefly in the form of its hydrochloride as a local anesthetic. Tetracanes, plural of tetracane. Tetracalcium, 4 calcium atoms or ions in a compound. Tetracameral, having 4 chambers comprising 4 separate parts. Tetracameralism, the practice of having 4 legislative bodies or parliamentary chambers, such as the medieval Scandinavian deliberative assemblies divided into separate estates for the nobility, clergy, burghers, and peasants. Tetracambid, any wasp in the family Tetracambidae. Tetracambids, plural of tetracambid. Tetracarbene, 4 carbene groups in a molecule typically as ligands in an organometallic complex. Tetracarbi, 4 carbon anions in a molecule C. Tetracarbides, plural of tetracarbi. Tetracarbon, 4 carbon atoms in a compound. Tetracarbon dioxide, the linear oxycarbon having 4 carbon atoms. Tetracarbonate, any compound containing 4 carbonate groups in each molecule or unit cell. Tetracarbonate. Plural of tetracarbonate. Tetracarbonyl. Any compound having 4 carbonyl groups. Tetracarbonyls. Plural of tetracarbonyl. Tetracarboxylic. Having 4 carboxyl groups. Tetracarboxylic acid. Any organic compound having 4 carboxylic acid groups. Tetracarboxylic acids. Plural of tetracarboxylic acid. Tetracarcinoma. Misspelling of teratocarcinoma. Tetracarpellary. Containing 4 carpels. Tetracarpellate. Having 4 carpels. Tetracategories. Plural of tetracategory. Tetracategory. A 4-dimensional form of category. Tetracation. Any cation of general formula X formed by the removal of 4 electrons from a neutral species. Tetracationic. Relating to tetracation S. Tetracations. Plural of tetracation. Tetracavitary. Having 4 cavities. Tetracene. A polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. The acene containing 4 fused rings, isomeric with tetraphene, any derivative of this compound. Tetrasnequinone. Any quinone derived from a tetracene. Tetrasnequinones. Plural of tetrasnequinone. Tetracenes. Plural of tetracene. Tetrasnemycin. Any of a group of adasaccharide antibiotics produced by Streptomyces bacteria. Tetrasnemycins. Plural of tetrasnemycin. Tetracephalus. Having 4 heads. Tetracidate. Alternative form of tetracidate. Tetracidates. Plural of tetracidate. Tetracane. A molecule with 4 attached chains. Tetracinium. A fruit formed by 4 indehiscent parts. Tetrachlorate. Alternative form of tetrachloroaurate. Tetrachlorates. Plural of tetrachlorate. Tetrachloroethylene. Alternative form of tetrachloroethylene. Tetrachlorethylenes. Plural of tetrachloroethylene. Tetrachlor. Archaic form of tetrachloride. Tetrachloride. Any chloride containing 4 chlorine atoms in each molecule. Tetrachlorides. Plural of tetrachloride. Tetrachlorids. Plural of tetrachlorid. Tetrachlorinated. Modified by the addition of 4 atoms of chlorine. Tetrachloro. 4 chlorine atoms in a compound. Tetrachloroaurate. The monovalent anion OCl, formerly derived from the ori anion, any salt containing this anion. Tetrachloroaurates. Plural of tetrachloroaurate. Tetrachlorobiphenyl. Either of 42 isomers of the polychlorinated biphenyl containing 4 chlorine atoms. Tetrachlorobiphenyls. Plural of tetrachlorobiphenyl. Tetrachlorocuprate. The anion CuCl2. Any salt containing this anion. Tetrachlorocuprates. Plural of tetrachlorocuprate. Tetrachlorocyclohexene. Any tetrachloroderivative of cyclohexene, but especially 3, 4, 5, 6 tetrachlorocyclohexene. Tetrachlorocyclohexenes. Plural of tetrachlorocyclohexene. Tetrachlorocyclohexanol. Any tetrachloroderivative of a cyclohexanol, but especially 2, 2, 6, 6 tetrachlorocyclohexane 1-ol. Tetrachlorocyclohexanols. Plural of tetrachlorocyclohexanol. Tetrachlorodibenzoadioxin, a highly toxic polychlorinated dibenzopidioxin with chemical formula CH4Cl4O2. Tetrachlorodibenzoadioxins, plural of tetrachlorodibenzoadioxin. Tetrachlorodiphenylethane, synonym of dichlorodiphenyldichloroethane. Tetrachloroethane, either of two isomeric chemical compounds, 1,1,2-tetrachloroethane used as a solvent and in varnishes, and 1,1,2,2-tetrachloroethane used as a solvent and refrigerant. Tetrachloroethanes, plural of tetrachloroethane. Tetrachloroethane, the chlorinated derivative of ethylene Cl2C equals CCl2. It is widely used for the dry cleaning of fabrics and for metal degreasing. Tetrachloroethoxy, a univalent radical derived from ethoxy by substitution with 4 chlorine atoms. Tetrachloroethylene, a liquid chlorocarbon with a formula C2Cl4, commonly used in dry cleaning and metal degreasing. Tetrachloroethylenes, plural of tetrachloroethylene. Tetrachlorogermane, the binary compound GCl4 that is the germanium analog of carbon tetrachloride. Tetrachlorohydroquinone, the tetrachloroderivative of hydroquinone 2,3,5,6-tetrachlorobenzene 1,40-ol. Tetrachloroisophthalonitrile, chlorothalonil. Tetrachloromethane, carbon tetrachloride. Tetrachloropalladate, the ion PDCl2, any salt containing this ion. Tetrachloropalladates, plural of tetrachloropalladate. Tetrachlorophenol, any of 3 isomeric tetrachloroderivative of phenyl. Tetrachlorophenolphthalein, any tetrachloroderivative of phenolphthalein, but especially 4, 5, 6, 7 tetrachlorophenolphthalein. Tetrachlorophenols, plural of tetrachlorophenol. Tetrachloroplatinate, the ion PTCl2, any salt containing this ion. Tetrachloroplatinates, plural of tetrachloroplatinate. Tetrachlorosilane, silicon tetrachloride. Tetrachlorovenphos, an organophosphate insecticide used to kill fleas and ticks. Tetrachor, any set of 4 different pitch classes. Tetrachordal, relating to a tetrachord. Tetrachordo, a tetrachord 4-stringed bouzouki, a type of chordophone. Tetrachordos, plural of tetrachordo. Tetrachords, plural of tetrachord. Tetrachor, between 2 dichotomous variables. Tetrachotomies, plural of tetrachotomy. Tetrachotomous, dividing or branching into 4 equal pieces. Tetrachotomy, division of a whole into 4 parts. Tetrachromacy, the quality of having 4 independent channels for conveying color information in the eye. Tetrachromat, one who is capable of identifying 4 primary colors, one whose vision exhibits tetrachromacy. Tetrachromate, any chromate having 4 chromium atoms. Tetrachromates, plural of tetrachromate. Tetrachromatic, having 4 independent channels for conveying color information. Tetrachromats, plural of tetrachromats. Tetrachrome, a biological stain composed of a mixture of fast green, celestine blue, and fuchsin. Tetrachrome, of or relating to four colors, tetrachromatic. Tetracid, tetrabasic. Tetracids, plural of tetracid. Tetrasistronic, relating to or composed of four cistrons. Tetraglone, a four-eyed spicule in the skeleton of some sponges. Tetraclones, plural of tetraclone. Tetracoccus, having four cocci or carpels. Tetracolla, plural of tetracolon. Tetracolon, a stanza or division in lyric poetry consisting of four verses or lines. Tetracolons, plural of tetracolon. Tetracolor, having four colors. Tetracarpate, having four grooves or carpi on each grain. Tetracarpates, plural of tetracarpate. Tetracarpurate, having four carpi and pores. Tetracomplex, a complex of four homeobox genes. Tetracomplexes, plural of tetracomplex. Tetra Conazole, alternative form of tetraconazole. Tetraconazole, a systemic fungicide 1,2,2,4-dichlorophene, L3-1,1,2,2-tetrafluorothoxypropyl 1,2,4-triazole. Tetraconch, a building, especially a church, that has four apses. Tetraconches, plural of tetraconch. Tetraconch, plural of tetraconch. Tetracontadigon, a polygon with 42 sides and 42 angles. Tetracontadigons, plural of tetracontadigon. Tetracontagon, a 40-sided polygon. Tetracontagons, plural of tetracontagon. Tetracontachehexagon, a polygon with 46 sides and 46 angles. Tetracontachehexagons, plural of tetracontachehexagon. Tetracontane, a very many is of the alphabet editor having photicode editors but especially editor ccc. Tetracontanes, plural of tetracontane. Tetracontanoic acid, the saturated fatty acid having 40 carbon atoms. Tetracoordinate, having a coordination number of 4. Tetracoordinated, having 4 coordinate bonds. Tetracopeptide, any polypeptide containing 24 peptide units. Tetracopeptides, plural of tetracopeptide. Tetracover, 4 atoms of copper in a chemical compound. Tetracoral, any member of the order Rugosa or Tetracoralla of extinct corals. Tetracorals, plural of tetracoral. Tetracossa, 24. Tetracossecti, a synthetic analog of adrenocorticotropic hormone. Tetracossec, synonym of tetracossectide. Tetracossahydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 24 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule or per unit cell. 24 H2O. Tetracossahydrates, plural of tetracossahydrate. Tetracossae, an alkane hydrocarbon with the structural formula CH3. Tetracossanes, plural of tetracossane. Tetracosanote, any salt or ester of tetracosanoic acid. Tetracosanotes, plural of tetracosanote. Tetracosanoic, related to tetracosanoic acid or its derivatives. Tetracosanoic acid, the saturated fatty acid having 24 carbon atoms. Tetracosanol, an aliphatic alcohol that has 24 carbon atoms. Tetracosanol, plural of tetracosanol. Tetracosene, any of very many isomeric unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbons that have 24 carbon atoms and one double bond. Tetracosenes, plural of tetracosene. Tetracrepid, having a tetraxonic crepes. Tetracritical, describing a condition in condensed matter in which four phases are in equilibrium. Tetracriticality, the property of being tetracritical. Tetracrotic, of the arterial pulse exhibiting a quadruple beat. Tetract, tetractinol, having 4 rays. Tetractinol, having 4 rays. Tetractine, tetractinol, having 4 rays. Tetractinolide, any sponge of the order Tetractinolida or family Tetractinolidae. Tetractinolids, plural of tetractinolid. Tetractines, plural of tetractine. Tetractinomorph, any member of the subclass Tetractinomorpha of sponges. Tetractinomorphs, plural of tetractinomorph. Tetracts, plural of tetract. Tetractase, a triangular figure consisting of 10 points arranged in 4 rows, representing the 4th triangular number and having mystical significance to the Pythagoreans. Tetracube, a polycube composed of 4 cubes. Tetracubes, plural of tetracube. Tetraculture, a coculture of 4 cell types. Tetracultures, plural of tetraculture. Tetracuspid, an asteroid. Tetracuspids, plural of tetracuspid. Tetazanate, a chemical compound with 4 cyanate groups or ions. Tetracyano, 4 cyano groups in a compound. Tetracyanocuprate, N2, any salt containing this anion. Tetracyanocuprates, plural of tetracyanocuprate. Tetraxanophyllene, the unsaturated nitrile and identical to CC equals CC identical to N used in the manufacture of dyes. Tetraxanonicolate, a chemical compound containing an anion composed of nickel and 4 cyanide ligands. Nicyan-2. Tetracyanonicolates, plural of tetracyanonicolate. Tetracyanoquinidang-thang, the cyanocarbon with the chemical formula NCCC6H4CCN. Tetracycle, any organic compound containing 4 rings related to tetracycline. Tetracycles, plural of tetracycle. Tetracyclic, having 4 rings. Tetracyclics, plural of tetracyclic. Tetracycline, alternative spelling of tetracycline. Tetracycline, a yellow crystalline broad-spectrum antibiotic CHN208 produced by streptomyces or synthetically. Tetracyclines, plural of tetracycline. Tetracyclines, plural of tetracycline. Tetracyclization, cyclotramerization. Tetracyclizations, plural of tetracyclization. Tetracyclo. Having 4 rings. Tetracyclone. Tetraphenylcyclopentadiene. Tetracysteine. A protein motif that contains 4 cysteine residues that binds by arsenicals. Tetracysteines, plural of tetracysteine. Tetrad, a group of 4 things. Tetrad of folate, the tetralogy of folate. Tetradactyl, having 4 digits on a limb. Tetradactyl, alternative form of tetradactyl. Tetradactylus, having 4 digits on the foot or hand. Tetradactyls, plural of tetradactyl. Tetradactyly, the condition of having 4 digits on a limb, as in many amphibians, birds, and theropods. Tetradarches, plural of tetradarchy. Tetradarchy, alternative form of tetrarchy, ruled by 4 people. Tetrade, alternative form of tetrarchy used before a vowel. Tetrarchy, 14. Tetrahydrobromide, any compound containing 14 bromide ions. Tetrahydrobromides, plural of tetrahydrobromide. Tetrahydrocopper, 14 atoms of copper in a chemical compound Cu. Tetrahydrocadionote, any salt or ester of a tetrahydrocadionoic acid. Tetrahydrocadionotes, plural of tetrahydrocadionote. Tetrahydrocadionoic acid, any aliphatic dicarboxylic acid that has 14 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Tetrahydrocadionoic acids, plural of tetrahydrocadionoic acid. Tetradecagon, a polygon having 14 sides and 14 angles. Tetradecagonal, having the form of a tetradecagon. Tetraedecagons, plural of tetradecagon. Tetrahedra, plural of tetrahedron. Tetrahedral, in the form of a tetrahedron. Tetrahedron, a polyhedron with 14 faces. Tetrahedrons, plural of tetrahedron. Tetrahedromanganese, 14 atoms of manganese in a chemical compound. Tetrahedromer, an oligomer having 14 subunits. Tetrahedromeric, of or pertaining to a tetrahedromer. Tetrahedromers, plural of tetrahedromer. Tetrahedrochemo, the aliphatic aldehyde that has 14 carbon atoms. Tetrahedrocane, any of very many isomers of the aliphatic heterocarbon having 14 carbon atoms. Tetrahedrocanias, any salt or ester of tetrahedrocaneoic acid. Tetrahedrocaniotes, plural of tetrahedrocaniote. Tetrahedrocanes, plural of tetrahedrocane. Tetrahedrocanote, any salt or ester of tetrahedrocanoic acid. Tetrahedrocanotes, plural of tetrahedrocanote. Tetrahedrocanoic, of or pertaining to tetrahedrocanoic acid or its derivatives. Tetrahedrocanoic acid, myristic acid. Tetrahedrocamol, any saturated aliphatic alcohol that has 24 carbon atoms, but especially in tetrahedrocanol. Tetrahedrocanoil, the univalent radical derived from tetrahedrocanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, myristoyl. Tetrahedroxide, any oxide containing 14 oxygen atoms. Tetrahedrocaptide, An oligopeptide composed of 14 amino acid residues. Tetrade capeptides, plural of tetrade capeptide. Tetrade capod. Any organism with 14 feet. Tetrade capotis. Having 14 feet. Tetrade capods, plural of tetrade capod. Tetrade casaccari. Any oligosaccharide that has 14 sugar units. Tetrade casaccharides. Plural of tetrade casaccari. Tetrade casyllabic. Having 14 syllables. Tetradecyanyl. Any of several isomeric aliphatic aldehydes that have 14 carbon atoms and one double bond. Tetradecyanyls. Plural of tetradecyanyl. Tetradecyane. Any of several isomeric aliphatic hydrocarbons that have 14 carbon atoms and one double bond, but especially one tetradecyane. Tetradecanes, plural of tetradecyane. Tetradecenoate. Any salt or ester of a tetradecenoic acid, but especially in myristoylates. Tetradecenotes, plural of tetradecenoate. Tetradecenoic. Having 14 carbon atoms. Tetradecenoic acid. Any fatty acid that has 14 carbon atoms and one double bond, but especially myristoylic acid. Tetradecenoic acids, plural of tetradecenoic acid. Tetradecenyl. The univalent radical derived from tetradecenoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Tetradecenyl. A univalent radical derived from tetradecene. Tetradecymal. Based on the number 14, using the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, and D. Tetradecimals. Plural of tetradecymal. Tetradecyl. The univalent radical derived from tetradecane. Tetradecyls. Plural of tetradecyl. Tetradecyl trimethylammonium. The quaternary ammonium cation containing one tetradecyl and 3 methyl groups. The bromide spontaneously forms micelles in water, similar to primitive cells. Tetradelphous. Having its stamens fused together at least partly by the filaments so that they form 4 separate groups, some of which may contain a single stamen. Tetradelphi. Presence of tetradelphous stamen. Tetradentate. Describing a chelating agent that has 4 groups that attach to a metal ion. Tetradepseptide. A tetrameric dipseptide. Tetradepseptides. Plural of tetradepseptide. Tetradeuterated. Deuterated in 4 positions, or with 4 atoms of deuterium. Tetradic. Of or relating to a tetrad. Tetradicity. The property of being tetradic. Tetradiphene. An insecticide. 1,2,4-chloro-5,4-chlorophenyl sulfonyl-benzene. Tetradiploid. Alternative form of tetraploid. Tetradiploidal. Tetradiploid. Tetradisulfide. Any organic compound that has 4 disulfide groups. Tetradisulfides. Plural of tetradisulfide. Tetradi. Archaic spelling of tetratheist. Tetradites. Plural of tetradite. Tetradomain. Having 4 domains. Tetradomatid. Any nematode in the family Tetradomatidae. Tetradomatids. Plural of tetradomatid. Tetradont. Dated form of tetradon. Tetraodontid, misspelling of tetraodontid. Tetraodontids, plural of tetraodontid. Tetraodontiform, misspelling of tetraodontiform. Tetradonts, plural of tetradont. Tetradrachm, a silver coin in ancient Greece equivalent to 4 drachms. Tetradrachma, alternative form of tetradrachm. Tetradrachmas, plural of tetradrachma. Tetradrachman, alternative form of tetradrachm. Tetradrachmans, plural of tetradrachman. Tetradrachms, plural of tetradrachm. Tetras, plural of tetra. Tetradimia, any member of the genus Tetradimia of flowering plants. Tetradimias, plural of Tetradimia. Tetradimi, a gray mineral that is mostly a mixed sulfide of bismuth and tellurium. Tetradimites, plural of tetradimi. Tetradynamian, alternative form of Tetradynamis. Tetradynamis, belonging to the order Tetradynamia, having 6 stamens, 4 of which are uniformly longer than the others. Tetrahedra, plural of tetrahedron. Tetrahedrically, non-standard form of tetrahedrally. Tetrahedron, alternative spelling of tetrahedron. Tetrahedron, obsolete form of tetrahedron. Tetrene, any compound having 4 carbon-carbon double bonds. Tetranes, plural of tetrene. Tetraenoic, relating to any tetraenoic acid or its derivatives. Tetraenoic acid, any polyunsaturated fatty acid that has 4 double bonds. Tetraenoic acids, plural of tetraenoic acid. Tetraenoics, plural of tetraenoic. Tetranol, any aliphatic alcohol that has 4 double bonds. Tetranol, a univalent radical derived from a tetrene. Tetrahedrid, alternative form of tetrahedrous, a 4-year period, particularly historical, those used in ancient Egyptian and Greek astronomical calculations. Tetrahedrides, plural of tetrahedrous. Tetrahedrids, plural of tetrahedrid. Tetrahedrous, synonym of quadrennium, a 4-year period, particularly historical, those used in ancient Egyptian and Greek astronomical calculations. Tetraether, any compound containing 4 ether functional groups. Tetraethers, plural of tetraether. Tetrethoxysilane, the compound C2H5OC. It is used in silicon dioxide vapor deposition and in the waterproofing of stone. Tetraethyl, 4 ethyl groups in a molecule. Tetraethylene, a toxic organometallic compound, C2HPB, added to petroleum/gasoline as an anti-knock agent. Tetraethyleads, plural of tetraethyllead. Tetraethylammonium, a quaternary ammonium and C2HN plus containing 4 ethyl groups. Tetraethylammoniums, plural of tetraethylammonium. Tetraethylnepentamine, the polyethylene H2 and the H2 Z H2 and E Z H2 Z H2 and E Z H2 Z H2 and E Z H2 Z H2 and E H2. Tetraethylthione, the ethylamine Z2H and ZH2 ZH2 and C2H. Tetraethylgermanium, an organogermanium compound with the chemical formula CH3CHG, used in vapor deposition of germanium. Tetrethyl. Alternative spelling of tetrethyolide. Tetrethylides. Plural of tetrethyl. Tetrethyl orthosilicate. The tetraethyl ester of orthosilicic acid COCH2CH. Tetrethyl orthosilicates. Plural of tetrethyl orthosilicate. Tetrethyl a chemical compound CHO8. Tetretheltin, an organotin compound with chemical formula C8HSN, used in the electronics industry. Tetraexponential, having four summed exponential terms. Tetraferrofluoropyte, unusually iron-rich phlogopite. Tetraferrofluoropites, plural of tetraferrofluoropite, unusually iron-rich phlogopite. Tetraferrofluoropites, plural of tetraferrofluoropite. Tetraferroplatinum, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal white mineral containing iron and platinum. Tetraflate, diene tetrafluoroethane sulfonate. Tetraflates, plural of tetraflate. Tetraflexagon, a square or rectangular flexagon. Tetraflexagons, plural of tetraflexagon. Tetrafluoride, any fluoride containing 4 fluorine atoms in each molecule. Tetrafluorides, plural of tetrafluoride. Tetrafluorinated, modified by reaction with 4 atoms of fluorine. Tetrafluoro, 4 fluoro groups in a compound. Tetrafluorobenzoquinone, any tetrafluoroderivative of a benzoquinone, but especially tetrafluoro-1,4-benzoquinone. Tetrafluoroberylate, the ANBF2 or any salt containing this AN. Tetrafluoroberylates, plural of tetrafluoroberylate. Tetrafluoroborate, the ANBF or any salt containing this ion having a number of uses in synthetic chemistry. Tetrafluoroborates, plural of tetrafluoroborate. Tetrafluoroboric acid, the acid HBF4 note only in solution, that is a number of uses in synthetic chemistry. Tetrafluoroethylene, the gaseous unsaturated halogenated hydrocarbon F2C equals CF2 that is used as a monomer in the production of polytetrafluoroethylene. Tetrafluoroethylenes, plural of tetrafluoroethylene. Tetrafluoromethane, carbon tetrafluoride. Tetrafluorophenol, any of 3 isomeric tetrafluoroderivative of phenol, but especially 2,3,5,6-tetrafluorophenol, which is used as a reagent in peptide synthesis. Tetrafluorophenols, plural of tetrafluorophenol. Tetrafluorophenyl, any of 3 isomeric tetrafluoroderivatives of a phenyl radical. Tetraffolate, any compound that contains 4 folate groups. Tetrafollates, plural of tetrafollate. Tetrafollate, having 4 leaves. Tetraformal, 4 formal groups in a compound. Tetraphosphate, having 4 phosphi. Tetrafunctional, having 4 typically different functional groups. Tetrafunctionalize, having 4 typically different functional groups. Tetrafurcation, quadrifurcation. Tetragametic, involving or originating from 4 gametes. Tetragamous, of or relating to tetragamy. Tetragamy, marriage for the 4th time. Tetragastrin, cholecystokinin tetrapeptide. Tetragamous, involving groups of 4, arranged in 4s. Tetragloss, able to speak 4 languages. Tetraglotte, in or relating to 4 languages. Tetraglutamate, any salt or ester that has 4 glutamate ions or groups. Tetraglutamates, plural of tetraglutamate. Tetraglycine, the oligopeptide composed of 4 glycine monomers. Tetraglycosylated, having 4 attached sugar moieties. Tetraglycosylceramide, any glycosphingolipid derived from a tetrasaccharide. Tetraglycosylceramides, plural of tetraglycosylceramide. Tetraglyn, the dimethyl ether of tetraethylene glycol. Tetragnathed, any spider in the family Tetragnathidae. Tetragnathids, plural of tetragnathed. Tetrago, 4 gold atoms in a compound. Tetragon, quadrilateral. Tetragonal, having 4 sides, like a tetragon. Tetragonality, the condition of being tetragonal. Tetragonally, in a tetragonal manner. Tetragonism, quadrature of the circle. Tetragomitid, any emanate in the family Tetragonidae. Tetragonidids, plural of tetragonidid. Tetragonous, tetragonal. Tetragons, plural of tetragon. Tetragonurid, any fish in the family Tetragonuridae, the squaretails. Tetragonurids, plural of tetragonurid. Tetragram, a group of 4 letters. Tetragrammata, plural of tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton, the word in 4 Hebrew letters Hebrew Yud, Hebrew He, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew He in transliteration as Ihu or JHVH used as the ineffable name of God in the Hebrew Bible, variously rendered as Yahweh or Jehovah. Tetragrammatonic, of or relating to the tetragrammaton. Tetragrammatons, plural of tetragrammaton. Tetragram, rare spelling of tetragram. Tetragrams, plural of tetragram. Tetragrams, plural of tetragram. Tetragraph, a group of 4 letters. Tetragraphic, of or relating to a tetragraph. Tetragraphs, plural of tetragraph. Tetragonous, belonging to the former order Tetragenia, having 4 styles. Tetragony, the condition of being tetragonous. Tetrahalide, any halide having 4 halogen atoms. Tetrahalides, plural of tetrahalide. Tetrahalomethane, any of a group of fully halogenated methane derivatives of general formula C, BRKCLLFNIN. Tetrahalomethanes, plural of tetrahalomethane. Tetrahedra, plural of tetrahedron. Tetrahedra, of, relating to, or having the shape of a tetrahedron. Tetrahedral number, a number which results from the summation of consecutive triangular numbers, starting from 1. If the triangular numbers in such a summation are depicted as horizontal triangular arrays of units, then these arrays can be stacked vertically to yield a tetrahedral array. Tetrahedral numbers, plural of tetrahedral number. Tetrahedralizable, alternative spelling of tetrahedralizable. Tetrahedrality, the quality of being tetrahedral. Tetrahedralizable. That can be divided into tetrahedra. Tetrahedralization. Conversion to tetrahedral form. Tetrahedralizations. Plural of tetrahedralization. Tetrahedralize. To convert to tetrahedrons. Tetrahedrally. In a tetrahedral manner, arranged in tetrahedrons. Tetrahedra. A hypothetical platonic hydrocarbon with the chemical formula C4H4 and a tetrahedral structure. Tetrahedranes. Plural of tetrahedrane. Tetrahedric. Alternative form of tetrahedral. Tetrahedrically. Misspelling of tetrahedrally. Tetrahedri. A complex ore of copper, a mixed sulfide of copper, iron, zinc, silver, and antimony. Tetrahedrites. Plural of tetrahedri. Tetrahedrization. Alternative form of tetrahedralization. Tetrahedrizations. Plural of tetrahedrization. Tetrahedron. A polyhedron with 4 faces, the regular tetrahedron, the faces of which are equilateral triangles, is one of the Platonic solids. Tetrahedrons. Plural of tetrahedron. Tetrahelical. Composed of 4 helices, especially of a nucleic acid fold or of a protein. Tetrahelices. Plural of tetrahelix. Tetrahelix. A helix formed from tetrahedral linked face to face. Tetrahelixes. Plural of tetrahelix. Tetraheme. 4 heme groups in a hemoprotein. Tetrahemihexahedra. Plural of tetrahemihexahedron. Tetrahemihexahedron. A concave uniform polyhedron with 4 triangular faces, 3 square faces, 12 edges, and 6 vertices. Tetrahex. A polyhex composed of 4 hexagons. Tetrahexahedra. Plural of tetrahexahedron. Tetrahexahedral. Pertaining to a tetrahexahedron. Tetrahexahedron. A tetrachys hexahedron. Tetrahexahedrons. Plural of tetrahexahedron. Tetrahexes. Plural of tetrahex. Tetrahexoammonium. Bicotertium get in Z to Z to Z. To Z and plus. Tetrahydrate. A hydrate whose solid contains 4 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule or per formula unit. Tetrahydrates. Plural of tetrahydrate. Tetrahydra. Having 4 hydroxy groups. Tetrahydri. Any hydride containing 4 atoms of hydrogen per molecule. Tetrahydrides. Plural of tetrahydri. Tetrahydrodoberate. Alternative form of tetrahydroborate. Tetrahydrodoberates. Plural of tetrahydrodoberate. Tetrahydro. 4 hydrogen atom substituents in a molecule. Tetrahydrominocridine. Synonym of tacrine. Tetrahydroberberastine. An isoquinoline alkyl found in golden seal. Tetrahydrobiopterin. A naturally occurring nutrient and essential cofactor of the 3 aromatic amino acid hydroxylase enzymes used in the biosynthesis of the neurotransmitters serotonin, melatonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, and nitric oxide. Tetrahydroborate. The NBH or any salt containing this OEM They are used extensively in organic synthesis. Tetrahydroborates, plural of tetrahydroborate. Tetrahydrocannabinol, the psychoactive substance present in cannabis, a hydrogenated derivative of cannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabinols, plural of tetrahydrocannabinol. Tetrahydrocannabivarin, a non-psychoactive cannabinoid found naturally in cannabis sativa, an analog of tetrahydrocannabinol with the side chain shortened by 2CH2. Tetrahydrocannabivirol, synonym of tetrahydrocannabivarin. Tetrahydrocarbazole, a tetrahydroderivative of carbazole, used as an antifungal. Tetrahydrochloride, a compound containing 4 hydrochloride groups. Tetrahydrochlorides, plural of tetrahydrochloride. Tetrahydrocortisol, a particular steroid. Tetrahydrocortisone, a particular steroid. Tetrahydrodeoxycorticosterone, an endogenous neurosteroid synthesized from the adrenal hormone deoxycorticosterone by the action of 2 enzymes, 5-alpha-reductasate I and 3-alpha-hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase. Tetrahydrodipiclinic acid, a chemical compound that is an intermediate in diaminoponylate metabolism. Tetrahydrofolate, the conjugate base of, or any salt or ester of, tetrahydrofolic acid. It is a coenzyme formed by reduction of folic acid involved in the biosynthesis of purines. Tetrahydrofolates, plural of tetrahydrofolate. Tetrahydrofolic acid, a derivative of folic acid. It is a cofactor in many reactions, especially in the synthesis or anabolism of amino acids and nucleic acids. Tetrahydrofuran, a heterocyclic ether having a 5-membered ring with 4 carbon atoms and 1 oxygen. It is a colorless liquid with an ether-like smell and is used as a polar solvent. Tetrahydrofurans, plural of tetrahydrofuran. Tetrahydrofuranil, a univalent radical derived from tetrahydrofuran. Tetrahydrofuryl, a univalent radical derived from tetrahydrofuran. Tetrahydrofuryls, plural of tetrahydrofuryl. Tetrahydrogenated, modified by the addition of 4 hydrogen atoms. Tetrahydrogestrelon, a pan-anabolic steroid, CHO2. Tetrahydrogestrelons, plural of tetrahydrogestrelon. Tetrahydroharmine, the chemical compound CHN2O. Tetrahydroimidazole, imidazolidine. Tetrahydroimidazoles, plural of tetrahydroimidazole. Tetrahydroimidazolone, the urate ring that is fused with one of tetrahydrothiophene as part of the biotin molecule. Tetrahydrosoquinoline, a bicyclic heterocycle consisting of a benzene ring fused to one of aziridine, any derivative of this compound, many of which are pharmaceutical drugs. Tetrahydrosoquinolines, plural of tetrahydrosoquinoline. Tetrahydroleptatin, the drug orlistat. Tetrahydromethaneptarin, a coenzyme in methanogenesis related to tetrahydrofolic acid. Tetrahydronaphthalene, any bicyclic hydrocarbon formally derived from naphthalene by the addition of 4 hydrogen atoms across 2 of its double bonds, but especially 1,2,3,4 tetrahydronaphthalene tetralin. Tetrahydronaphthalenes, plural of tetrahydronaphthalene. Tetrahydronicotinamide, the 1,4,5,6 tetrahydroderivative of nicotinamide. Tetrahydropomatine, a neuroactive alkaloid with analgesic and hypnotic action. Tetrahydropapaverylene, synonym of norladanosoline. Tetrahydroteroyl glutamic acid, a derivative of folic acid. Tetrahydrobiuren, a six-membered heterocyclic ether having 5 carbon atoms and 1 oxygen, the core structure of pyranose sugars. Tetrahydropyrenes, plural of tetrahydropyren. Tetrahydropyridine, any of 3 isomeric, 6-membered, unsaturated heterocycles having 5 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen atom and 1 double bond, any derivative of these compounds. Tetrahydropyridines, plural of tetrahydropyridine. Tetrahydropyrimidine, the tetrahydro derivative of pyrimidine, 1, 2, 3, 4 tetrahydropyrimidine. Tetrahydropyrimidines, plural of tetrahydropyrimidine. Tetrahydropyryl, pyrrolidine. Tetrahydropyryls, plural of tetrahydropyryl. Tetrahydroquinoline, an aromatic heterocyclic amine composed of a benzene ring fused to one of piperidine. Tetrahydroquinolines, plural of tetrahydroquinoline. Tetrahydrothiophene, a saturated, 5-membered heterocycle containing 1 atom of sulfur. It is added to natural gas to provide it with a detectable smell. Tetrahydrothiophene, plural of tetrahydrothiophene. Tetrahydrotriazine, a tetrahydroderivative of triazine, but especially 1, 2, 3, 4 tetrahydrotriazine. Tetrahydrouridine, the tetrahydroderivative of uridine, 1, 2, R3R4 is 5 R3 4-dihydroxy, 5-hydroxymethyloxylin, 2-il 4-hydroxy, 1,3-diazinon, 2,1, that is used to treat several cancers. Tetrahydroxydobrylate, tetrahydroxobrylate, tetrahydroxobrylate, the diane BOH2 or salts of the AN. Tetrahydroxy, 4 hydroxy groups in a molecule. Tetrahydroxyanthracydiene, tetrahydroxyanthraquinone, tetrahydroxyanthradienes, plural of tetrahydroxyanthradieне. Tetrahydroxyanthraquinone, any of several isomeric organic compounds with formula CH806, usually derived from 9,10-anthraquinone by replacing 4 hydrogen atoms by hydroxyl groups. Tetrahydroxyanthraquinones, plural of tetrahydroxyanthraquinone. Tetrahydroxybenzoquinone, an organic compound with formula C600H consisting of a cyclohexadiene ring with 4 hydroxyl groups and 2 ketone groups in opposite para positions. Tetrahydroxyborate, the A and BOH obtained by the reaction of hydroxide with boric acid, any salt containing this ion. Tetrahydroxyborates, plural of tetrahydroxyborate. Tetrahydroxychalcone. The 2,4,2,4 tetrahydroxy derivative of chalcone. Tetrahydroxyalpha-amidamine, a synthetic derivative of ethylnadiamine containing 4 hydroxyl groups and a C2H5 radical used in the preparation of detergents, emulsifiers, resins, plasticizers, toxicants, chelating agents, germicides, deemulsifiers, and pharmaceuticals. Tetrahydroxyl, a chemical compound containing 4 hydroxyl groups. Tetrahydroxylated, hydroxylated with 4 hydroxyl groups. Tetrahydroxyls, plural of tetrahydroxyl. Tetrahydroxyquinone, tetrahydroxybenzoquinone. Tetrahydrozoline, a derivative of imidazoline used in eye drops and nasal sprays. Tetrahyma, a eukaryote of the genus Tetrahyma. Tetrahymas, plural of tetrahyma. Tetraindole, Any compound that has 4 indole groups, typically joined in a ring. Tetraindoles. Plural of tetraindole. Tetraiodide. Any iod containing 480 atoms in each molecule. Tetraiodides. Plural of tetraiodide. Tetraiodamethane. Carbon tetraiodide. Tetraiodophenolphthalein. Synonym of nasophene. Tetraiodopyrrole. A crystallized substance with chemical formula C4I4NH, used like iodoform. Tetraiodopyrrole. Alternative form of tetraiodopyrrole. Tetraiodopyrrole. Thyroxine, a hormone produced by the thyroid gland. Tetraiodothyronines. Plural of tetraiodothyronine. Tetraionic. Composed of 4 ions. Tetra. 4 atoms of iron in a chemical compound. Tetraisopomatate. Any compound containing 4 isopomatate groups. Tetraisopropoxide. Any compound that has 4 isopropoxide groups. Tetraisopropoxides. Plural of tetraisopropoxide. Tetraisopropyl. 4 isopropyl groups in a molecule. Tetraca. Any of several species of warbler in the genus Xanthomyxus, native to Madagascar. Tetracateca. Alternative spelling of tetracateca. Tetracatecagon. A polygon having 14 sides and 14 angles. Tetracatecagons. Plural of tetracatecagon. Tetracatecahedra. Plural of tetracatecahedron. Tetracatecahedral. Alternative spelling of tetracatecahedral. Tetracatecahedron. Alternative form of tetracatecahedron. Tetracatecahedrons. Plural of tetracatecahedron. Tetracatecahedron. A solid figure having 14 faces. Tetracatecahedrons. Plural of tetracatecahedron. Tetracas. Plural of tetraca. Tetraceti. Any compound containing 4 ketide groups. Tetracatides. Plural of tetracati. Tetracaton. Any ketone having 4 carbonyl groups. Tetracatones. Plural of tetracaton. Tetragionia. Plural of tetragion. Tetragionian. A type of tetrapilin in which the central crossing is not roofed and the 4 corner markers exist as 4 separate structures, not connected overhead. Tetraches, having 4 identical units. Tetraches hexahedra. Plural of tetraches hexahedron. Tetraches hexahedron. A Catalan solid that has 24 congruent triangular faces and 36 edges and can be imagined as a cube with a square pyramid on each face. Tetraches hexahedrons. Plural of tetraches hexahedron. Tetraches legoma. Plural of tetraches legomen. Tetraches legomen. A word occurring only 4 times in a given corpus. Tetraches. Synonym of tetra used for multiplication with a second numerical prefix. Tetrachishixahedra. Plural of tetrachishixahedron. Tetrachishixahedron. A tetrahexahedron. Tetrachishixahedrons. Plural of tetrachishixahedron. Tetrachisthosphates. Tetrachisthosphates. Any compound containing 4 simple phosphate groups. Tetrachisthosphates. Plural of tetrachisthosphates. Plural of tetrachisthosphates. Tetracossane. Tetracossane. Alternative spelling of tetracossane. Tetracossanes. Plural of tetracossane. Tetralateral. Quadrilateral. Tetralayer. A structure composed of 4 layers. Tetralayers. Plural of tetralayer. Tetrala. 4 atoms of lead in a chemical compound. Tetraelma. A figure in ancient Greek and Eastern logic with 4 possibilities. Tetraelmas. Plural of tetraelma. Tetraelmata. Plural of tetraelma. Tetraelmatic. Of or relating to a tetraelma. Tetralen. The bicyclic hydrocarbon 1,2,3,4 tetrahydronaphthalene. It is used as an industrial solvent. Tetraline. Alternative spelling of tetraline. Tetralines. Plural of tetraline. Tetralingual. Able to read or speak 4 languages. Tetralingual. Able to read or speak 4 languages. Tetralinol oil. 4 linol oil groups in a compound. Tetralens. Plural of tetralin. Tetralithium. 4 lithium ions in a compound. Tetralele. Alternative form of tetralelic. Tetralobe. Having 4 lobes. Alternative form of tetralelic. Tetralobe. Having 4 lobes. Tetralogies. Plural of tetralogy. Tetralogies of Follot. Plural of tetralogy of Follot. Tetralar. A discourse or colloquy involving 4 individuals. Tetralogues. Plural of tetralogue. Tetralogy. A set of 4 works of art that are connected, and that can be seen either as a single work or as 4 individual works. They are commonly found in literature, film, or video games. Tetralogy of Follot. A congenital heart defect characterized by the 4 findings of ventricular septal defect, pulmonary stenosis, right ventricular hypertrophy, and an overriding aorta. Tetralone. Either of 2 isomers of the bicyclic ketone benzocyclohexanon containing a benzene ring fused with that of cyclohexanon. It is used in the synthesis of other compounds, especially the contraceptive 18-methylnorthisterone. Tetralones. Plural of tetralone. Tetralube. A 4-base hairpin loop motif in RNA secondary structure that caps many double helices. Tetraloops. Double helices. Tetraloops. Plural of tetraloop. Plural of tetraloop. Tetralophodont. Having 4 ridges or crests to the teeth. Tetralophodonty. The condition of being tetralophodont. Tetralophos. Relating to marine sponges of the genus Tetralophophora. Tetraluminium. Alternative form of tetraluminium. Tetralumino. 4 atoms of aluminium in a chemical compound. Tetramagi. Tetramagi. Of a magic cube, remaining magic even if all its numbers are replaced by their kth power for 1 less or equal to k less or equal to 4. Tetramagnesium. 4 magnesium atoms in a molecule. Tetramanganese. 4 atoms of manganese in a chemical compound. Tetramannose. A tetramer of mannose. Tetramannoses. Plural of tetramannose. Tetramannose. A tetrasaccharide composed of 4 mannose units. Tetrame. Any salt or ester of tetramic acid. Tetramates. Plural of tetramate. Tetramer. An oligomer having 4 subunits. Tetrarural. Tetramerous. Tetramercury. 4 atoms of mercury. Tetramer. An oligomer having 4 subunits. Tetramerous. Tetramercury. 4 atoms of mercury in a chemical compound. Tetrameric. Of or pertaining to a tetramer. Tetramerical. Alternative form of tetrameric. Tetramerid. Any nematode in the family Tetrameridae. Tetramerids. Plural of tetramerid. Tetramerization. Alternative form of tetramerization. Tetramerizations. Plural of tetramerization. Tetramerize. Alternative form of tetramerize. Tetramerize. Simple past and past participle of tetramerize. Tetramerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tetramerize. Tetramerizing. Present participle and gerund of tetramerize. Tetramerism. 4-part radial symmetry. Tetramerization. Polymerization to form a tetramer. Tetramerizations. Plural of tetramerization. Tetramerize. To form a tetramer. Tetramerize. Simple past and past participle of tetramerize. Tetramerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tetramerize. Tetramerizing. Present participle and gerund of tetramer. Tetramerous. In 4 parts, such that each whorl of flower parts has 4 flower parts. Tetramerously. In a tetramerous manner. Tetramers. Plural of tetramer. Tetramery. The condition of being tetramerous. Tetrameter. A line in a poem having 4 metrical feet. Tetrameters. Plural of tetrameter. Tetramethrin. A potent synthetic insecticide in the pyrethroid family. Tetramethyl. In combination 4 methyl groups in a molecule. Tetramethylammonium. The simplest quaternary ammonium cation. And CHN+. Tetramethylammonium ori. A transparent crystalline compound, CHN plus O- obtained by an AN exchange reaction of cesium oride in liquid ammonia. Tetramethylammonium orides. Plural of tetramethylammonium ori. Tetramethylammonium hydroxide. The quaternary ammonium base CHN plus OH-. Tetramethylammoniums. Plural of tetramethylammonium. Tetramethylarsonium. The cation CHS plus that is the arsenic analog of tetramethylammonium. Tetramethylated. Methylated at 4 locations. Tetramethylbenzene. Any tetramethyl derivative of benzene. Tetramethylbenzenes. Plural of tetramethylbenzene. Tetramethylbenzidine. Any of several isomeric tetramethyl derivatives of benzidine, but especially 3,3,5,5-tetramethylbenzidine that is a chromogenic substrate used in immunohistochemistry. Tetramethylbenzidines. Plural of tetramethylbenzidine. Tetramethylcyclopropane. A chemical compound with 4 methyl groups connected to a cyclopropane ring. Tetramethyldiosine. Tacodyl. Tetramethylene. A hypothetical hydrocarbon, C4H8, analogous to trimethylene and regarded as the base of well-known series or derivatives. Tetramethylnetisulfotramine. A toxic organic compound used mainly as a rodenticide. Tetramethyl Tetramethylnedisulfotramine. Alternative spelling of tetramethylnedisulfotramine. Tetramethylines, plural of tetramethylene. Tetramethylthiamine, an organic compound derived from ethylnediamine by replacement of the 4 NH groups with 4 N-methyl. It is officially odor. It is used as a reagent and a ligand for metal ions. Tetramethylguanidine, the tetramethyl derivative of guanidine that is a strong base and is used as a catalyst. Tetramethylguanidines, plural of tetramethylguanidine. Tetramethylimidazoline, an imidazoline onto which 4 methyl groups have been substituted. Tetramethylimidazoline, plural of tetramethylimidazoline. Tetramethylide, a compound with chemical formula C4HPB, used as an anti-knock additive for gasoline. Tetramethylmethane. Neopentane. Tetramethylpentadecane. Any of very many isomers of a tetramethyl derivative of pentadecane, but especially pristane 2,6,10,14 tetramethylpentadecane. Tetramethylpentadecanes, plural of tetramethylpentadecane. Tetramethylpiperidine, any of several isomeric tetramethyl derivatives of piperidine, but especially 2,2,6,6-tetramethylpiperidine that is used in organic synthesis. Tetramethylpiperidines, plural of tetramethylpiperidine. Tetramethylpyrazine, an anti-inflammatory compound isolated from natto. Tetramethylrhodamine, a rhodamine in which 4 hydrogens have been replaced by methyl groups. Forms such as tetramethylrhodamine dextrin are often used as fluorescent tracer dyes in cell research. Tetramethylrhodamines, plural of tetramethylrhodamine. Tetramethylsilang, the organosilicon compound CCH that has several industrial applications and is used as a reference in compound CHSN. Tetramethylurea, the fully methylated derivative of urea CHNCO. It is used in organic synthesis. Tetramethyluronium, a cation obtained by protonation of tetramethylurea, any derivative of this cation. Tetramethylsilang, misspelling of tetramethylsilang. Tetrameter, alternative form of tetrameter. Tetrameters, plural of tetrameter. Tetrameter, relating to or exhibiting tetrameter. Tetramic acid, synonym of 2,4-pyrrolidine. Tetramic acids, plural of tetramic acid. Tetramine, any amine having 4 amino groups, but especially hexamethylene tetramine. Tetramines, plural of tetramine. Tetramisol, alternative form of tetramisol. Tetramisol, a racemic form of levamisol. Tetramization, misspelling of tetramerization. Tetramizole, tetramisol. Tetramodular, relating to or containing 4 modules. Tetramolecular, of or relating to 4 molecules. Tetramolybdate, the oxyanion of molybdenum O4O2, any salt containing this anion. Tetramolybdates, plural of tetramolybdate. Tetramorae, having 4 mori. Tetramorph, a symbolic arrangement of 4 differing elements, or the combination of 4 disparate elements in one unit. Tetramorphic, having 4 forms. Tetramorphism, the property of being tetramorphic. Tetramorphous, tetramorphe. Tetramorphs, plural of tetramorph. Tetramutant, a gene that has 4 mutations, often of the same type at different locations. Tetramutants, plural of tetramutant. Tetranaphyl. 4 naphthyl groups in a molecule. Tetranaphyls. Plural of tetranaphyl. Tetranaries. Plural of tetranary. Tetranary. Of fourth rank or order. Tetranary compound. Any compound containing atoms of 4 different elements. Tetranary compounds. Plural of tetranary compound. Tetrandrian. Belonging to the class Tetrandria. Tetrambrine. A benzylosequinoline alkaloid that is a calcium channel blocker and isolated from Stephania tetrandrous CHN2O6. Tetrandrous. Belonging to the class Tetrandria. Tetrandry. The condition of being tetrandrous. Tetranctin. A lectin which regulates fibrinolysis and proteolysis. Tetranctins. Plural of tetranctin. Tetraneutron. A hypothetical stable cluster of 4 neutrons. Tetraneutrons. Plural of tetraneutron. Tetranickel. 4 nickel atoms or cations in a molecule Mi. Tetranitrate. Any compound containing 4 nitrate groups. Tetranitrates. Plural of tetranitrate. Tetranitride. Any nitride containing 4 nitrogen atoms in each molecule. Tetranitrides. Plural of tetranitride. Tetranitro. Four nitro groups in a molecule. Tetranitrobenzene. Any of 3 tetranitro derivatives of benzene, 1, 2, 3, 4 tetranitrobenzene, 1, 2, 3, 5 tetranitrobenzene, and 1, 2, 4, 5 tetranitrobenzene. Tetranitrobenzenes. Plural of tetranitrobenzene. Tetranitromethane. An organic oxidizer with chemical formula No. Tetranomial. Having 4 names. Tetranortiterpenoi. Any organic compound formed by removal of 4 methylene groups from a diterpenoid. Tetranortiterpenoids. Plural of tetranortiterpenoi. Tetranortriterpene. Any compound that is formally derived from a triterpene by the addition of 4 methylene groups. Tetranortriterpenes. Plural of tetranortriterpene. Tetranortriterpenoi. Any derivative of a triterpenoid formed by removal of 4 methylene groups. Tetranortriterpenoids. Plural of tetranortriterpenoi. Tetrantenary. Alternative form of tetrantenary. Tetrantimony. 4 antimony atoms or cations in a molecule Sp. Tetranuclear. Having 4 nuclei. Tetranucleate. Alternative form of tetranucleated. Tetranucleated. Having 4 nuclei. Tetranucleating. Forming a complex with 4 nuclei, particularly used for ligands that link 4 metal atoms into a complex. Tetranucleation. Conversion to a tetranucleated from. Tetranucleosome. Relating to a tetranucleosome. Tetranucleosome. An oligosome containing 4 nucleosomes. Tetranucleosomes. Plural of tetranucleosome. Tetranucleate. A codon containing 4 nucleotides. Tetranucleotides. Plural of tetranucleotide. Tetranucleotidic. Relating to a tetranucleotide. Tetranitid. Any spider mite in the family Tetranitidae. Tetranitids. Plural of tetranitid. Tetraabal. Alternative form of tetraball. Tetraabals. Plural of tetraobol. Tetraoctanote. Any compound that has 4 octanote groups or ions. Tetraoctanotes. Plural of tetraoctanote. Tetraoctile. 4 octyl groups in a molecule. Tetraiodin. Any pufferfish of the genus Tetraiodon. Tetraiodins. Plural of tetraiodon. Tetraiodontid. Any fish of the family Tetraodontidae. Tetraodontids. Plural of tetraodontid. Tetraodontiform. Any fish of the order Tetraodontiforms. Tetraodontiforms. Plural of tetraodontiform. Tetraol. Any tetrahydroxyalcohol. Tetraols. Plural of tetraol. Tetraonid. A bird belonging to the tribe Tetraonini, of which the genus Tetro is the type. Tetraonids. Plural of tetraonin. Tetraorganogermane. An organogermane substituted with 4 organic groups. Tetraorganogermanes. Plural of tetraorganogermane. Tetraorganolat. Any of a class of organometallic compound of lead, R4Pb, where R is an alkyl or aryl group. Tetraorganolads. Plural of tetraorganolat. Tetraos. Any oligosaccharide containing 4 monosaccharide moieties. Tetraoses. Plural of tetraos. Tetraoxane. A 6-membered saturated heterocycle having 2 carbon atoms and 4 oxygen atoms, especially the isomer having 2 peroxide groups as in the acetone peroxide dimer. Tetraoxanes. Plural of tetraoxane. Tetraoxide. Alternative spelling of tetroxide. Tetraoxides. Plural of tetraoxide. Tetraoxo. A chemical compound with 4 oxygen atoms with double bonds. Tetraoxymanganate. Synonym of permanganate. Tetraoxymanganates. Plural of tetraoxymanganate. Tetraoxysilicate. Synonym of orthosilicate. Tetraoxysilicates. Plural of tetraoxysilicate. Tetraoxygen. An allotrope of oxygen having 4 atoms in each molecule instead of the normal 2, only stable under very high pressures. Tetraoxygenated. Oxygenated with 4 atoms or molecules of oxygen. Tetraoxygens. Plural of tetraoxygen. Tetrapalladium. 4 atoms of palladium in a chemical compound. Tetrapalmitoylated. Palmitoylated at 4 locations. Tetraparalogous. That has resulted from 4 paralogous diversions from a common ancestor. Tetraparalysis. Synonym of tetraplegia. Tetraparental. Involving 4 parents, but especially involving 2 integrated but genetically different embryos. Tetraparia. Alternative form of tetraparesis. Tetraparesis. Weakness of the muscles of all 4 limbs. Tetraparete. Relating to tetraparesis. Tetrapartite. Having 4 parts. Tetraparvovirus. Any virus of the genus Tetraparvovirus. Tetraparvoviruses. Plural of tetraparvovirus. Tetraedmanin. Any of a group of exosomal proteins. Tetraedmanins. Plural of tetrapenin. Tetrapentapetide, an oligopeptide formed from 4 to 5 amino acid units. Tetrapentapetides, plural of tetrapentapetide. Tetrapentyl, in combination 4 pentyl groups in a molecule. Tetrapeptide, an organic compound formed from 4 amino acids joined by peptide bonds. Tetrapeptides, plural of tetrapeptide. Tetrapetalous, containing 4 distinct petals. Tetrapharmacum, a combination of wax, resin, lard, and pitch composing an ointment. Tetraphane, the angular polyphene composed of a benzene ring fused to anthracene, isomeric with tetracene. Tetraphanes, plural of tetraphane. Tetraphenol, furin. Tetraphenols, plural of tetraphenol. Tetraphenyl, 4 phenyl groups in a molecule. Tetraphenyl arsonium, the arsonium cation C6H+. Tetraphenyl arsoniums, plural of tetraphenyl arsonium. Tetraphenyl borate, the univalent anion Bc6H containing 4 phenyl groups attached to a boron atom, any salt containing this anion. Tetraphenyl borates, plural of tetraphenyl borate. Tetraphenyl boron, alternative form of tetraphenyl borate. Tetraphenyl borons, plural of tetraphenyl boron. Tetraphenyl cyclopentadienon, a dark purple to black crystalline solid having 4 phenyl rings that are rotated out of the plane compared to the central ring because of steric repulsion. Tetraphenylane, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon composed of 4 benzene rings linked in a ring. Tetraphenylanes, plural of tetraphenylene. Tetraphenylethylene, an organic compound, 1,2,2-triphenylvinylbenzene. Tetraphenylethylenes, plural of tetraphenylethylene. Tetraphenylmethane, an organic compound consisting of a methane core with 4 phenyl substituents. Tetraphenylmethanes, plural of tetraphenylmethane. Tetraphenylphosphonium, the univalent cation formerly derived from phosphonium by replacing each hydrogen atom with a phenyl group. Tetraphenylphosphoniums, plural of tetraphenylphosphonium. Tetraphenylporphyrin, a synthetic heterocyclic compound that resembles naturally occurring porphyrins. Tetraphenyls, plural of tetraphenyl. Tetraphenylsilane, the organosilicon compound C6HC. Tetraphid, any moss in the family Tetraphidaceae. Tetraphids, plural of tetraphid. Tetraphobia, custom of avoiding the number 4 commonly seen in East Asian countries in which the words for 4 and death are paronymous or homophonous. Tetraphocamelia, phocamelia of all 4 limbs. Tetraphonic, in 4 channels. Tetraphosphate, any compound containing 4 phosphate groups or ions. Tetraphosphates, plural of plural of tetraphosphate. Tetraphosphi, any phosphide having 4 phosphorus atoms. Tetraphosphides, plural of tetraphosphi. Tetraphosphonate, a chemical compound with molecules with 4 phosphonate groups. Tetraphosphorus, 4 atoms of phosphorus in a compound. Tetraphosphorus trisulfide, phosphorus sesquisulfide. Tetraphosphorus trisulfide. Alternative spelling of tetraphosphorus trisulfide. Tetraphosphorylated. Phosphorylated with 4 units of phosphoric acid. Tetrophthalate. Any compound that contains 4 phthalate groups. Tetraphthalates. Plural of tetraphthalate. Tetraphthong. A monosyllabic vowel combination consisting of 2 diphthongs or a semivowel followed by a triphthong. Tetraphthongs. Plural of tetraphthong. Tetraphyletic. Of or relating to 4 phylums. Tetraphyleia. Any tapeworm of the order Tetraphyletia. Tetraphyleteans. Plural of Tetraphyletean. Tetraphilus. Having 4 leaves. Tetrapla. A text presented in 4 parallel versions, especially historical, the version of the Bible presented in such a fashion by Origen. Tetraplas. Plural of tetrapla. Tetraplatinum. 4 atoms of platinum in a chemical compound. Tetraplegia. Paralysis of all 4 limbs. Tetraplegias. Plural of tetraplegia. Tetraplegic. A quadriplegic. Tetraplegics. Plural of tetraplegic. Tetrapples. Synonym of tetrapla. Tetraplet. Synonym of quartet, a group of 4 things. Tetraplets. Plural of tetraplet. Tetraplex. A complex formed from 4 of the same moieties. Tetraplexes. Plural of tetraplex. Tetraplicate. In or of 4 identical experiments. Tetraplicates. Plural of tetraplicate. Tetraploid. Having 4 sets of chromosomes. Tetraploidic. Tetraploid. Tetraploides. Plural of tetraploidy. Tetraploidization. Alternative form of tetraploidization. Tetraploidizations. Plural of tetraploidization. Tetraploidism. Alternative form of tetraploidy. Tetraploidization. The doubling of chromosomes to produce tetraploidy. Tetraploidizations. Plural of tetraploidization. Tetraploidize. To modify by tetraploidization. Tetraploidize. Converted to tetraploidy by tetraploidization. Tetraploidizing. Present participle and gerund of tetraploidize. Tetraploids. Plural of tetraploid. Tetraploidy. The state of being tetraploid, having 4 sets of chromosomes. Tetrapod. Any vertebrate with 4 limbs. Tetrapodal. Tetrapod. Tetrapodean. Of, pertaining to, or characteristic of the tetrapods. Tetrapoda. Tetrapode. Tetrapod. Tetrapodes. Plural of tetrapody. Tetrapodomorph. Any vertebrate tetrapod of the clade Tetrapodomorpha. Tetrapodomorphs. Plural of tetrapodomorph. Tetrapodus. Tetrapod, 4-limbed. Tetrapods. Plural of tetrapod. Tetrapody. A set of 4 metrical feet. Tetrapolar. Having or relating to 4 poles. Tetrapolarity. The condition of being tetrapolar. Tetrapolize. Plural of tetrapolis. Tetrapolis. A group of 4 cities. Tetrapolitan, relating to a tetrapolis or group of 4 towns, applied to the Tetrapolitan Confession. Tetrapolyploid, alternative form of tetraploid. Tetrabore, having 4 pores. Tetraporphyrin, the porphyrin that is composed of 4 pyrrole units. Tetrapotassium, 4 potassium ions in a compound. Tetrapus, having 4 feet, 4-footed. Tetrapropylammonium, the quaternium cat and ZH2ZHN plus. Tetrapteron, alternative form of Tetrapterus. Tetrapterus, having 4 wings or wing-like elements. Tetraptote, a noun that has 4 cases. Tetraptotes, plural of tetraptote. Tetraptych, a polyptych having 4 sections. Tetraptych, plural of tetraptych. Tetrabilla, plural of tetrapillan. Tetrabilla, a Roman-style cubic structure with a gate on each of its 4 sides. Tetrapyramidal, composed of 4 pyramids. Tetrapyranous, having 4 stones or seeds in the fruit. Tetrapyral, misspelling of tetrapyral. Tetrapyral, any of several natural pigments having a structure of 4 pyrrole rings connected by 1 carbon unit. Tetrapyrals, plural of tetrapyral. Tetrapyrale, of, pertaining to, or being a tetrapyral. Tetrapyrals, misspelling of tetrapyrals. Tetraqua, 4 water molecules in a chemical compound. Tetraquark, a hypothetical meson composed of 4 valence quarks. Tetraquarks, plural of tetraquark. Tetraquetrus, having 4 sharp angles. Tetramidial, radiating outward in 4 directions. Tetraradiate, having 4 rays. Tetraradical, a free radical having 4 unpaired electrons. Tetraradicals, plural of tetraradical. Tetrarch, a governor or ruler of a quarter of a country, especially of a 4th part of a province in or client state of ancient Rome. Tetrarchate, a tetrarchy. Tetrarchates, plural of tetrarchate. Tetrarcha, of or related to a tetrarchy, particularly historical, the era of Diocletian and his 3 co-emperors in late antiquity. Tetrarchical, of or pertaining to a tetrarch or tetrarchy. Tetrarchies, plural of tetrarchy. Tetrarchs, plural of tetrarch. Tetrarchy, a government where power is shared by 4 people, especially historical, the Herodian Tetrarchy established in Judea after the death of Herod, and the Tetrarchy of Diocletian, which ruled the Roman Empire in the years 293–313. Tetraribonucleotide, any oligonucleotide containing 4 ribonucleotide units. Tetraribonucleotides, plural of tetraribonucleoti. Tetraric acid, any aldaric acid having 4 carbon atoms. Tetraric acids, plural of tetraric acid. Tetrarachid, any fish in the family Tetrarachidae. Tetrarachids, plural of tetrarachid. Tetrarcevalti, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, and oxygen. Tetrarseni, any arsenide containing 4 atoms of arsenic per molecule. Tetrarsenides, plural of tetrarseni. Tetras, plural of tetra. Tetrasaccharide, any oligosaccharide having 4 sugar residues. Tetrasaccharides, plural of tetrasaccharide. Tetraschiste, characterized by division into 4 parts. Tetraseleni, any selenide containing 4 atoms of selenium per molecule. Tetraselenides, plural of tetraseleni. Tetrasemic, equivalent to 4 short syllables, consisting of 4 mores as a dactyl, anapist, or spondy. Tetraspalus, having 4 sepals. Tetrahexagonal, the base 64 text encoding scheme. Tetrasialic, having 4 sialic groups. Tetrasialotransferrin, a transferrin with 4 sialic acid residues attached. Tetrasialolated, modified by the addition of 4 sialic acid residues. Tetrasilicate, any compound containing 4 silicate anions. Tetrasilicates, plural of tetrasilicate. Tetrasilicide, any silicide having 4 silicon atoms. Tetrasilicides, plural of tetrasilicide. Tetrasilicon, 4 silicon atoms in a molecule C. Tetrasiloxane, any siloxane having 4 CO groups. Tetrasiloxanes, plural of tetrasiloxane. Tetrasilver, 4 silver atoms in a compound. Tetrascallion, a type of swastika, especially a stylized one used in Mayan art. Tetrascallions, plural of tetrascallion. Tetrasodium, 4 sodium atoms or ions in a compound. Tetrasomal, alternative form of tetrasomic. Tetrasome, a complex of 4 homologous chromosomes formed during meiosis. Tetrasomes, plural of tetrasome. Tetrasomic, having 4 copies of a particular chromosome. Tetrasomics, plural of tetrasomic. Tetrasomes, plural of tetrasome. Tetrasomy, the condition of being tetrasomic. Tetraspace, 4-dimensional space. Tetraspan, any of a family of membrane glycoproteins whose multimolecular complexes have 4 transmembrane domains. Tetraspanin, a tetraspan. Tetraspanins, plural of tetraspanin. Tetraspans, plural of tetraspan. Tetraspastic, relating to spastic tetraplegia. Tetraspasticity, the condition of being tetraspastic. Tetraspermous, having 4 seeds. Tetraspherical, relating to or composed of 4 spheres. Tetraspirae, any compound having 5 rings linked spiracyclically via 4 carbon atoms. Tetraspiranes, plural of tetraspirane. Tetrasporaceous, of or relating to the Tetrasporaceae. Tetraspiro, synonym of tetrasporous. Tetrasporangia, plural of tetrasporangium. Tetrasporangia, having 4 sporangia. Tetrasporangium, a sporangium that produces tetraspores. Tetraspore, any of the four asexual spores produced by a sporangium. Tetraspores, plural of tetraspore. Tetraspore, relating to tetraspores. Tetrasporophy, a sporophyte in red algae that produce tetraspores, actually meiospores. Tetrasporophytes, plural of tetrasporophy. Tetrasporophytic, relating to tetrasporophytes. Tetrasporous, relating to tetraspores. Tetrasquilid, any mantis shrimp in the family Tetrasquilidae. Tetrasquilids, plural of tetrasquilid. Tetrastarch, a hydroxyethyl starch with 4 hydroxyethyl groups out of each 11 hydroxyls. Tetrastarches, plural of tetrastarch. Tetrastatin, a C-terminal domain of a collagen that inhibits melanoma growth. Tetrastrigmate, having 4 sterigmata. Tetrasternum, the second sclerite of a segmented sternal complex. Tetrastich, a 4-line stanza. Tetrasticho, in the form of a tetrastich. Tetrastichi, in the form of a tetrastich. Tetrastiches, arranged in 4 vertical rows. Tetrastichs, plural of tetrastich. Tetrastoa, plural of tetrastum. Tetrastern, a 4-sided colonnade, typically enclosing a courtyard. Tetrastrand, a macromolecular structure composed of 4 strands nucleotide chains. Tetrastrands, plural of tetrastrand. Tetrastrontium, 4 atoms of strontium in a chemical compound. Tetrastilla, plural of tetrastillin. Tetrastyle, a building, especially a portico that has 4 columns. Tetrastyles, plural of tetrastyle. Tetrastylic, having 4 columns like a tetrastyle. Tetrastylon, a kind of cavedium supported by columns placed at the 4 angles of the impluvium. Tetrasubstituted, substituted with 4 substituents. Tetrasulfated, modified by the addition of 4 sulfate groups. Tetrasulfide, any sulfide having 4 sulfur atoms. Tetrasulfides, plural of tetrasulfide. Tetrasulfonate, any compound containing 4 sulfonate groups or ions. Tetrasulfonated, modified by the addition of 4 sulfonate groups. Tetrasulfonates, plural of tetrasulfonate. Tetrasulfur, the allotrope of sulfur, as 4 having 4 atoms in a ring. Tetrasulfur tetranitride, a simple binary compound of sulfur and nitrogen, S4N4, having a ring structure. It is explosive. Tetrasulfide, alternative spelling of tetrasulfide. Tetrasulfides, plural of tetrasulfide. Tetrasulfur, alternative spelling of tetrasulfur. Tetrasulfur tetranitride, alternative spelling of tetrasulfur tetranitride. Tetrasyllabic, having 4 syllables. Tetrasyllabics, plural of tetrasyllabic. Tetrasyllable, a word comprising 4 syllables. Tetrasyllables, plural of tetrasyllable. Tetratenite, the tetragonal crystalline form of tenite. Tetratenites, plural of tetratenite. Tetrate, to perform titration. Tetrate. Simple past and past participle of tetrate. Tetratelluri. Any telluride containing 4 atoms of tellurium per molecule. Tetratellurides. Plural of tetratelluri. Tetratenesi. A tenaside containing 4 atoms of tenasine. Tetraterpene. Any terpene formed from 8 isoprene units and having 40 carbon atoms. They include the carotene plant pigments. Tetraterpenes. Plural of tetraterpene. Tetraterpenic. Related to or derived from a tetraterpene. Tetraterpenoi. A terpenoid having a C skeleton. Tetraterpenoids. Plural of tetraterpenoi. Tetraterpenoi. Alternative form of tetraterpenoi. Tetrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of tetrate. Tetracontain. A very many isms of the alphabetic iterative having further given added but especially ended at the Tetracontains. Plural of tetracontain. Tetrathecal. Having 4 theky. Tetraism. A belief in 4 gods. Tetraist. A believer in or advocate of tetratheism. Tetraists. Plural of tetratheists. Tetraethyl-Ovaline. An organosulfur compound related to the hydrocarbon fulvalene by replacement of 4 CH carbon hydrogen groups with sulfur atoms. Tetraethyl-Fulvalines. Plural of tetraethyl-fulvalene. Tetrathionephthasine. A chemical compound CH8S4. Tetrathionosine. Any derivative of an acene that has 4 theno groups. Tetrathionosines. Plural of tetrathionosine. Tetrathiolate. Any compound containing 4 thiolate groups. Tetrathiolates. Plural of tetrathiolate. Tetrathiamylidate. The thiometallate anion MoS4. Any salt containing this anion. Tetrathiamylidates. Plural of tetrathiamylidate. Tetrathianate. The oxine S4O2 derived from tetrathionic acid. Any salt containing this ion. Tetrathianates. Plural of tetrathianate. Tetrathionic acid. A thionic derivative of sulfuric acid. Tetrathiphosphate. Any thiophosphate in which 4 oxygen atoms have been replaced by sulfur. Tetrathiophosphates. Plural of tetrathiaphosphate. Tetralin. A contest with 4 successive events, usually show jumping, swimming, running, and pistol shooting. Tetralins. Plural of tetrathlon. Tetrating. Present participle. And gerund of tetrate. Tetration. The arithmetic operator consisting of repeated exponentiation, by analogy with exponentiation being repeated multiplication and multiplication being repeated addition. Letter 1d4 7 letter 1d4 3 denoting it to the power of a to the power of to the power of a in which a appears b times. Tetrational. Relating to tetration. Tetrations. Plural of tetration. Tetratitanium. 4 atoms of titanium in a chemical compound. Tetratomic. Consisting of 4 atoms. Tetratomid. Any beetle in the family Tetratomidae. Tetratomids. Plural of tetratomid. Tetratonic. Made of 4 different musical notes. Tetratoscillate. any salt or ester containing 4 tosylate ions or groups. Tetratosylates. Plural of tetratosylate. Tetratriacantane. Any of innumerable isomers of a saturated aliphatic hydrocarbon having derivative or carbon atoms, but especially n tetraviacantanes CH3. Tetratriacantanes. Plural of tetratriacantane. Tetratriacantanoic. Of or pertaining to tetratriacantanoic acid or its derivatives, getic/getic. Tetratriacantanoic acid. The long-chain saturated fatty acid having 34 carbon atoms. Tetratricantane. Tetratriacantane. Tetratricantanes. Plural of tetratricantane. Tetratricopti. A repeating sequence of 34 amino acids in a protein. Tetratricoptides. Plural of tetratricopti. Tetratrifluoroacetate. Any salt or ester containing 4 trifluoroacetate groups. Tetratrifluoroacetates. Plural of tetratrifluoroacetate. Tetrati. A tetrad of 2 parental and 2 recombinant genotypes. Tetratypes. Plural of tetratype. Tetraubiquitin. A complex of 4 ubiquitin proteins. Tetraubiquitinated. Modified by the addition of 4 ubiquitin groups. Tetraubiquitination. The insertion of 4 ubiquitin moieties into a protein. Tetraubiquitins. Plural of tetraubiquitin. Tetralt. A surname. Tetralts. Plural of tetralt. Tetraaryl. 4 uranyl functional groups in a compound. Tetravaccine. A tetravalent vaccine. Tetravaccines. Plural of tetravaccine. Tetravalence. The condition of being tetravalent. Tetravalency. Tetravalence. Tetravalent. Having an atomic valence of 4. Tetravanadate. 4 vadate anions in a molecule VO. Tetravirus. Any virus of the family Tetraviridae. Tetraviruses. Plural of tetravirus. Tetrawhitman I. A tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and tin. Tetraxenon. 4 xenon atoms in a molecule. Tetraxenonagold. The cation OZ2. Tetraxeton. A particular chelator. 1,4,7,10 tetrazocyclotodecane 1,4,7,10 tetracetic acid. Tetraxyl. Having 4 axes. Tetraxyl. Tetraxonyl having 4 branches diverging at right angles. Tetraxon. A tetraxonyl spicule of a sponge. Tetraxonyl. Having 4 axes. Tetraxonic. Relating to a tetraxon. Tetraxons. Plural of tetraxon. Tetraytrium. 4 atoms of yttrium in a chemical compound. Tetrazine. The hypothetical compound NH2NHN equals NH. Tetrazines. Plural of tetrazine. Tetrazbam. A benzodiazepine drug with anticonvulsant, anxiolytic, hypnotic, and muscle relaxant properties. Tetrazine. Dated form of tetrazine. Tetrazinc. 4 atoms of zinc in a chemical compound. Tetrazine. Any 6-membered heterocycle having 2 carbon atoms, 4 nitrogen atoms, and 3 double bonds. Tetrazines. Plural of tetrazine. Tetrazant. Plural of tetrazine. Tetrazole. a 5-membered heterocycle having 1 carbon atom, 4 nitrogen atoms, and 2 double bonds. Tetrazoles, plural of tetrazole. Tetrazoli, the anion derived from tetrazole by tetrazole. Tetrazoli, the anion derived from tetrazole by loss of a proton. Tetrazolides, plural of tetrazoli. Loss of a proton. Tetrazolides, plural of tetrazoli. Tetrazoline, the tricyclic heterocycle 7-8. Tetrazoline, the tricyclic heterocycle 7-8-9-11 tetrahydro 6-H-burrito 2,1-B quinazoline. Tetrazolines, plural of tetrazoline. Tetrazolinon, the 5-membered, unsaturated heterocyclic ketone having 4 nitrogen atoms and 1 double bond opposite the carbonyl group. Tetrazolinons, plural of tetrazolinon. Tetrazolium, a univalent cation derived from a tetrazole. Tetrazoliums, plural of tetrazolium. Tetrazolo, a radical derived from a tetrazole. Tetrazolopyrimidine, any tetrazolo derivative of pyrimidine. Tetrazolopyrimidines, plural of tetrazolopyrimidine. Tetrazolos, plural of tetrazolo. Tetrazole, a radical derived from a tetrazole. Tetrazoles, plural of tetrazole. Tetrazome, any of a certain series of basic compounds containing a chain of 4 nitrogen atoms. Tetrazones, plural of tetrazone. Tetrazonium, a divalent cation containing 2 diazonium groups. Tetrazonocalpate, having 4 calpi aligned longitudinally, equidistant around the equator. Tetrazoospermia, misspelling of pterodozoospermia. Tetrazotization, the process of tetrazotizing. Tetrazotize, to add 2 diazo groups to a molecule. Tetrazotize, simple past and past participle of tetrazotize. Tetrazotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tetrazotize. Tetrazotizing, present participle and gerund of tetrazotize. Tetrazzini, an American dish usually including a non-red meat and a white sauce over spaghetti or some similar pasta. Petrault, an ethnic French surname from French. Petrault, plural of Tetrault. Tetraultville, a Forêt and neighborhood of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, merged into the former city of Mercier on the island of Montreal, existing to the east Long Point and Ottawa 25. Tetra, an element from the carbon group or group 14 of the periodic table, which includes silicon, germanium, tin, and lead. Tetrals, plural of tetra. Tetravangelia, plural of tetravangelium. Tetravangelium, a collection of the 4 Gospels. Tetri, a unit of currency in Georgia, 1/100th of a lari. Tetrament, a polyamid made up of 4 triangles. Tetramids, plural of tetrament. Tetri, morose, bitter. Tetrico, tetric, harsh, morose. Tetracity, the quality of being tetric, crabbedness, harshness, bitterness. Tetric, a surname. Tetrix, plural of tetric. Tetradia, any member of the family Tetragidae groundhoppers. Tetradids, plural of tetragid. Tetrinic acid, a complex ketonic acid. C5H6O3. Teide, alternative form of tetraiodide. Tetraides, plural of tetraiodide. Tetris, a puzzle video game in which falling tetraminos must be manipulated to form complete lines, which are then cleared from the grid. Tetris effect, the effect of seeing hallucinatory of repetitive activity done earlier. Tetris-like, resembling Tetris or the pieces in the game of Tetris. Tetraides, plural of Tetris. Tetris-like, alternative form of Tetris-like. Tetrix, the three-dimensional analog of the Sierpinski triangle. Tetra, a surname. Tetrabal, an ancient Greek coin worth 4 obols. Tetrabaloi, plural of tetrabolos. Tetrabolos, alternative form of tetraball. Tetraballs, plural of tetraball. Tetror, a thermionic valve similar to a triode with the addition of a screen grid to improve the thermionic emission. Tetrodkamycin, any of a group of antibiotics that have a tetranate structure. Tetrodkamycins, plural of tetrodkamycin. Tetrodes, plural of tetrod. Tetrodon, any of numerous species of plectognath fishes belonging to tetraodon and allied genera. Tetradonic acid, tetradotoxin. Tetrodons, plural of tetrodon. Tetradont, of or relating to the tetrodons. Tetradonts, plural of tetradont. Tetradotoxin, a neurotoxin originally discovered in tetraodontiforms and found in pufferfish, blue-ringed octopus, etc. Tetradotoxins, plural of tetradotoxin. Tetraphosmin, any of a group of chelate compounds often having a radioisotopically labeled metal atom used in cardiac imaging. Tetraphosmins, plural of tetraphosmin. Tetrol, any polyhydric alcohol having 4 hydroxyl groups. Tetralate, any salt or ester of tetralic acid. Tetralates, plural of tetralate. Tetralic acid, the acylic carboxylic acid 2-butyroic acid CH3C8 identical to CQ. Tetrols, plural of tetrol. Tetramargarine, the paleo-tetanate antibiotic produced by the bacterium Actinomyces spora. Tetramino, a polyamino made up of 4 squares connected edge to edge. Tetraminos, plural of tetramino. Tetranol, a sedative, hypnotic, and anesthetic drug. Tetranacin, an antibiotic. Tetranate, any salt or ester of tetronic acid. Tetranates, plural of tetranate. Tetron, any compound having 4 ketonic carbonyl groups. Tetroniferin, the red pigment zoonorithrine. Tetrones, plural of tetron. Tetranomycin, a palicyclic ionophoric polyether antibiotic isolated from streptomyces. Tetraquinone, tetrahydroxybenzoquinone. Tetros, plural of tetro. Tetros, a sugar or saccharide containing 4 carbon atoms. Tetroses, plural of tetros. Tetraxy, archaic form of tetroxide. Tetroxy, any oxide containing 4 oxygen atoms in each molecule. Tetroxides, plural of tetroxide. Tetraxids, plural of tetraxid. Tetraxoperum, a derivative of trimethoprim. Tetrazolium, misspelling of tetrazolium. Tetro, the explosive 2,4,6-trinitrophenylenmethylnitramine produced by the nitration of dimethylanilene. Tetraammonium, the cation tetraethylammonium when used for the drug tetraammonium bromide. Tetraammonium bromide, a ganglionic blocking agent. Tetraline, doodling. Tetralenes, plural of tetraline. Tetrals, plural of tetral. Tetratol, a high explosive comprising a mixture of tetryl and TNT. Tetrazolane, tetrahydrazolane. That's initialism of transcutaneous energy transmission system, an experimental subcutaneous device for generating current in heart patients. Plural of TT. That's a bottle or serving of Tetley's beer. Tetsuo, a male given name from Japanese. A surname. Tete, a surname. Tetes, plural of tete. Tetanol, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Wolverhampton, West Midlands, England, and OS Grid Ref SJ 8800. Tetter, any of various pustular skin conditions. Tetterberry, white bryony, Bryonia alba. Tetter, simple past and past participle of tetter. Tettering, present participle and gerund of tetter. Tetterish, synonym of tettery. Tetterus, having the character of or pertaining to tetter the skin condition. Tetters, plural of tetter. Tetterta, a surname. Tettertons, plural of tetterton. Tetterwort, a plant used as a remedy for tetter, Chelidonium aegis. Tettery, resembling or characteristic of tetter pustular skin condition. Tatas, plural of teddy. Teddygarch. Any member of the Teddygarchidae, the hairy cicadas. Teddygarchids, plural of teddygarchid. Teddygonid, alternative spelling of teddygonia. Teddygonids, plural of teddygonid. Teddygone, any member of the family Teddygonidae, the catidids or bush crickets. Teddygoniids, plural of Teddygonia. Teddygonioi, any insect of the superfamily Teddygonioidea. Teddygonioids, plural of Teddygonioi. Tedish, captious, testy. Tedix, a cicada, especially in Greece. Tedixes, plural of tedix. Ted, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Tel, the Malayo-Polynesian national language of East Timor. Atana, a transliteration of the Ukrainian female given name Teya, acute Tajana. Texcoco, a major Acalhua altipedal in the central Mexican plateau region of Mesoamerica. Tetzla, a surname. Tetzlas, plural of Tetzaf. Two, initialism of 20-foot equivalent unit. Two kai, alternative form of diakali. Two kalis, plural of Teucali. Teucer, the son of King Telamon and Hesione, who fought in the Trojan War and was renowned for his skill in archery. Dude, alternative form of Teug. Teuchas, alternative form of Tuit. Teuchats, plural of Teuchat. Teucher, comparative form of Teuch, more Teuch. Teuchis, superlative form of Teuch, most Teuch. Teuchai Sheki, a welcoming ceremony to new Rikishi. Teuche, alternative form of Tuit. Teutits, plural of Teuchit. Teuchaponin, synonym of Tupulin. Teucri, the Teucrians or ancient Trojans. Teucria, one of the ancient Trojans. Teucrians, plural of Teucrian. Tupre, any of several glycosides obtained from Teucrium fruticans. Teucrins, plural of Teucrin. Teucrium, any of the genus Teucrium of lamiaceous plants, a germander. Teucriums, plural of Teucrium. Teufel, a surname from German. Teufels, plural of Teufel. Teufe, a municipality in Appenzell-Ausserrhoden Canton, Switzerland. Teu, tough, stubborn. Teu. The Retschek. Teus, plural of Tup. Tumashin, of or relating to the town of Tumasus or Tumessos in ancient Boeotia, situated in the plain of Thebes, applied to the Tumashin fox, an enormous fox in Greek mythology that was destined never to be caught. Tumashin fox, a giant fox destined to never be caught. Tunis and Kremers syndrome, a genetic disorder that presents with skeletal defects, some of which can include the bones of the inner ear, fingers, and toes. Teupolin, any of a group of chemical compounds found in Teucrium polium. Teu, plural of Teu. Teucher, a surname. Teuchers, plural of Teucher. Teudates, alternative spelling of Tautates. Teuth, any squid of the order Teuthidae. Teuthids, plural of Teuthi. Teuthides, a small squid. Teuthivorous, feeding on cephalopods. Teuthoi, any member of the Teuthoidea group of squids. Teuthoids, plural of Teuthoi. Teuthologist, one who studies cephalopods such as octopus, squid, and cuttlefish, is cephalopod scientist. Teuthologists, plural of teuthologists. Teuthology, the branch of malacology dealing with cephalopods. Teuthanista, a phonetic transcription system used mainly for High German dialects and largely based on the Latin alphabet modified by various diacritics. Teutophagus, that feeds on cephalopods. Teutlos, a sugar of unknown composition extracted from beetroot. Teuth, pertaining to the Teutons or to the early Germanic peoples generally. Teutoburg forests, a range of low, forested hills in the German states of Lower Saxony and North Rhine-Westphalia. Teutomania, alternative form of Teutonomania. Teutomaniac, obsessed with Germanic cultures or peoples. Teutomaniacs, plural of Teutomaniac. Teut, a member of an early Germanic tribe living in Jutland noted in historical writings by Greek and Roman authors. Teutone, relating to the ancient Germanic people, the Teutons. Teutonic Knight, a member of the Order of the Teutonic Knights. Teutonic Knights, a German religious order founded in the late 12th century and known for conquering the Baltic Prussians and bringing Prussia under German control. The order exists today as a charitable organization. Teutonic Order, synonym of Teutonic Knights. Teutonically, in a Teutonic manner. Teutonicize, alternative form of Teutonicize. Teutonicize, simple past and past participle of Teutonicize. Teutonicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Teutonicize. Teutonicizing, present participle and gerund of Teutonicize. Teutonicism, a phrase, word, or custom peculiar to the Teutons. Teutonicisms, plural of Teutonicism. Teutonicize, to make Teutonic. Teutonicize, simple past and past participle of Teutonicize. Teutonicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Teutonicize. Teutonicizing, present participle and gerund of Teutonicize. Teutone, obsolete form of Teutonic. Teutex, plural of Teutonic. Teutonics, plural of Teutonic. Teutonization, alternative form of Teutonization. Teutonize, alternative form of Teutonize. Teutonize, simple past and past participle of Teutonize. Teutonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Teutonize. Teutonizing, present participle and gerund of Teutonize. Teutonism, the German character or way of life. Teutonisms, plural of Teutonism. Teutonist, a proponent of Teutonism. Teutonists, plural of Teutonist. Teutonization, the process of Teutonizing. Teutonize, to make Teutonic. Teutonize, simple past and past participle of Teutonize. Teutonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Teutonize. Teutonizing, present participle and gerund of Teutonize. Teutono, alternative form of Teuto. Teutonomania, an obsession with Germany and German things. Teutonopho, alternative form of Teutophobe. Teutonophobes, plural of Teutonopho. Teutonophobia, alternative form of Teutophobia. Teutonophone, German speaking. Teutonophones, plural of Teutonophone. Teutons, plural of Teuton. Teutophobe, one who dislikes German people. Teutophobes, plural of Teutophobe. Teutophobia, the antipathy toward or fear of Germans or German things. Teutophone, German speaking. Teutophones, plural of Teutophone. Teut, a surname from German. Duchess, plural of Teuch. Tula, a municipality of South Ostrobothnia, Finland. T-Re, initialism of teraelectron volt 10-2 eV. TAVR, acronym of thoracic endovascular aortic repair. Diversal, a village in Ashfield District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4861. Tablet, the 4th month of the civil year and the 10th month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar, after Kislev and before Shevat. Tave, a male given name. Teve, a river in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, which joins the Tweed at Kelso. Teviotdale, the valley of the River Teviot in Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, in which the town of Howick is located. Taviston, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. A surname. A member of an indigenous people of New Mexico and Arizona. A village, synonym of Hano Village in Arizona. A Hidao, belonging or relating to the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and / or the Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church. A member of the Tuwa, a Native American tribe. Tuanema, a surname from Hopi. Tuans, plural of Tuan. Tuer, a surname from Hindi. Tuaris, plural of Tueri. Tuar, alternative form of Tuart, Australian tree. Tuarts, plural of Tuort. Tuas, plural of Tu. Simple past and past participle of tu. A hamlet west of Stonehaven, Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref No 8285. A surname. Tuals, plural of Tuel. Tuls, plural of Tuel. A surname from German. Tuases, plural of Tues. Tude, alternative form of Tuit. Tudit, plural of Tuit. Tuit, present participle and gerund of tu. Tuit, a northern lapwing, Vanellus vanellus. Tuits, plural of Tuit. Tewkesbury, a town in Gloucestershire, England. Tewkesbury mustard, a kind of mustard made with grated horseradish root. Tewkesbury mustards, plural of Tewkesbury mustard. Tewkesbury, a habitational surname from Old English. Tewkesbury's, plural of Tewkesbury. Tula, a surname. Plural of two. Acronym of tactical exercise without troops, a wargame or training exercise not involving deployment of troops. A tool for beating flax. Tudas, plural of tuda. Plural of toot. AX, a digital typesetting system used primarily for the formatting of mathematical formulae. Thus, a masculine nickname, especially for a Texan. Texas, alternative spelling of Texas, derogatory name for Texas, a state of the United States. Tex-Mex, a type of cuisine, a mix of Texan and Mexican foods associated with spicy chilies. Tex-Mexican, of or relating to Tex-Mex cuisine. Tex-Mexicans, plural of Tex-Mexican. Tex-Mexican. X, abbreviation of Texas, estate. X, abbreviation of Texas, a state of the United States as used in case citations. Texagramo, a mast cell stabilizer drug. Texan, of or pertaining to the inhabitants of the U.S. state of Texas. Texan English, an English dialect spoken in the state of Texas in the United States, influenced by Mexican Spanish with some German and Czech language influence. Texan tuxedo, an outfit comprising a matching denim jacket and jeans, often worn with cowboy boots and sometimes a bolo tie. Texan tuxedos, plural of Texan tuxedo. Texan tuxedos, plural of Texan tuxedo. Texamid, any mollusk of the subfamily Texanidinae. Texanidids, plural of Texanidid. Texanization, the process of making something Texan. Texanize, to make Texan. Texanize, simple past and past participle of texanize. Texanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of texanize. Texanizing, present participle and gerund of texanize. Texanizing, present participle and gerund of texanize. Texanous, the quality or characteristic of being Texan. Texanol, the ester 3-hydroxy-2,2,4-trimethylpentyl 2-methylpropanoate that is used in latex paints. Texanols, plural of Texanol. Texans, plural of Texan. Texavirin, any of a certain subclass of porphyrins. Texaferins, plural of texaferin. Texaplex, a conurbation in Texas, United States, a heavily populated, roughly triangular region of Texas containing the majority of its population and its largest cities spreading between Dallas, Fort Worth, DFW, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin. Texarkana, a city, the county seat of Miller County, Arkansas, adjoining Texarkana, Texas. Texarkanan, of or relating to Texarkana. Texarkanans, plural of Texarkanan. Texas, a state in the south-central region of the United States. Capital, Austin. Largest city, Houston. Texas 42. A game played with a set of common double 6 dominoes. Texas bankroll, synonym of Michigan bankroll. Texas bankrolls, plural of Texas bankroll. Texas blind snake, a blind snake, Leptotyphlops dulcis, from southwestern North America. Texas blind snakes, plural of Texas blind snake. Texas blues, a genre of blues that uses electric guitars and power riffs associated with Texas. Texas cattle fever, Texas fever. Texas caviar, a type of bean salad. Texas cedar elm, an elm tree of species Ulmus crescifolia. Texas cedar elms, plural of Texas cedar elm. Texas checking, a maneuver in which two ships pass each other in a narrow channel by taking advantage of each other's suction to stay straight. Texas chili, chili con carne made without beans. Texas chilies, plural of Texas chili. Texas cichlid, Heractes cyanogatatus, a freshwater cichlid native to the United States, having cream and turquoise spots. Texas cichlids, plural of Texas cichlid. Texas city, a city and port in Galveston County, Texas, United States. Texas County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Houston, named after the Republic of Texas. Texas crab apple, Malus ionsis var. Texana, a variety of Iowa crab. Texas crab apples, plural of Texas crabapple. Texas deathmatch, alternative letter case form of Texas deathmatch. Texas Deathmatch. A match where the loser is the wrestler who is pinned and cannot get up within 10 seconds. Texas Deathmatches. Plural of Texas Deathmatch. Texas Step. A form of elaborate curtsy and prostration performed in Texas during debutante balls. Texas Dips. Plural of Texas Dip. Texas Ebonies. Plural of Texas Ebony. Texas Ebony. An evergreen tree of Texas and Mexico, Epinopsis ebano. Texas Fever. A tick-borne disease of cattle caused by the parasite Babesia bigemina. Texas Garter Snake. Thamnophis sertalis annectans, a subspecies of garter snake. Texas Garter Snakes. Plural of Texas Garter Snake. Texas Gate. Synonym of cattle grid. Texas Gates. Plural of Texas Gate. Texas Heart Shot. A bullet fired through the anal area of an animal. Texas Heart Shots. Plural of Texas Heart Shot. Texas Hold'em. A variant of poker in which players receive 2 cards each, and 5 other cards are shared between them. Texas Justice. Synonym of the death penalty. Texas League Single. Synonym of Texas Leaguer. Texas League Singles. Plural of Texas League Single. Texas Leaguer. A weakly hit fly ball that drops between the infielders and outfielders for a hit, a blooper, a flare. Texas Leaguers. Plural of Texas Leaguer. Texas Line Snake. Tropidoclonium lineum texanum, a subspecies of the line snake. Texas Line Snakes. Plural of Texas Line Snake. Texas Makey. A very large bottle of hard liquor holding 3,000 ml 106 Imperial Oz or 101 US Oz, or formerly, one holding 133.3 Oz. Texas Makeys. Plural of Texas Makey. Texas Phoenix Palm Decline. A plant disease affecting phoenix palms found primarily in Texas and Florida. Texas Ratio. A measure of a bank's creditworthiness equal to ratio of the bank's non-performing assets non-performing loans plus other real estate owned to the sum of its tangible equity capital plus loan loss reserves. Texas Ratios. Plural of Texas Ratio. Texas Recluse. A recluse spider of species Loxosceles divia of Texas. Texas Rig. A fishing rig involving a bullet-shaped weight threaded onto the fishing line, followed by an optional bead and then the hook. Texas Rigs. Plural of Texas Rig. Texas Roll. Synonym of Michigan Bankroll. Texas Rolls. Plural of Texas Roll. Texas Root Rot. A soil-borne fungus, Phytometrachopsis omnivora, that attacks the roots of susceptible plants. Texas Seke Uis. Nalina texana, a flowering plant in the asparagus family. Texas Sharpshooter Fallacies. Plural of Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. The fallacy of ignoring differences in data while stressing the similarities. Texas Sparrow. Synonym of olive sparrow. Texas Sparrows. Plural of Texas Sparrow. Texas Spiny Lizard. Celeporus olivaceus, a species of spiny lizard most commonly found in Texas, which tends to stay in trees for natural camouflage. Texas Spotted Whiptle. Aspidas celiscularis, a species of whiptle with 6 subspecies. Texas Spotted Whiptles. Plural of Texas spotted whiptail. Texas stop sign. The sign of a Dairy Queen fast food restaurant. Texas stop signs. Plural of Texas stop sign. Texas strip. Synonym of New York strip. Texas strips. Plural of Texas strip. Texas switch. A technique in which a stunt double is seamlessly replaced with an actor or the other way around in a single shot. Texas switches. Plural of Texas switch. Texas tea. Fruit oil. Texas teas. Plural of Texas tea. Texas toast. A style of sliced bread, roughly twice the thickness of normal sliced bread and often with butter or garlic butter, popular in Texas. Texas toasts. Plural of Texas toasts. Texas Tommy. A dance move popular in the early 20th century and now in swing dancing, in which the lead passes the follower's hand behind the follower's back and pulls them into a turn. Texas toothpick. A knife with a long, narrow blade, especially one that is a folding knife. Texas toothpicks. Slivers of onion and jalapeno coated in batter and fried. Texas tower. A kind of offshore lighthouse resembling an oil platform. Texas towers. Plural of Texas tower. Texas triangle. Synonym of Texaplex, a conurbation in Texas, United States. Texas Trinity. Brisket, spare ribs, and smoked sausage. Texas two-step. A two-step bankruptcy strategy under U.S. bankruptcy law in which a solvent parent company spins off liabilities into a new company and then has that new company declare bankruptcy. Texas two steps. Plural of Texas two-step. Texas umbrella tree. A variety of the deciduous mahogany Meliaeus direct cultivar umbraculiformis with an umbrella-shaped crown. Texas umbrella trees. Plural of Texas umbrella tree. Texas wedge. The putter when used to take a shot that is not on the green. Texas wedges. Plural of Texas wedge. Texas size. Very large for its type. Texaces. Plural of Texas. Taxacin. A particular isoflavonoid with the chemical formula CHO5. Texasization. The process of Texasizing. Texasize. To render Texan. Texasize. Simple past and past participle of Texasize. Texasizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Texasize. Texasizing. Present participle and gerund of Texasize. Texas. Derogatory name for Texas, a state of the United States. Texasweed. Synonym of Mexican weed. Texcoco. A municipality of the state of Mexico, Mexico. Tex. Simple past and past participle of Tex. Texera. A surname. Texeras. Plural of Texera. Texel. An island of the Netherlands. An island of North Holland. Texels. Plural of Texel. Texas. Plural of Tex. Texpalma. Either of a pair of twin cities on the border of the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. Texan. An inhabitant of Texas. Texans. Plural of Texian. Texican. Of or relating to both Texas and Mexico, or people connected with both places by habitation or ancestry. Texicans. Plural of Texican. Texaco. an unincorporated community in Jefferson County, Illinois, United States. Texador, a surname. Texadors, plural of Texador. Texas-Tepec, a town in Santa Ana Department, El Salvador. Texit, the proposed secession of Texas from the United States. Texiter, one who supports the proposed secession of Texas from the United States. Texiters, plural of Texeter. Texamo, the area on either side of the border between the U.S. states of Texas and Oklahoma. Texan, an unincorporated community in Reagan County, Texas, United States, named after the Texan Oil and Land Co. Texpat, a Texan native or former resident of Texas, now living elsewhere. Texpate, a person who has moved away from Texas. Texpatriates, plural of texpatriate. Texpats, plural of texpat. X, a writing consisting of multiple glyphs, characters, symbols, or sentences. Text adventure, a computer game in which the player is given a textual description of the environment and uses a command line to interact with it. Text adventures, plural of text adventure. Textbook, alternative form of textbook. Textbooks, plural of textbook. Textbox, a block of printed text contained within borders that is intended to be read separately from the major text of the page. Text boxes, plural of text box. Text door neighbor, the person whose telephone number is the same as one's own, but with the final digit increased or decreased by 1, sometimes called as a prank or in an attempt to make friends. Text door neighbors, plural of text door neighbor. Text editor, a program which allows a user to edit the contents of a text file, usually in an interactive way, with immediate visual feedback. Text editors, plural of text editor. Text file, a data file containing only plain, human-readable text, distinct from documents with embedded formatting. Text files, plural of text file. Text hand, a style of large handwriting, formerly used for the text of a book, contrasting with the smaller hand used for the notes. Text hands, plural of text hand. Text hook, synonym of text hooker. Text hooker, software that reads text from other software that is being executed, often for the purpose of replacing the text with its translation in another language. Text hookers, plural of text hooker. Text hooks, plural of text hook. Text linguistics, a branch of linguistics that explores texts as communication systems. Text link, an element of text on a web page used to access other web pages. Text links, plural of text link. Text message, a brief electronic message sent between mobile phones. Text messaged, simple past and past participle of text message. Text messages, plural of text message. Text messaging, the sending and receiving of written messages on mobile phones, or the technical system which allows or includes such a feature. Text neck pain caused by hunching over a mobile device for long periods. Text painting, program music, or the process of composing it. Text paintings, plural of text painting. Text retrieval, synonym of document retrieval. Text retrievals, plural of text retrieval. Text simplification, an operation used in natural language processing to modify, enhance, classify, or otherwise process an existing corpus of human-readable text. Text simplifications, plural of text simplification. Text tense, the exchange of a series of text messages. Text type, a type of written text such as descriptive, narrative, expository, or argumentative. Text types, plural of text type. Text wall, wall of text. Text walls, plural of text wall. Text-based, alternative form of text-based. Textbook, obsolete form of textbook. Textbooks, plural of textbook. Text editor, alternative form of text editor. Text editors, plural of text editor. Text-to-speech, the conversion of language text into speech using voice synthesis. Text type, alternative spelling of text type. Text types, plural of text type. Texta, a colored felt tip pen, usually wide-tipped for use by children. Textable, able to be contacted by texting. Textaholic, one who spends a great deal of time sending text messages. Textaholics, plural of textaholic. Textarian, having religious views based on a text. Textarians, plural of textarian. Textus, plural of texta. Textation, the social practice of exchanging text messages. Textationship, a relationship maintained but through the vehicle of text messages. Textationships, plural of textationship. Textbase, a database containing a corpus of texts for use by lexicographers, etc. Text-based, based on text. Text bases, plural of text base. Text block, the block of pages making up a book, excluding the binding. Text blocks, plural of text block. Text board, a simple internet message board that allows anonymous posting without registering an account. Text boards, plural of text board. Textbook, a course book, a formal manual of instruction in a specific subject, especially one for use in schools or colleges. Textbook case, a real-life case that matches a theory perfectly, a perfect example. Textbook cases, plural of textbook case. Textbook example, synonym of textbook case. Textbook examples, plural of textbook example. Textbook fear, a type of anxiety or apprehension felt toward a situation or decision that is commonly perceived as difficult, overwhelming, or universally feared, rather than based on personal experience. Textbook fears, plural of textbook fear. Textbookary, textbookish writing. Textbookish, characteristic of a textbook. Textbookless, without a textbook. Textbook-like, resembling or characteristic of a textbook, dry and pedagogic in tone, comprehensive in scope, etc. Textbooks, plural of textbook. Textbooky, textbook-like. Text box, alternative form of text box. Text boxes, plural of text box. Texted, simple past and past participle of Text. Textame, a unit of text large enough to have intelligible meaning that stands in relationship to other units of text. Textames, plural of texteme. Textame, of or relating to a texteme. Texter, a surname. Texters, plural of texter. Texties, an abbreviated form of language used in texting, instant messaging, chat rooms, etc. Textile, alternative form of text file. Text files, plural of text file. Text a 2015 controversy in which the Cleveland Browns and general manager Ray Farmer were disciplined for sending text messages to coaches during games in the 2014 season in violation of NFL rules. Texthooker, alternative form of text hooker. Texthookers, plural of texthooker. Textident, an accident caused by a driver or pedestrian focused on texting. Textidents, plural of textident. Textile, any material made of interlacing fibers including carpeting and geotextiles. Textile art, the use of fibers to create textiles for function and decoration. Textile arts, plural of textile art. Textile banana, synonym of abaca musa textiles. Textile bananas, plural of textile banana. Textile cone, an attractive cone shell can use textile in which the colors are arranged so that they resemble certain kinds of cloth found in the Indo-Pacific. Textile cones, plural of textile cone. Textile, resembling textile. Textiles, plural of textile. Textililin, misspelling of textilinin. Textilinin, a serine protease inhibitor present in the venom of the snake Pseudonaga textilis. Textilism, the belief in or practice of wearing clothes, opposition to nudism. Textilis, a maker of textiles. Textilists, plural of textilists. Textiloma, a mass of cotton matrix that is left behind in a body cavity during an operation. Textilomas, plural of textiloma. Textilomata, plural of textiloma. Textilotoxin, a neurotoxin present in the venom of the snake Pseudonaga textilis. Texting, present participle and gerund of text. Textings, plural of texting. Textidat, etiquette regarding texting. Textism, an abbreviation used in text messaging. Textisms, plural of textism. Textless, without text. Textlessly, without text. Textlessness, that quality of being textless. Textlet, a small text or portion of a text. Textlets, plural of textlet. Textli, resembling text. Textman, one who is ready to quote texts. Textbay, someone, usually a friend, who one frequently communicates using text messages. Textbay, someone, usually a friend, who one frequently communicates using text messages. Textman, plural of textman. Textman, plural of textman. Text signing, the analysis of textual data often automated. Text mode, a display that supports text but not graphics. Textile, a fragment of text that has little meaning or value. Textoids, plural of textoi. Textological, of or pertaining to textology. Textologically, by means of or in terms of textology. Textologist, a person engaging in textology. Textologists, plural of textologists. Textology, the linguistic analysis of a complete text. Textome, the complete set of biological literature that contain useful information when combined to generate new information through bioinformatics. Textomes, plural of textome. Plural of textome. Texton, a basic microcomponent of an image that may be recognized visually before the entire image is. Textons, plural of texton. Textonym, any of a set of words that share the same numeric combination as another when typed using a mobile phone that uses predictive text. Textonyms, plural of textonym. Textorial, of or pertaining to weaving. Textphone, a telephone with a simple keyboard and a small screen, used by the deaf. Textphones, plural of textphone. Textpost, a post on a social media platform consisting largely or entirely of text. Textposts, plural of textposts. Textry, or relating to weaving. Texts, plural of texts. Text shop, a kind of writing laboratory where students can experiment with and attempt to reproduce the styles and techniques being studied. Text shops, plural of text shop. Text speak, the abbreviated, simplified form of language used in text messages which often elides vowels and omits punctuation and capitalization. Textual, of or a field of scholarly inquiry dedicated to reconstructing the oldest form of a text that is or are possible to retrieve and to explaining any attested variants. Textual criticisms, plural of textual criticism. Textual harassment, sexual harassment in writing. Textualizable, alternative spelling of textualizable. Textualization, alternative spelling of textualization. Textualizations, plural of textualization. Textualize, alternative spelling of textualize. Textualize, simple past. Simple past and past participle of textualize. Textualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of textualize. Textualizing, present participle and gerund of textualize. Textualism, strict adherence to a text, especially to the Bible. Textualisms, plural of textualism. Textualist, a practitioner or adherent of textualism. Textualistic, of or related to textualism. Textualistically, in a textualistic manner. Textualists, plural of textualists. Textualities, plural of textuality. Textuality, the attributes that distinguish a text as an object of study. Textualizable, that can be textualized, expressible in text. Textualization, the act or process of textualizing, rendering as text. Textualizations, plural of textualization. Textualize, to make textual, to set down in or reduce to text. Textualize, simple past and past participle of textualize. Textualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of textualize. Textualizing. Present participle and gerund of textualize. Textual. Obsolete form of textual. Textually. In a textual manner. Textuaries. Plural of textuary. Textuarist. A textuary. Textuarists. Plural of textuarists. Textuary. One who is well versed in scripture, a textman. Textuous. A textualist. A textman. Textuists. Plural of textuists. Textulard. Alternative spelling of textularia. Textulards. Plural of textulard. Textularia. Any foraminiferin in the order Textularida. Textularids. Plural of textularia. Texture. A calligraphic form of black letter. Texturable. Capable of being given a texture. Textural. Of or pertaining to texture. Texturally. In a textural manner relating to texture. Texture. The feel or shape of a surface or substance, the smoothness, roughness, softness, etc. of something. Texture map. A matrix of data representing texture added to a polygon or polyhedron in the process of texture mapping. Texture mapped. Simple past and past participle of texture map. Texture mapping. Present participle and gerund of texture map. Texture maps. Plural of texture map. Texture. Having texture, not smooth. Textured vegetable protein. A meat analog derived from soy, a byproduct of extracting soybean oil, in the form of small chunks that can be reconstituted with water and cooked. Texturedness. The state or condition of being textured. Textureless. Devoid of texture. Texturelessness. The state or condition of being textureless. Textures. Plural of texture. Texture-wise. In terms of texture. Texturing. Present participle and gerund of texture. Texturings. Plural of texturing. Texturization. Alternative spelling of texturization. Texturize. Alternative spelling of texturize. Texturize. Simple past and past participle of texturize. Texturizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of texturize. Texturizing. Present participle and gerund of texturize. Texturism. Prejudice based on the texture of a person's hair, typically when it is afro-textured. Texturist. One who discriminates based on the texture of a person's hair, typically when it is afro-textured. Texturists. Plural of texturist. Texturizable. That could be texturized. Texturization. The act or process of texturizing. Texturizations. Plural of texturization. Texturize. To apply a physical texture to. Texturize. Simple past and past participle of texturize. Texturizer. Something added to food to change its physical texture. Texturizers. Plural of texturizer. Texturizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of texturize. Texturizing. Present participle and gerund of texturize. Texturizing scissors. Synonym of texturizing. shears UK. Texturizing shears. A type of shears used in hairstyling. One edge is serrated, like a hair comb. Texturometer. A device that measures texture. Texturometers. Plural of texturometer. Texturous. Texture. Texture. The art or process of weaving. Textus recepti. Plural of textus receptus. Textus receptus. The succession of printed Greek texts of the New Testament which constituted the translation base for various early versions of the Bible in Western and Central Europe. Texturization. A conversation carried out through text messaging. Textualizations. Plural of textualization. Textry. Worthy of text are being written in text. Worthy of being written about, put is set in text, or texte. An English measure of length for rope, perhaps equivalent to the fathom. Teylingen. A municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Teno. A village and civil parish in Swale district. Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9562. Es. Plural of te. F. Initialism of total exclusion zone. Tezacaftor. The drug R1,2,2,4-benzo D,1,3-dioxyl 5-il-N-1,2,3-dihydroxypropyl 6-fluoro, 2,1-hydroxy, 2-methyl-prop, and 2-il-1-H-indole 5-il-cyclopropane carboxamide used to treat cystic fibrosis. Tezacidabine. The ribonucleotide reductase inhibitor 4-amino-1,2-R3-E4's 5-R3-fluoromphthalidine 4-hydroxy 5-hydroxymethyloxylene 2-il-pyrimidine 2-1. Tezempano. A particular drug with neuroprotective and anticonvulsant effects. Tezcatlipoca. An Aztec god. Tezcatzoncatl. An Aztec god of drunkenness and fertility. Tizeno. A surname. Tilinos. Plural of Tizeno. Tezepelumab. A human monoclonal antibody used to treat asthma. Tetra. An official certificate, license, or other such document. Tethers. Plural of Tesger. Telantal. A porous, extrusive, igneous, volcanic rock, usually reddish in color, used extensively in construction in Mexico. Tezozentin. A vasodilator N6,2-hydroxyethoxy 5,2-methoxyphenoxy 2,2,2-H-tetrazole 5-il-pyridine 4-il-pyrimidine 4-il-5-propan 2-il-pyridine 2-sulfonamide. Tezuka. A surname from Japanese. De. A diminutive of the male given names Terry or Terence. Tes Sol Brenta. A town in Vicenza, Veneto, Italy. Initialism of the fuck. Abbreviation of trifle. ASEE. Initialism of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. AFI. A mathematical approximation to the importance of a particular word in a given piece of text. AFI. Alternative, lettercase form of TFDF. AI. Initialism of trifluoroacetic acid. 80. Initialism of the following are equivalent, placed before a sequence of statements to mean that any one of the statements implies and is implied by any of the others. The initialism of too fucking bad. ASE. Initialism of teenage fan club. KSED. Initialism of time for compact disc, a photographer's arrangement where the model is paid with a selection of the images from the shoot on CD. ASMA, initialism of Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation and Mutual Assistance. AE implies that an occurrence or event is highly unlikely. AE, initialism of Tanzania Food and Drugs Authority. AE, initialism of tetrafluoroethylene. AE, initialism of the former guy, specifically the former American President Donald Trump. AEM, transport for Greater Manchester in England. AE, initialism of tinfoil hat. AH, plural of TFH. AHI, initialism of transport for Ireland. TFILN, alternative form.